Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Human Shield? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirk, self-inflicted healing, can heal others by absorbing their injuries through touch. The user has an accelerated healing rate, giving them a better chance to survive life-threatening and other injuries. Cannot transfer the injuries to anyone but themselves, and very often leaves scars on the user. If used in excess, the user may overexert themselves to a near-fatal degree. Midoriya Izuku was a very caring boy. Most anyone could attest that, his heart wanting to help as many people as he possibly could for no other reason than his desire to help, he admired those who helped no matter what stood in their way. It was why he was so naturally drawn to admiring pro-heroes. They did so much for people. They helped normal people be safe, happy and free to live their lives in peace. To his mother, there wasn't a single soul in the whole city that had as much natural kindness as her son. Where most children were selfish, having not quite learned how to share yet, Izuku was generous without thought or consideration otherwise. He gave help wherever he could with whatever he could. He helped the teachers with cleaning, he let the other kids play what they wanted when he played with them, he gave them his juice box if they had dropped their own. He had such a large heart that overflowed with kindness for such a small child. He smiled constantly, even when he wasn't currently doing anything or talking to anyone. It was almost as if that was his constant state of being. Just like when the other kids liked getting what they wanted, Izuku loved giving kindness to everyone. And when they were younger, kids flocked to that kind of happiness. The other kids' treatment of Izuku started to deteriorate around the age of 5, when all the other kids had gotten their quirks, whilst his was nowhere in sight. Inko took her son to the doctor's office to ensure he did have one. She took him every 6 months and each time the diagnosis was the same. It can be quite rare, but sometimes despite evidence to the contrary, some children just don't develop a quirk. There is every possibility that Izuku hasn't found the right situation for it to first appear, or perhaps he just doesn't have one. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing that we can do except wait and hope, I suppose. So that's what Izuku did. He waited, hoping every morning that he woke up that today would be the day that he discovered his quirk. He would try to pull toys towards him without touching them, he swallowed hot sauce to try and breathe fire, he would even try holding his breath underwater in case he got a completely unrelated quirk. In the end, none of them helped. At school, it was getting harder and harder to endure the harsh words that his classmates would throw at him. Branded useless and quirkless, practically an outcast. Though perhaps due to his kindness, there was only really a handful that actively picked on him. Regardless, Izuku smiled through the pain. He never let them know how deeply. Their words cut through him. It was his goal in life. If Izuku was made to sit around waiting for his quirk to arrive, then Izuku was going to make sure that he would be the nicest person he could be. After all, there was more to a person than just their quirk. His mom always told him that he was kind, caring and selfless, so little Izuku would grasp at those qualities with tight tiny hands and never let go. He made it his goal to be known as the really nice kid, the one who anyone could call a great friend. Izuku waited 4 years for his quirk to appear. The school day had drawn to a close and Izuku was sat on the sidewalk outside, waiting patiently for Kaken to join him. Usually they would be on their way home as soon as possible, but the boy had to stay behind to talk to one of the teachers or something. Izuku couldn't really remember exactly. All he knew was that he had to wait, otherwise his mom would be mad if he walked home alone. He and Kaken walked home together. As much as the blonde boy hated it, the walk was only 15 minutes, but their mothers thought it would be safer for the two boys to walk together instead of alone. As they put it, the streets were dangerous for 2 9-year-olds, or in Izuku's case, almost 9-year-old, to wander alone. Izuku knew that although Kaken didn't like him, Kaken hated to anger his mom even more, so the boy just grumbled and loudly complained about having to walk home with Izuku. Izuku had been spacing out, thinking about what would happen if Present Mike fought Midnight and who would win out of the two of them, when he was distracted by an unusual sound. He glanced up at the road before smiling in wonder. A gentle quacking rung through the street followed by multiple small chirps, a mother with her ducklings. The sight made Izuku's heart soar, 7 sweet fuzzy little ducklings following close behind their mother as they crossed the road, presumably on their way to the small pond that was just inside the school grounds. Izuku rose to his feet wanting to get close. Maybe he would be able to pet the little babies. They looked oh so fuzzy and soft. But he hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to scare them away. He bit his lip and sighed, no, he shouldn't. Instead he nodded to himself, making a silent promise. If he couldn't pet the duck family, then at the very least, he would help them get to their destination safe and sound. It was then that he noticed. The ducks were waddling across the road sluggishly. The mother had sort of a limp, making her move slowly. Oh no. Should he go and get a teacher to help? Or maybe he should get them to call some nice people who worked with animals to help them. Or would it be safer to get the ducks to the pond where they would be swimming safely before getting help? The sound of a car made Izuku's head snap up towards it. He stared with horror as he watched the car keep moving down the road towards them. In no time at all, the car would reach the duck family and squash them, unable to run out of the way with the mother's limp. So Izuku moved without thought. When he looked back, he wasn't entirely sure what the plan was. All he knew was the overwhelming need to do something, his body moving on its own. He ran out, the word, stop, on the tip of his tongue as he held his arm outstretched, the other in the air to get the driver's attention. The squealing of brakes rang through the street, but the car still moved. It hit Izuku. Pain like nothing he ever felt before radiated through him. He wasn't quite sure where the pain had originated, or if it started in multiple places, only that it riddled through his whole core, echoing with every second. He was thrown back, a sharp pain in his head, the sound of cracks, someone screaming and many panicked quacks. It felt like his head was underwater, a confusion of voices. Some sounded like they were yelling, some in shock. The faint sound of a siren. He couldn't hear the ducks anymore. He did manage to save them, right? He tried to open his eyes and move his head around to see, but all he could see was stars. Hands touching him, the pain echoing through him. He wasn't sure if he was making any noise or not, but he felt a scream trying to rip its way through his throat. He bit his tongue as he felt the wetness of tears roll down his face. The pain was unbearable for any 8-year-old to bear, but he felt a wave pushing at him to fall. So Izuku let himself slip into sleep. When Midoriya Inko got the call, her blood froze in her veins. She could barely pull herself together enough to tell her boss that she had a family emergency and had to rearrange her shift, restraining herself to explain instead of sprinting out the door the second she received the call. She was running as fast as she could, pushing her way through crowds gently whilst she rushed to the station. Inko hated waiting around for the train to the hospital, and even more hated sitting down on the journey. She had to get up and pace in front of the doors to keep herself from annoying the tired-looking woman next to her. She was so far out of her mind with worry, she wasn't even self-conscious of the weird looks she was getting. After all, how could she relax even for a second, when her only son was in the hospital? Her kind-hearted son, who would cry if he ever accidentally stood on someone's toe, and the only person she currently loved in the world was in the hospital hurting. The call she got was brief, vague, and horrifying. The person who had the sense to call her was one of the teachers at the school, but the only information the man could offer her was that Izuku had been hit by a car outside the school premises and was taken to the hospital. There weren't any details about if the accident was minor, severe, or fatal. She prayed it was the former and feared that it was the latter. Inko almost ran straight into the automatic door in her haste. When she finally got into the building, she was glad the front desk wasn't busy. She had to fight not to let her discomfort and horror show on her face. Inko had never been comfortable in hospitals. I am Midoriya Inko. And my son, he's 8. Izuku. He was brought here recently, how is he? Inko stammered, her stuttering in time with her pounding heart, her breaths almost matching it too. The receptionist looked up at her with worried violet eyes before turning to the computer screen, her fingers moving fast against the keys. Thankfully, the woman was fast and empathetic, worry clearly showing on her face. Inko vaguely wondered if her own blind panic was what had triggered the woman's visible concern, but the thought was trivial and forgotten the moment the receptionist turned her gaze back to her. Midoriya Izuku arrived an hour ago due to a car accident. He's currently admitted to room 307 in the children's ward. The woman looked around the lobby, adjusted her thick-rimmed glasses before turning to her coworker next to her. Would you be able to cover for me whilst I escort this woman to the room? Sure, no worries, he replied. If Inko had been any less frazzled, she would have insisted that she could find her own way, making sure that she wasn't a burden on others. But her burning need to see her son as fast as possible crushed her aversion to inconveniencing anyone. Besides, she was already slightly more calm than she was on her way here thanks to the woman's presence. The company would be rather welcome. Thank you, she managed, wringing her hands before the woman lead her through the halls. Do you know how he is? Is he all right? I haven't been told anything. The woman smiled comfortingly at her with a sympathetic gaze. Yes, he's doing well considering what happened. He's stable, a few serious injuries but nothing that will permanently affect him after recovery. She smiled once again. I'm not really supposed to leave my desk, but it seemed like you needed the company. Inko sighed in relief, glad to be told something. Her fretting mother's mind had leaped to things such as permanent brain damage, paralysis, or coma. A few serious injuries, well, she'd hear about them when she got to see the doctor. But for now, at least she knew that he wasn't in danger of dying. There was only the lingering worry that was only a shadow of what it once was, and the concern that her child was in pain. Thank you, you're very kind. Inko smiled at the dark-haired woman. Izuku is also kind, so kind and sweet for his age, and I'm a single mother so I can't help but worry myself silly whenever something happens to him. She chuckled weakly, she squeezed her hands together as nervous habit. The information hadn't quite soothed all her nerves. You're sure that he's all right? The woman's gaze softened. I see, your son sounds like a remarkable boy. Don't worry, he is in capable hands. I'll let the doctor explain his condition to you in full. It's just up the hall here, would you like me to stay with you or will I be okay to leave you? Truth be told, the woman was more than a little worried for Inko. Frowning a tad at the fact the woman's hands hadn't stopped shaking the entire time, and the color had been drained the moment she ran in. It could either mean shock, or that Midoriya Inko was just naturally timid in person, or both. Best to offer in either case. Inko turned to the woman blinking. They'd stopped just outside the door, the room numbers suddenly frightening her. She gulped back her usual polite dismissals. She was still shook up and welled if she was offering. If it's not too much trouble to ask. The receptionist smiled widely. Don't worry, I offered. I should be safe to duck away for a while. My name is Sasaki Hinata. Would you like me to open the door for you? No. I've got it. Inko took a shuddering deep breath to prepare herself. With a determined nod, she pushed down the handle and opened the door. Inko had expected her son to be the only occupant of the room, maybe a nurse or a doctor with him checking up. She hadn't expected two doctors looking at something pinned to the wall next to the bed whilst a nurse fussed with items near the head of it. The nurse moved to the side, and for just a moment Inko saw her son's face. Izuku remarkably had very little cuts or bruises on his visible skin. That wasn't right, surely? It looked like he had his right arm and leg in a cast, with a bandage wrapped securely around his forehead and underneath his bangs. His face showed little distress, but his body seemed so small on the bed, almost engulfed in the sheets tucked under his arms. Inko was barely aware of the strangled sound she let out before the conscious occupants of the room had turned to her. She grasped at her cardigan in worry. Even if she could disregard Izuku's condition for a moment, it wasn't customary for this many people to be in her son's hospital room unless there were complications, right? It couldn't be a good sign. Thankfully, before Inko could sink into misery and wallow in worry, one of the doctors stepped forwards. You must be Izuku's mother, Midoriya Inko. Why yes, that's me. Is he all right? She asked with a shaky breath. She couldn't help but wonder how many times she would have to ask that question today, hopefully not too many more. Inko wasn't sure how long she could handle not getting a full answer. Not to worry, Midoriya. Izuku is doing remarkably well. The first doctor smiled at her before the second doctor spoke up. Are you aware of his quirk? Their gaze still lingering on whatever it was on the wall. From where she stood it looked like X-rays. Izuku's. His quirk. She echoed. We're not sure what it is. Our family doctor said he has one, but he hasn't shown any signs of manifesting mine or his father's. Why? Well, you see, when your son was put in an ambulance, he had a number of bruises, cuts and grazes, but by the time that he arrived here, they had practically healed. The first doctor said with a grin, excitement evident in his expression. Inko couldn't help but blink, her mind only registering pure confusion. That wasn't normal. Izuku seems to have an advanced rate of healing, and we were quite fascinated. Do any of Izuku's relatives have a healing quirk? The second doctor asked, still looking between the various x-rays. The nurse in the room left. Not that I'm aware of, no? Inko could only murmur in reply. She was overwhelmed, honestly. All she wanted to do was to sit down next to Izuku's bed and wait for him to wake up. She didn't know a single thing about his quirk, she didn't care what it was or how he got it. Quite frankly, she had no idea how to say any of those things to the doctors without being rude. She managed to turn her head to Sasaki with a lost expression, hoping the woman would get the message and help her out. Sasaki thankfully understood Inko's silent plea. I know it's not my place, Dr. Karasuma, but can the questions about Izuku's quirk wait? I'm sure that Midoriya is more worried about his current condition, however splendid or fascinating his quirk may be. She's been told very little about his injuries, it would be kind to inform her first. The first doctor pursed his lips but nodded hesitantly. He was disappointed, but he could understand. Yes, of course. My apologies, Midoriya. It's fine. I'll be happy to answer whatever questions I can, but maybe not quite now. Inko smiled gently, shooting a thankful look to Sasaki before moving further into the room, looking back to Izuku as Sasaki closed the door behind her. Inko sat on the seat just beside her son's bedside, taking his left hand gently. Well, for starters, even though most of Izuku's injuries are serious, they aren't severe, thankfully. He broke 3 ribs, his right leg and arm. He also sustained heavy bruising and multiple grazes, but those healed on the way over to the hospital. We'd like to hold him for a week or 2 to monitor his health, but due to his quirk it's possible that he could be able to leave very shortly. Dr. Karasuma finally explained. Inko blinked, feeling her nerves simmer down to slightly above normal levels. He was just hurt, and apparently there had been good to come out of this too. It was clear to see that the lack of a quirk had affected Izuku deeply. It would mean so much to him to finally find out what his quirk was. But a quirk that gave him advanced healing. Inko wasn't sure what to make of that. No doubt with Izuku's self-destructive selflessness, he would find a way to get himself into trouble with it. Inko swallowed and raised her head to look back at Dr. Karasuma. Thank you. But I'm not curious. What makes you think that he would be able to leave shortly? The second doctor finally tore her gaze from the wall, unpinning 2 of the x-ray sheets from the wall before walking towards Inko. She placed them both on the bed and pointed towards certain parts. These x-rays are of Izuku's arm. The first is from shortly after he arrived, and the second is from 15 minutes ago. They're only an hour apart. Inko looked at them, but she wasn't sure what she was meant to be looking at. They were almost exactly the same. She wasn't familiar enough with bones to recognize a difference. Sasaki spoke up. Are you sure? That's wow, I see what you mean by fascinating. She silently gasped in amazement, her eyes flickering between the 2 images. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be seeing, Inko shyly admitted. Sasaki smiled at Inko, pointing at the break point. On the second x-ray, it's subtle, but the remodeling suggests that his arm had been broken maybe a few days ago, not a couple of hours ago. If it continued to heal at the same rate, I'd estimate that since it was a clean break it would be fully healed within a few days. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. The doctor grinned excitedly. Dr. Karasuma and I were wondering if his quirk was reliant on his stamina or another factor. If it was just a single broken bone, would it heal at the same rate or a faster rate? What do you think, Sasaki? For what it relies on, it's hard to tell without asking Izuku. As for the rate, it's hard to say with a single event. It is entirely possible that his rate of healing is dependent on the different kind of injuries, not the amount, so cuts and bruises are healed shortly whereas bones take longer to heal. Sasaki replied, her expression thoughtful. The three of them continued their discussion whilst Inko drowned out the speculation. It wasn't her intention of being rude, and she'd be lying if she said she wasn't curious about what Izuku could do with his newfound quirk, but her mind had been pulled elsewhere. She knew that she had taught Izuku very well, and that he wasn't to be in the road unless he had looked both ways twice, so he couldn't have been hit whilst crossing the road. He was alone, so unless Katsuki had abandoned him, he wasn't very far away from the school entrance. She hadn't been approached by the police or anything telling her of a drunk driver, so it wasn't the driver's fault that Izuku had gotten hurt. So what could have possibly been the reason? Izuku's eyes started to flutter. The first thing that Izuku registered was the words, Quirk, and Izuku in the same sentence. It pulled him out of the dark lake of unconsciousness, rising from sleep to hear more. He groaned lightly, whatever brightness that was in the room pierced his shut eyelids. His body felt heavy and sore. The voices stopped. Izuku! Izuku slowly opened his eyes and faced the voice. Groggily he called out to her. Mom! He looked at her pale face. Oh no, he'd managed to worry her again. Izuku! She smiled, squeezing his hand. The left one. Oh, his right side felt a little heavier than the rest of him. He looked down at his arm curiously. He'd not hurt himself? How are you feeling, sweetheart? Izuku blinked once more. I'm fine. He was waking up properly now, trying to piece together his fragmented memory, knitting together what happened. He was waiting outside for Kaken, then the ducks. Are the ducks okay? He blurted, his gaze snapping to his mother with urgency. His mother blinked back, worry completely ejected from her expression, making way for confusion. The ducks? Yes, they were going to get squashed. Are they all right? Izuku asked with knitted brows. He had to know. He made a promise to make sure that they got to the pond safe and sound. If he failed he wasn't sure what he'd do, but he would definitely be incredibly upset. He could already feel the tears at the corners of his eyes at the thought. He didn't even care about the aches and pains running through his body. Izuku, his mother started slowly, as if not quite believing what she was hearing. Didn't you try to stop the car from squashing the ducks? Yeah. The mom had a hurt foot, and I wanted to make sure they'd get to the pond safe. But the car didn't see them, so I just ran. Izuku explained. Do you know if they're safe? His mother burst into tears, squeezing his hand tighter. Oh Izuku, I cannot believe you. She pressed her face into her spare hand, utterly exasperated with the situation. Her son was in a hospital bed seriously injured because he wanted to save some ducks. It was so like him to get into a situation like this. Sasaki bit her lip as she looked towards the little boy, her heartstrings tugged. Well, his mother wasn't lying when she said that her son was kind. It endeared her very easily, but she couldn't help but wonder at the luck of the boy. Had he not this wonderful quirk, he still would have gotten hurt, but it would be a lot more painful than it was currently, and the recovery would have been significantly longer. Mom? Izuku asked hesitantly, unnerved by his mother's tears. He hadn't meant to make her cry. Wait, now he was crying too. Oh honey, you're just too kind. But darling, please be more careful. I've never been any more worried for you than I have been in this past hour alone. Inko sniffled. She wanted to throw her arms around his shoulders and hold him close, but she wasn't about to risk causing him any more pain. As much as I love how selfless you are, you need to be more careful. I am sorry, Mom, Izuku mumbled, drying his tears on his shoulder. He winced at the pain that shot through his arm as he moved it, but carried on regardless. He didn't exactly have a free hand to use instead. Please promise me that you'll be more careful in the future, Izuku. You know how I worry. I will be, Mom. I promise. I won't do it again. They both knew that it wasn't true. Izuku would do it again in a heartbeat. To get a quirk, Izuku thought, would be a wonderful thing. Something that couldn't be spoiled in any way. Especially for a quirk as cool and useful as advanced healing. Think about it, he wouldn't have to spend months in the hospital out of work if he got hurt on the job. And he would last longer in fights. Unfortunately, life had a bit of a habit of pulling the carpet out from underneath Izuku whenever he got good things. Usually, life liked to use the mouth of Bakugo Katsuki, letting him insult Izuku and degrade him. Today was both more of the same and the start of something new. It was his first day back since the accident almost a week ago, his bones all completely healed. When the doctors told Izuku of his quirk, it was clear to see the fascination they all had with it, and he agreed. He was fascinated and thankful too. The doctors decided to keep him in the hospital until he was completely healed, just in case he managed to jostle one of his healing ribs. It had taken 3 days for his bones to heal completely. He spent another day in the hospital just in case, then the weekend at home, yesterday celebrating his 9th birthday. Whilst he was there, he answered many questions from the doctors, hoping to learn all that he could about his quirk. But sadly, it looked like the only way to actually learn any more about it would be to hurt himself. He was all for learning more, but his mom had stepped in quickly at that point, refusing tooth and nail to even let Izuku even think about it. She made it very clear that she wasn't going to let anything more than a light poke of harm to come to him. The doctors agreed and tried not to look too disappointed. At least 2 good things had come out of the accident. He had found his quirk and saved a family of ducks. He grinned from ear to ear as he stopped on his way to class. He gave the lot of them a snack before he turned away, not wanting to be late for class. Izuku, aren't you injured? The teacher asked, looking at him as if searching for a cast of some sort. Oh yeah, Izuku thought he heard her voice when he got hurt. He tried not to flinch when he felt his class's heavy and curious gaze on him. I broke a few bones, but I healed fast. Izuku grinned proudly. It's actually my quirk. His mom had asked him not to go boasting about it to strangers, in case any weirdos decided to take advantage, but she had allowed him to tell the class. There wasn't really anything he could say in defense to getting hit by a car, then apparently making it out completely unharmed a few days later. No point in lying to them, besides it would be nice to finally prove them all wrong when they told him he was quirkless. There were a few people who shuffled uncomfortably in their seats. No one liked to accept change, the status quo already decided on years ago, and with quirkless Izuku it had been easy to cast him out to the bottom of the barrel. But with a quirk, Izuku was just as normal as the rest of them. The bottom of the barrel just didn't cut it anymore. Ever jumping at the opportunity to assert himself though, someone spoke up. That sounds like a dumb quirk. You heal fast? Lame. Kaken sneered, letting loose a few stray firecracker explosions as if to say, mine is better anyhow. With that, the class giggled, their unease disappearing with the show of usual classroom order. Izuku's grin faltered a slight, but he continued. No, he wasn't going to let Kaken ruin this for him. Even for as cool as Kaken was, he wasn't always right. Izuku rubbed at the back of the neck as the giggles continued, sheepily grinning still. Settle down, class. The teacher called, not even trying to scold Kaken, before sighing and turning to Izuku. Why don't you head to your seat? Izuku nodded, making his way over to his seat behind Bakugu faster than usual. Lunch was rarely ever quiet for Izuku. Mainly because he still hung close to Kaken, sitting at the edge of their group but not actively contributing, just in case he angered the blonde. Today, Izuku didn't even get the chance to sit down to eat before Kaken and his friends pulled him out to the quiet part of the playground. Nerves rolled in Izuku's stomach as they moved out of sight of everyone. Something was telling him that it was a bad idea to follow them. Kaken, what? Izuku asked, cutting himself off as his wrist was dropped. The secluded area unnerved him. Most of the kids liked to eat and play in the main area with the playground equipment, but here the group was tucked away out of sight. The teachers overseeing lunch wouldn't be able to see them either. What if they got hurt whilst playing here? That would probably be bad for them. Show us your quirk then, Deku. Kaken snarled, folding his arms over his chest. Izuku blinked. But then I'd have to hurt myself to do it. I can't do that. So what? Kaken scrunched his face up. We won't believe that you have one unless you show it to us. You might just be lying about being useful, so don't be such a Deku, and show us. He growled again, picking up a sharp rock from the ground and holding it out towards him. Izuku bit his lip as he stared at the rock. He didn't want to hurt himself just to prove it to Kaken. Wasn't healing broken bones enough? Why did he have to prove himself? There was a girl in their class who could adapt to any temperature in their class, and she never had to prove herself by staying in the freezer for an hour. Kaken snarled. I could punch you instead if you prefer that. Izuku yelped, grabbing the rock quickly as Kaken's friends laughed. He'd felt a punch before, it was accidental but still the pain was memorable. He'd also felt a scrape before from careless playing. But if he had to choose one or the other, Izuku would rather go for the one that he could control. After all, he only needed to make a small cut, right? That should be enough to prove himself. His heart raced. He hated this. He didn't want to do this. He shouldn't have to do this. Izuku nicked his left arm a bit longer than he'd been aiming for, a welt of blood appeared and he blinked back tears of pain. He gasped, fighting the urge to clutch at the cut. He dropped the rock away from him. Didn't take him long to reach for the pack of tissues that Izuku kept in his pocket and wipe the blood away. He hoped that it would stop bleeding soon. Izuku wasn't sure how long it would take to heal, but Kaken wasn't known for his patience. Hopefully it would heal before Kaken decided he wasn't going to wait around. He'd hate to be called a liar after hurting himself. That's it? How long? Kaken sneered, watching the cut intensely for any kind of change. It was still bleeding. It doesn't work straight away, Kaken. It works slowly. Izuku explained, wiping away another few drops of blood. Hopefully he could throw the tissue away before he got home and his mom asked about it. That's stupid. What if you got stabbed? That would hurt, but I don't know much about injuries or anything. Izuku bit his lip, wiping at the cut a final time. It had stopped bleeding, so he stuffed the bloodied tissue in his empty pocket. He'd used the bin in the classroom. Kids got nosebleeds all the time, so it wouldn't be weird to see one in there. If it's not useful in a fight, then it's just a useless quirk. Kaken sighed, exasperated. Everyone knows that, Deku. Look. Izuku ignored his words, holding his arm out to show the slowly scabbing cut. It was weird to look at. Almost like those time-lapse videos they'd show on documentaries, but in real life. In moments the cut had sealed up. See, that would have taken all day to do that, but because of my quirk it's all better. I like my quirk, it's great and I can use it to help people. Kaken laughed, sneering at the thought. His friends laughed too. Izuku idly wondered why they were here. They were always silent during times like this, just laughing at him. But what was so funny about what he just said? He was going to help people with his quirk. What's so funny? Izuku asked, biting his lip. He tried not to show his discomfort, but Kaken always made it hard to hide it. No useless Deku is going to help people using your quirk. It's not like you can heal other people, all you can heal is yourself. It's useless. If you really were going to use your quirk to help people, then you'd heal others, after all they're better deserving. Kaken scoffed, barely containing his laughter, but the twitch of his brow showed his irritation. I don't know if I can't heal other people. And I can help others. I can be a hero and take hits for other people. And maybe I could even save their life because I take quicker to heal, Izuku attempted to explain, his heart wrenching with each word. He tried to deny it, but Kaken was right. If he couldn't directly heal people, then he wouldn't be much help. Don't be such an idiot, Deku. You'd lose in a fight. Kaken growled, pausing for a moment before a smirk found its way onto his face. And I'll prove it to you. I'll beat you right now. Izuku froze in mild horror. No, they couldn't do that. Besides, Kaken and he hadn't ever fought and Izuku really didn't want to hurt anybody. Not even if he had to. No, you know we're not supposed to fight. And what if I hurt you? I don't want to hurt you, Kaken. You wouldn't even be able to touch me. Kaken suddenly yelled, throwing his weight forwards with his right arm outstretched. Izuku was abruptly aware of the situation, as if he had only been watching a cut scene and now he was forced into a quick-time event. Kaken was going to punch Izuku for real. Right in the face. He threw his arms up to protect his face, but the punch that he was expecting never came. The hit that came in the force of a palm slamming against his forearms, just an inch below his wrists. An explosion rang through the air and fire leapt at Izuku's arms. A harsh cry of pain slipping through his lips. Tears sprung to his eyes immediately, curling his arms closer to him as he stumbled backwards to the ground. Pain rippled through his arms, almost as if flames danced across his forearms and leapt towards his wrists. His arms felt raw as if they had been pressed against an industrial sander. He turned his arms around, but could only see red through a blur of tears. He heard vague cries of panic before a voice cut through. And that's not what you get for challenging me, Deku. It was hesitant and mildly horrified. The tone didn't suit the voice, but Izuku knew that it belonged to Kaken. And if you get me in trouble, you're dead. For a moment it was silent before Izuku heard the sounds of retreating footsteps, leaving Izuku completely alone. His breathing came rapidly, tongues of pain blazed through his arms, blinking rapidly to try and stop the steady flow of blinding tears. He wasn't sure what to do. He was still in shock, trying to get his head around what had just happened. He'd been braced for a punch, but instead he just felt completely overwhelmed with pain. He wasn't sure what to do. He needed to figure out what to do fast. His breathing was picking up a lot more, along with whimpers of pain. He needed to calm down and figure out what to do. He gulped and struggled to his feet without using his arms. Izuku hadn't felt the pain of a burn since the time he'd accidentally touched a warm pan. That's it. He had to go find a sink and soak his arms in cold water. It had been what his mom did that one morning years ago when Izuku had tried to help her with dinner. Somehow, pushing through the pain, Izuku managed to make it back into the school building without alerting anyone to his injury. When he got through the doors, he was glad that most everyone was outside. There wasn't a soul in sight. Izuku made it to the bathroom quickly, raced to turn on the tap and struggled to stick his arms underneath the rushing water, but he managed. Relief washed over him like a soothing wave. His tears finally starting to dry, he took a glance down and winced. It wasn't a pretty sight. Skin bright red and raw, looking rough, and the texture of messily melted candle. Wax, just big enough to cover both his forearms, and licks of red going over his wrists. Izuku felt sick just looking at it. He hoped it would heal soon, and hopefully into something unnoticeable. As he waited for the pain to disappear completely, he had nothing left to do but contemplate the encounter. Izuku knew that Kaken was meaned up, but this was something else completely. It had felt cruel since the beginning, ever since he realized Kaken was taking him away from everyone else, then forcing him to hurt himself just to show of his quirk. Laughing at his honest thoughts and desires. Using his quirk against him when he wouldn't fight back. Most people, when hurt to such a degree as this, they often turn to hatred of the person. But as Izuku stood there, lightly sniffling and staring at his bright red arms, he couldn't bring himself to hate Kaken. Because right at the end, it looked like Kaken had regretted it. Maybe there was a chance that Kaken was still a good person, just stumbled on the wrong path by accident with no idea how to get back. He had meant to cause Izuku pain though. The cut had completely healed by now, just a sliver of untanned skin that wouldn't even scar on the underside of his forearms. And if there was one thing that Izuku knew, was that friends wouldn't hurt someone like this, or make them hurt themselves. A rueful smile played at Izuku's lips. At least he managed to get his head out of the clouds and realize that Kaken wasn't his friend anymore. The next set of tears came fast. Izuku stood there sniffling and wiping his face on his shoulder until the pain ebbed away. He'd been there for a long time, hopefully it was long enough. The burn wasn't as bright a red as it had been, the texture was still similar. Just staring at how ugly it was made Izuku realize that it was probably there to stay. It would be hard to hide it considering its size. Hopefully he'd be able to hide it from his mom as long as possible. The longer he could keep it a secret, the less trouble for Kaken. Getting back to the classroom, Izuku grabbed a forgotten hoodie from his desk and slipped it on. He gasped in pain as he felt the fabric graze the raw flesh. He bit his lip and braved through it. It was better to suffer through the contact than to have fuss raised over him. Besides, even though Kaken wasn't his friend anymore, Izuku didn't want him to get in trouble. It wasn't long after Izuku had managed to get his hoodie on, an ordeal that took 5 whole minutes, that the bell signaling the end of lunch rang out. His stomach growled. Oh, that's right, Izuku didn't even get to have lunch. With a sigh, he took his seat and kept his head down so he didn't find his gaze drawn to Kaken when he came in. It was one thing to push through pain and forget his hunger, and another thing entirely to ignore the swirling tides of thoughts and doubts that ran through Izuku's head. Physical pain was one thing, a simple blip that could be ignored, if you were focused on something else. But emotional pain was a little different, and something that Izuku had known himself to be weak to. A small voice kept asking him, "Is Kaken right? His quirk?" After listening to what Kaken said, and then getting burnt out. Well, his quirk might not be right for helping others. It helped Izuku more than anyone else, really, convenient, and that was about it. Better suited for someone who lived for themselves, or someone who got into dubious situations. That kind of quirk wasn't really suitable for a hero. Well, maybe. All quirks were suitable for a hero, depending on the rest of their strengths and how they could use their quirks. But what use would healing himself be in a villain battle? Today had been a small example. He could burn easily, the pain was intense and would take more than 20 minutes to start to heal. Cut would probably take a lot longer to heal depending on how deep they were. Today his cut was no more than a scratch compared to the cuts heroes would get in fights. And taking the hit for someone? That might be a quick way to get killed immediately, considering how many villains have attacks that'll kill in one shot. He might be able to dive in front of a knife or take a punch for someone, but pull a gun on him and Izuku's quirk wouldn't even matter. A handy quirk but useless for hero work. He might as well have stayed quirkless. It wasn't long after that first day back at school that his mom found out about the burn. Exactly 3 days of wearing hoodies in the middle of summer was what tipped her off that something was wrong. And although Izuku never told her the origins of it, the fact that he had hit it and that it was a burn, that it wasn't hard for her to connect the dots and want to unleash her soft-spoken fury on Kaken. It took Izuku a solid hour of begging for him to convince her not to call Kaken's parents, even longer for her to not do anything about it other than take him to the doctors to care for it. There wasn't really much they could do. Apparently at that point the ugly burn had stuck around as an ugly scar. Izuku hoped that it would have dulled in color to his original skin color, but unfortunately it stayed a waxy pale red, a little smoother than it had been, but still as large and prominent on his small forearms. There wasn't much the doctor could do except wrap the burn and show him how to do it himself. He also suggested Izuku use a burn salve to moisturize it and a scar cream to minimize the scar. He did as he was told, although to Izuku using the scar cream seemed a bit optimistic, but he used it nonetheless. His mom was still seething with anger when they came home from the doctor's office. She sat him down and told him that Izuku wasn't allowed to hang out with Kaken anymore, nor would he walk home with him. Instead, Izuku would wait at school until his mom could pick him up. Izuku didn't argue with her this time. He was already planning on staying away from Kaken as much as possible. Now that he didn't have to hide his scar at home, it caught his gaze a lot, stopping him from paying attention to the news or his dinner to hear Kaken's words swirl in his head. It was still much too warm to wear hoodies, so instead he bandaged his arms up constantly just like the doctor showed him, just to hide it away. At night though, when he changed his bandages, it was hard not to hear Kaken's voice. If you really were going to use your quirk to help people, then you'd heal others. After all, they're better deserving. They were better deserving. Izuku stood on tiptoes to reach the book that was on the shelf. His tongue stuck out in concentration as he struggled. "Oh, Izuku, do you need any help getting a book?" a kindly librarian asked, stopping as she passed. She smiled at the boy, happy to see the memorable regular. Izuku sighed, thankful he didn't have to push himself anymore. He turned to the librarian with a grin. "Yes, please. It's that red-spined one there, labeled Bone Structures and Anatomy." The librarian did as was asked of her, easily reaching the thick book. She couldn't help but bite her lips slightly as she passed the book to the 9-year-old, adding it to the large stack of books he held in his arms. All of them way too thick and advanced for the boy to possibly get round to reading them all, let alone understanding them, before he had to return them. "There you go, sweetie. But are you sure you want a complicated book like that?" she asked hesitantly as she walked towards the desk, Izuku following close behind her. "I want to learn more about helping people who get hurt, so I need to learn a lot of stuff about injuries and how to help. They might have a bunch of hard-to-understand words in them, but if I can help someone, it'll be worth the work." Izuku grinned up at her, stopping to thank her when she took the books out of his arms to scan. The librarian smiled gently at him as she scanned the books. "That's quite the goal you've got. Well, let me know if I can help you with anything. If you're ever reading in the library whilst I'm here, feel free to ask for any help. I reckon there'll be a lot of complicated words in these." She smiled kindly, placing the last scanned book on the pile before finishing up the checking out process. Izuku beamed brightly up at the offer. "Thank you so much, miss," he replied, jumping forwards to scoop as many books as he could into his backpack, before throwing it onto his back. Izuku stumbled under its weight, fighting not to fall backwards onto his butt. After getting his balance back, he straightened up and heading towards the doors. "Have a nice day," he called back with a wave as he left. Once Izuku had the idea, it was a simple task for Izuku to actually pursue it. Sure, he couldn't heal people using his quirk, or maybe he could, he'd never actually had the opportunity to try, but he could definitely learn to heal people as a doctor. He'd gotten the idea from when his mom had nicked herself with a knife whilst cooking dinner, and Izuku had been determined to help her by putting the band-aid on himself. So, his dream on being a hero was probably not going to happen. It hurt far more than Izuku ever let himself admit, but he had to move on. He couldn't train to be a hero anyways, he was only 9, but he could definitely learn the stuff he needed to help those who are hurt. And so, he checked out as many medical books as he could. He was right. The books had a lot of complicated words in them with terms of phrases that would make Izuku think he was reading a different language. Huge words like vertebrae, phalanges, esophagus, and carotid-tympanic artery. Each complex word and phrase would confuse Izuku for a short while, before he asked his mom for help. That usually consisted of her reading the book herself and trying to explain in ways she knew Izuku would be able to understand. Sometimes she got stumped herself, so Izuku had to just put a sticky note in the page and remember to come back to it later. It was only a couple of weeks later, after learning quite a lot about the human body, that Izuku realized that he probably should have started with something alarmingly simple and practically exactly what he needed. Like the basic first aid book that he had checked out right at the bottom of his book pile. He started to read the book almost immediately, committing each page to memory whilst making an organized note of it in his notebook. He learned a couple of things such as, cuts were always to be disinfected before applying a bandage or band-aid, never use butter or any kind of oil on burns as it only trapped the heat, and if a person went into shock, it can be fatal. By the time that 6 months had rolled around, Izuku knew exactly how to care for a cut, burn, and sprain. He knew how to make a splint or sling, he knew the Heimlich maneuver, he knew how to care for people in shock, he knew how to recognize a concussion and what to do. He'd also learnt a lot more about anatomy, the different bones in the body, and could name quite a lot of them. He knew the stages of blood loss and their effects. He could practically label every major organ, artery, ligament, and joints. All in all, Izuku felt like he was dramatically well-informed compared to the rest of his classmates. The air was cold and crisp as Izuku walked home from the library. The January air nipped at his nose, as he sunk his chin deeper into his scarf, the latest pile of rented medical books clutched to his chest. As he walked home, he idly wondered if he'd be able to volunteer to help out anywhere. Sure, he was only 9.5, but if Izuku only sat in his school nurse's office putting band-aids on his classmates' cuts and scrapes, Izuku would feel like he was helping at least a bit. Izuku slipped on an icy patch of snow-covered sidewalk, yelping as he fell whilst his books scattered around him. With a groan, Izuku hurried to gather the books up so that he wouldn't block other people walking through the street. He'd gathered up most of his books into his backpack this time, when suddenly someone stood on the last few. Hesitantly, Izuku looked up. The man was gruff and definitely shady, looking with a lit cigarette hanging out of his mouth. His eyes shifting, surveying the street around him with a deep scowl, he probably didn't realize he was stood on his book. I'm sorry, excuse me, sir?" Izuku called, gently trying to get his attention. The man looked down at him like he would a cockroach. It made Izuku's skin crawl with the deep need to apologize and scatter away for even bothering him. He almost did, but those books weren't Izuku's and he needed to give them back to the library as undamaged as possible. It was already going to be a nightmare with all the wet snow. "I'm sorry, but you're standing on some books that they're not mine, they're the library's." So, Izuku trailed off, his heart pounding harder with each second. Why did talking to this man scare him so much? Sure, he was tall, grumpy, and overall intimidating, but he shouldn't judge someone just by their looks. Well, his attitude did the man very little favors. "Stupid brat," he grumbled before walking off, dropping his cigarette to the ground, not caring that there were flammable books right there that would burn. Izuku hurried to swat it off of a particular book about tourniquets and deep muscle wounds. Izuku sighed, wiping the books against his coat before slipping them in his backpack. He'd been hoping to avoid stuffing his backpack full yet again, but it seemed that he had little choice. The reason he'd avoided it in the first place was it had the unfortunate effect of, when filled, made him look like an awkward turtle and throw him just a little off balance. Straightening up and dusting the snow off his knees, Izuku was still rather unnerved by the shady guy. For some reason, his instincts told him that the guy was going to do something bad. Maybe that was being paranoid, but he had to do something about the bad feeling. But what could he do? He was a kid with very little actual power. He could call the police and say that there was a shady guy hanging around, but Izuku doubted they'd take a 9-year-old seriously. He had a little bit of time. Maybe he should just hang around the shopping street to make sure that he didn't do anything dubious. And if he did, Izuku could talk to the police and tell him what he saw. Just as Izuku made up his mind, a shop just ahead of him exploded. Dust, smoke, and debris filled the air while screaming overrode the street ambience. Izuku's heart was pounding. It happened so suddenly that Izuku had very little idea of what to do. It was a villain attack, that much was obvious, but from what and where exactly was a little unclear. It was a general explosion, but no hero was around to step forwards and fight yet. People ran in one direction away, whilst some were too terrified to run. Izuku had just about managed to get himself together to run himself when the shifting of rubble near the explosion caught his attention. The color of red through a half-collapsed doorway. Now, Izuku wasn't arrogant or confident enough to say that he was a fully trained professional and knew exactly what he needed to do. But he did know that there was a very small chance that he would be able to help someone in trouble. And if there was even the slightest chance of helping, there was nothing that could stop him from doing so. Izuku dived under the doorway and headed towards the pool of red. The shop was in disarray. A small stationery store with shelves overturned in the explosion, office supplies scattered over the floor, broken glass shattered near the window panes. There was only one person in the room, a man who had scooted backwards towards the pillar near the back of the room. He clutched at his right shoulder, blood dripping through his fingers. A deep cut ran across his cheekbone to his ear. Blind panic plastered his expression as his body shook, clearly still processing the events that had just happened. Izuku stood taking in the scene for a second before the man registered his appearance. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? Get out of here before you get hurt." He barely called, his voice fragile with fright. Izuku shook himself off as he rushed to the man's side, throwing his backpack off his shoulders. "I saw that you were hurt, so let me help you." Izuku stammered, his hands shaking as he looked closer at the man's cuts. He hadn't been bleeding for too long. The cut on his shoulder was probably deeper than the one on his face. "You're just a kid, what can you do?" the man asked cautiously. I know stuff," Izuku rebutted, trying to keep calm. "This is your shop, right? Did you have a first aid kit anywhere?" "It's just behind the counter." The man grunted, jerking his head behind him after a moment of staring at Izuku. It was almost as if the man had no idea what to do with the boy. Izuku moved fast, darting around the counter, thankful that the kit was easily recognizable, bright red with a white cross on it. It looked small, but he grabbed it nonetheless, grateful that he at least had one nearby in case it was needed. He dashed back to the man's side, throwing open the case and looking at the stuff inside. Thankfully, the supplies were all in use, so he didn't have to worry about too little supplies. In there sat a roll of bandages, disinfectant wipes, painkillers, and other miscellaneous supplies that Izuku probably didn't need right now. Actually, it was quite possible that he didn't need or couldn't use any of it depending on how bad his shoulder was injured. I need to check your shoulder, to see how bad it is. See, can I?" Izuku asked, gingerly pointing to the guy's right shoulder. He'd memorized all the body's major arteries, and depending on how deep the wound was, the man might have a fatal injury. "Kid, I have no idea what your deal is, but if you know what you're doing," the man hesitantly pulled his bloody hand away, looking at Izuku with suspicion and hesitation. Well, that was probably fair, really. It wasn't every day that a 9-year-old kid wasn't running away in fear, instead sticking around and trying to help. Izuku swallowed nervously, gently pulling back the wet crimson fabric. The cut was deep, made by shrapnel of some sort that didn't stick in the wound, deep and especially gross to look at, but it didn't look to have severed an artery at least. Moving quickly, Izuku pulled off his scarf, giving the first aid kit a remorseful look. It looked like the kit wouldn't be able to help much. Maybe it would help the man's cheek, but the shoulder took first priority. After finishing unfurling his scarf, Izuku closed the kit, pushing it away before bundling the scarf up in his hands. I'm going to press on it hard, sorry, but this will hurt. Izuku mumbled, pressing the blue fabric of the scarf to the wound with both hands, apologizing again when he heard the man wince. Did you get hurt anywhere else? No, just my cheek. Geez, kid, how'd you know all this stuff? The man asked, his arms shaking and breathing heavy. Not good. The faster his heart beat, the faster the blood would spill, not to mention the risk of shock. I want to help people. So I read medical books. Izuku explained, tears coming to his eyes as the feeling of uselessness washed through him. He couldn't do anything more than press on the wound, and depending on how long it would take to get medical attention, the man he was trying to help could die. Smart kid, the man replied, his face crumpled in pain. Izuku pressed a little harder. There wasn't anything else that Izuku could do to help, unless he wanted to just stay and press on the wound until the man bled out. If he left to go get medical help, the man would probably bleed out before anyone would get to him. There wasn't anything Izuku could do. But there was one thing. Izuku hadn't ever tried to heal someone else with his quirk yet. He had no idea if he even could. But he had to try it out somehow. After all, no one really knew how to use a quirk a specific way unless taught by their parents. But Izuku didn't have that kind of luxury, so he probably had to do a lot of guesswork. He would almost compare it to moving a limb that you didn't even know you had. Izuku pulled one hand off the scarf and pressed it to the man's chest gently. Closing his eyes in concentration, he dug deep inside of himself. He focused on the man, on the warmth underneath his hand, his beating heart, and imagined his wounds. He pulled inside of himself, imagining the skin sealing up, fusing together as if the skin had never been damaged. Something tugged in his chest, before Izuku reeled back as sudden pain exploded on Izuku's right shoulder. He let out a cry of pain, his hands letting go of the man's shoulder as he clasped his own. There was another sharp sting of pain on Izuku's cheek. He felt the blood start to run down towards his jaw. Holy shit, kid! What did you do? The man nearly screeched, his hands outstretched as if to grab Izuku's uninjured shoulder. Izuku opened his eyes, breathing heavily through the sudden intense pain. He jumped in realization, noticing the cut on the man's cheek had disappeared and blood had stopped flowing from it. It looked off, seeing the dripping blood without a source. Blood stains soaked the man's shirt around his injury, and the cut fabric showed his bare skin, pale flesh with no hint of an injury there in the first place. On the other hand, Izuku felt his sudden injuries match with the man's perfectly. The shoulder wound was the same length, depth, and the same place, whilst the freshly flowing blood from his right cheek also suggested the same cheekbone cut. Good news, he saved a guy from potentially bleeding to death. Bad news, Izuku was the one bleeding now. A surge of happiness ran through him, and a bright grin made its way onto Izuku's face. I healed you with my quirk. I didn't know I could do that. The man stood up, swaying a little but looking much more panicked than before, if that was even possible. Holy shit, kid. That's a crazy quirk. You should have just ran. Shit. What do I do? Izuku couldn't quite think clearly. He tried to, but it felt like there was an onslaught of thoughts reverberating through his brain, overwhelming happiness because of what he just did, a mild hint of smugness when he realized he could use his quirk to help others, gratitude that he didn't give up on the possibility. But what made it harder to think was the pain. Sure, he'd managed to push away the pain before. The car crash half a year ago was not fun, nor the recovery, but the pain was sharp and intense. It whited his brain out and made it hard to concentrate on anything else. Izuku shuffled forwards and grabbed his backpack with a spare arm. I have an idea. He pushed through gritted teeth after a moment. Well, say it, kid. You're crazy, but I might as well listen if it can save your life now. There should be some ambulances down the road. Izuku winced as another sharp stab of pain shot through him. The pain was pretty close in intensity to the car crash, But he hadn't dealt with that for very long before falling unconscious. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option he could take right now. The paramedics probably can't get close to us since the fight is nearby, but if you carry me we could get to safety. The man knelt down. All right, can do. Are you able to jump on my back? Wyatt, don't worry about me, I've had worse. Izuku tried for a reassuring grin, but it came out shaky and much closer to a grimace. He was probably exaggerating, though the car crash was pretty serious. It wasn't potentially fatal. This, however, it was better to reassure the guy anyway. Izuku stood up and stumbled onto the guy's back. Within seconds the man was diving under the doorway and sprinting down the street. Izuku looked back. Sure enough, there was a battle with the shady man and a hero just a few meters away from the entrance to the building they had holed up in. It would have taken quite a while for the paramedics to get there. It was for the best that Izuku could heal the man. There was no way that he could carry the man out of there, and getting anyone to him would be impossible. At least the man himself was carrying Izuku pretty well. But there was something that was starting to worry him. Izuku hadn't been bleeding for nearly as long as the man had, but Izuku already felt dizzy and clammy. Not good. It meant that he probably lost nearly 0.20% of his blood? God, he hoped it was less. He was still only a small 9-year-old after all, and didn't quite have as many pints of blood in his body. Izuku blinked as the man pushed past the barriers and through the crowds of people. I need some help over here. There's a bleeding kid. Over here. A voice called over the crowd. The man turned to a woman waving by an ambulance, skillfully navigating through the mass of people towards her. It didn't take long for them to reach the paramedic, and soon enough Izuku was being set down on the gurney inside the ambulance. What happened? Where are his parents? I don't know, he was alone when he came up to me. Tried to help me. The man explained, trying to catch his breath. No doubt he was dizzy by now. If it wasn't from the previous blood loss, it was probably from panic. I was walking home. He lost a lot of blood too. He should come. The woman had taken over, pressing her gloved hands to his wound. It stung a lot more, and Izuku couldn't help the whimper that left his lips. All right, we'll get going right away. Sit tight, son. Everything's going to be okay. The woman reassured him, ushering the man to sit on the seat opposite as another paramedic closed the back doors. What's your name and how old are you? I'm Midoriya Izuku. 9. He tried to grin reassuringly at her. Nice to meet you, miss. You're very brave, Izuku. Where were you coming from? She was trying to keep him awake with conversation, that much was clear. But now that Izuku was safe, he could feel the last dregs of adrenaline he had dry up instantly. He sagged, feeling more exhausted than he ever had. The ambulance moved and sirens pierced the air. Library to W's gettin' medical books? Izuku slurred before the world turned to black. Inko knew dread. She knew it like no other after her son's accident 6 months ago. But as she waited for her son to arrive home, she felt it brush the hairs on her arms. Foreboding horror dripping off her in waves. It was as if she knew something was wrong. Maybe it was paranoid for her to already be heading to the hospital, trying to keep her pace from becoming too erratic. Maybe it was just her overactive imagination. Maybe it was nothing at all. But still, Inko kept heading towards the hospital. When her phone rang, a new wave of dread rushed over her. Hello. She answered, her breath shaky. Hi. Is this Midoriya Inko that I'm speaking to? A male's voice asked. Yes, this is her. Hi, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Nakano from Tachibana General Hospital. Inko had never wanted to be more wrong. First of all, I don't want to alarm you, but your son was admitted and brought into our care during a villain attack earlier today. Right now, your son is currently in surgery. Inko's heart raced like it had only done once before. Did you know when I can see him? Inko managed to breathe out as she stood before the train doors. She was only a stop away, ready to sprint into the hospital. Her hands were shaking. If it wasn't for the iron-tight grip she had on her phone like a lifeline, she probably would have dropped it by now. I'm sorry, I don't know. But if you... Inko could barely pay attention. Darting through the train doors, she ran for the hospital. Again, almost running straight into the automatic doors, the voice doubled as she approached the front desk. She hung up. I'm Midoriya Inko. She breathed, barely able to catch her breath as she stared down at the shocked receptionist. She vaguely recalled seeing him before. The man blinked up at her, phone still held to his ear and mouth open in mid-sentence. He cleared his throat and put the phone down. Yes, of course. If you please make your way to the waiting room in the children's ward. A nurse will come find you when you can see your son. Thank you. Inko made her way to the waiting room, her heart beating rapidly. Oh, why did Izuku have to get pulled into harm's way? The man had said, surgery, that would suggest that this time was far more serious than the previous. Oh dear God, what on earth had happened to him? Inko lost track of time as she sat in the waiting room. She supposed others had it easy, others had family members and close friends to share in their worries, but here Inko was all alone. The only person she would sit and worry with was the one she was worrying about. Her mind could only wonder in all the ways that Izuku could have gotten hurt, all the ways that he was hurt, and all the ways that he could have avoided it. They didn't have to tell her that Izuku had rushed into danger to help other people there. It was such an Izuku thing to do that she would be more surprised if he got hurt not helping anyone. His sudden interest in medical aid had lit a flame of pride in Inko. Her son only grew more each and every day. She wasn't quite sure what she'd do if his life was cut short. Midoriya Inko? A nurse approached her. Inko stood up and nodded rapidly, all attention turned to the nurse in front of her who smiled gently. Your son just came out of surgery, he's sleeping right now, but I assume that you'd like to see him? Yes. Yes, I would very much. Inko nodded. All right then, if you'll follow me. The doctor is with him. Now. The nurse motioned to follow, and Inko did so. It took them very little time, and once again Inko had to swallow her nerves. If this was what it was going to be like each time that Izuku got hurt, she'd quickly learn to detest hospitals. With a deep breath, she opened the door. Her gaze snapped to her son, and yet again she could only think how small he looked on the hospital bed. His expression peaceful as always in slumber. His injuries looked minimal compared to the last time, a bandage pressed to his cheek and a row of bandages wrapped around his shoulder peeking out from underneath his hospital gown. There was a tube connected to him at the vein this time, though, that Inko recognized as a blood transfusion. The second thing that caught Inko's gaze was the familiar figure in the room. Her long raven black hair pulled back in a ponytail, purple eyes behind a pair of black thick-rimmed glasses. A white doctor's coat pulled over blue scrubs, the woman looking down at a clipboard in her hands. Inko, for the life of her, couldn't quite remember what she was called. The name stuck at the back of her mind and the tip of her tongue. The doctor looked up. Mrs. Midoriya, hello again. You might not remember me, but I'm Sasaki Hinata. I accompanied you last time your son was here. She smiled gently. Yes. I thought I recognized you. You're not a doctor? Inko blinked, sending nervous glances to her son. The familiar presence had locked her into a conversation, when she mostly only wanted to know how Izuku was. I was just finishing my doctorate when we met. But the details aren't necessary right now. I assume that you want to know how your son is doing. Sasaki turned her gaze back to the clipboard before holding it to her chest. Your son was very brave. Inko swallowed, moving to sit in the chair beside Izuku's bed. He always is, she murmured in response. He hasn't sustained many injuries, just a laceration to his cheek and a deep wound to his shoulder. I imagine that due to the adrenaline he bled fast, and a transfusion was necessary. He'll be completely fine when he wakes up, a little dizzy, but due to his quirk we're not sure how long we'll need to hold him. It shouldn't actually be very long, he might be able to go home without needing to spend the night. He'll be completely fine, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko breathed a sigh of relief, reaching forwards to hold Izuku's hand closest to her. There is one small detail that I'd like to talk to Izuku about, however. And here comes Inko's panic again. I'm sorry, but what would that be about? Inko asked, looking wearily up at Dr. Sasaki. Well, there was a man who accompanied Izuku to the hospital from the villain attack. He had no open wounds of any kind nor had internal bleeding, yet was suffering from blood loss. When asked about it, the man said that Izuku had healed him with his quirk. Inko blinked. He healed him? As the man claims. Sasaki nodded, her lips pursing together. I was wanting to confirm it with Izuku himself, since there weren't any other witnesses. She smiled at Inko before looking down, biting her lip. If Izuku did heal the man like he claimed, it would be quite the remarkable quirk. But, well, my speculations would be rather worrisome if proven true. Worrisome? The man says that Izuku was completely uninjured before he healed him, but afterwards it was Izuku who had the man's injuries. And in a situation like that, it suggests that Izuku has a quirk that lets him absorb other people's injuries, and considering his last incident, you could understand why I'm rather concerned. Understanding dawned on her. Inko's throat tightened. Of course, what other quirk could be more fitting for her son who wished to feel pain in place of the people he cared about? And Izuku was selfless enough to use a quirk like that without hesitation. Without fear. Without consideration to himself. Inko had been glad and proud that Izuku wanted to study medicine. She had been hoping he would get into becoming a doctor. Away from the dangerous field of heroics and away from the danger of any villains. But with the ability to heal others, that he could very easily use that quirk in combat. It would be extremely powerful to his allies. It could be taken advantage of so easily. But either way, Izuku would use it regardless. Just when Izuku had accepted that his dream would never be, he found the true use of his quirk. It was like a minor miracle considering that his dream was still dead. It wasn't until a week later, and he stumbled across a TV special about a single hero, did he realize that he could still achieve his dream. Recovery Girl. That was the hero that showed him the way. Previously, all Izuku had thought about heroics was almost entirely about fighting the villains that hurt other people and rescuing people from disasters. He'd almost forgotten about the other side of heroics, helping people by any means. He sat enraptured by the show as they detailed Recovery Girl's career. Sure, she wasn't very physically powerful, she never packed too hard a punch. She could hold her own in a fight, and with her sword skills, she could take down a villain with much determination. But one of the things that stuck out most to Izuku was her quirk. A healing quirk. A quirk that was so clearly perfect for standing back and healing the wounded that escaped the fighting, rather than running into the battle herself. Her strategy was well refined and skilled, perfect for taking down villains and supporting the heroes around her, aiding them in the fight. Most of the special was details on her career, statistics and facts overlaid with footage from her fights. Izuku's full attention was on the TV, only All Might interrupting in person could draw his attention away. He soaked up every bit of information that he could, writing down in his notebook at lightning speed so that he wouldn't miss anything. He jolted in excitement when the footage switched from fights to an interview. A lot of people think that heroics is just pack the biggest punch and take down the bad guy by any means necessary. A middle-aged recovery girl told someone off-screen. Her brown hair tied back in a bun had streaks of gray in it, her face only minimally wrinkled. Heroics is so much more than that. There's more than one way to cook a potato, there's more than one way to be a hero. After all, people have different strengths. Whilst some have strengths that they can pack the biggest punch, other strengths may lie in supporting others. So that's what I do, I go out there and support my fellow heroes. We shouldn't be overlooked, myself and other fellow support heroes. Support heroes. The term was suddenly hammered into his brain. He raced to the computer to search all that he could. He dug through forums and hero sites, searching for every relevant topic, his brain thirsting for knowledge. Support hero. A hero that aids the goals of other heroes through use of their quirk or other talents. Mostly commonly seen in those who have a quirk that can be used in the aid of other people, such as a healing quirk, telepathy and quirks that enhance others. From there, he learned about the other kinds of heroes. Because it wasn't just all fighting villains and helping out at disasters. With so many different types, it was hard to say that for any reason a person couldn't become a hero depending on their quirk. It was sort of narrow-minded of people to say so. And thus, Izuku's dream of being a hero was kickstarted once again. Learning the limits of his quirk was truly fascinating to Izuku. It had been many months since his incident with the ducks where he'd learnt of his quirk, and although his mother had expressly forbidden experimentation from medical professionals while she hadn't outright told Izuku he couldn't test it for himself. He'd been too preoccupied with learning first aid to experiment then, but now. For starters, he had a better way to describe and quickly name his quirk. He called it self-inflicted healing. It wasn't exactly an accurate phrase since it made it sound like he only healed if he activated his quirk instead of the passive healing that it actually was. For as much as he could understand it, Izuku would say that his quirk was the ability to heal others through touch by absorbing their injuries, aided by an improved healing rate. And one thing that definitely paid off through the repeated use of his quirk was that he was slowly healing faster. Bruises that used to take up to 12 hours to heal now only took 10, cuts that would take up to 20 minutes now only took 15, and broken bones that took 3 days took only 2.5. It was slow going, but it was clear to see that the more that Izuku healed other people, the faster he healed in the future. Ring ring. Ring ring. I'll get it. Izuku called as he ran to the house phone. Catching a glimpse at the caller ID, he smiled at little. Oh hey Ito. How are you today? Izuku asked, twirling the pen he had in his hand. He'd just been studying another first aid book, this one about emergency medical treatment for when a person was in a remote area and far from any medical facilities. Hi Midoriyao. Ito hissed in pain, away from the phone. Immediately Izuku straightened up. It was going to be one of those calls, of course. Izuku put the pen down on the side table the phone was on. You wouldn't happen to be able to help me out right now? Yeah. Should be no problem. Izuku replied, moving down the hall to slip his shoes on. Where are you? I can leave right now. I'm at the park. I was going to go home but I can't like this. Thank you so much. Ito's shy and quiet voice rang through the speaker. Izuku figured that he must have used the payphone right near the entrance. It's all right. I told you, it's Quirk training. Helps both me and you. I'll be there in a couple minutes. Stay by the payphone, yeah? Izuku straightened out as he walked back to the phone cradle. Okay then. Bye, see you in a minute. Bye. Izuku called before hanging up and putting the phone back. He then grabbed a hoodie before ducking his head into the kitchen. Mom, I'm gonna go play with Ito at the park, is that okay? Inko was in the kitchen just starting dinner. She looked at Izuku's excited expression and smiled gently. Okay, but be back in an hour. And be careful, you've been awfully clumsy lately. Izuku grinned and gave her a hug, Inko using the opportunity to place a loving kiss on his forehead as he chuckled. Thanks, Mom. I will. True to his word, Izuku ran to the park and was there in only a couple of minutes. He slowed to a stop as he approached the payphone, recognizing the roughed-up Ito immediately. Ito was tall and gangly for a 10-year-old, his white hair splayed messily and his posture most always hunched over. He tended to mostly wear long sleeves even in summer, but this time he'd gone for a t-shirt in the crisp April weather. It was clear to see he'd recently taken a beating. Ito! Izuku called when he got close, making the timid boy nearly jump out of his skin. Midoriya, don't do that. Ito chastised him, wincing as he turned to look at the boy. Already Izuku was looking over his injuries. The beginnings of a black eye, probably bruised ribs, a few superficial cuts and grazes. It wouldn't make for a fun evening healing, but way better than the week or two it would take Ito. Sorry, but are you alright? Was it the bullies again? Izuku frowned, his expression turning sympathetic. Yet they tried to take my pocket money, but when I didn't give it to them, they beat me up. Ito shrugged, his posture tense. They'd talked about how Ito hated asking Izuku for help, but it benefited them both too much for him to pass it up. Izuku gently placed his hand on his shoulder, taking a moment to use his quirk and suppressing his recoil when the pain hit him. Why don't you tell your parents about them? He asked, a moment of breathing through the pain. Yep, bruised ribs along with bruises on the stomach. Because then we'd have to move again. Telling the school doesn't work. Ito sighed, stretching as he spoke. Thank you for doing this, Midoriya, you're a lifesaver. Izuku chuckled, wincing a little at the spike of pain that ran through his ribs. No problem. I'm happy I can help you. Ito smiled again, before checking his watch. I should probably head back. I'm late enough as it is, they'll worry I got hurt again. Even though that's what happened, I still like it to stay secret. Yeah, no problem. Want me to walk you home? I have some time spare. Izuku offered, Yet would SCK walking somewhere on a bruised leg? Yikes, those bullies sure didn't let up, did they? But he had a whole hour to kill. Besides, sitting in the park for an hour beaten up would probably get the Child Protection Services called on him. No thank you please. And no, it's fine. Besides, if my papa saw you that he'd get all mama hen on you. Ito winced. Thanks again, Midoriya, he said, waving goodbye before turning to walk down the street. Izuku happily waved back with a smile, before limping over to climb up onto the climbing frame. Might as well try and hide for a while if he was going to sit in the park and think. He'd gotten pretty good at spacing out over the years. He sat there for the better part of an hour thinking of all the people he's helped since finding out about the main aspect of his quirk. There were a lot of them. Mostly people who lived in the poorer parts of Mizudafu, those who couldn't afford high medical bills or those who needed to hide their injuries, like Ito. There was Nishikawa, who was a bartender working at a rowdy bar. Tsukuda, a taxi driver that had been involved in 2 car crashes that weren't his fault. The sweet old Suzuki whose brittle bones broke if she ever hit a surface with more force than a knock. Little Watanabe, who approached Izuku with bruises that she refused to tell their origins. And the many times that Izuku witnessed someone get hurt accidentally and then offered to heal them. Each and every time that Izuku healed someone, he always felt a rush of satisfaction. Thankful that the pain had been erased for someone, and happy for the use that Izuku could be to them. Because healing people made Izuku feel useful. He had the opportunity and means to heal and help people, and so he did. Kaken couldn't say anything bad to that. Izuku shook his head, after a moment. It felt weird calling Kaken that, especially when he glimpsed down at the ever-present bandages around his arms. They still stung sometimes, phantom pains when he thought about the incident too hard. Katsuki. Bakugo got angry every time he said it anyway. He hadn't told Bakugo about his healing ability yet, nor his plans to continue pursuing his dreams of being a hero. He wasn't really sure if he wanted to, considering the last time that Izuku told him about a change in his quirk. Izuku didn't want to seem like he was showing off or anything, and besides, he hadn't spoken directly to Bakugo in 4 months. The last time was Izuku trying to explain his new desire to be a doctor, before Bakugo laughed and wrecked one of his library books. Izuku had to replace it and apologized non-stop to the librarian. On the bright side, Izuku was probably a lot more confident in speaking to new people. He interacted a lot more with others, like the people he's helped. Even if they didn't need healing, Izuku would go by to check on them from time to time. Suzuki especially used to work in a bakery before she retired, and every time that Izuku came by he would be sent on his way with a basket of fresh bread and a few sweet pastries. Sometimes he'd talk to Nishikawa about different quirks as they sat in her back garden. If he was lucky and needed to get somewhere, he could sometimes call Tsukuda and he'd get a free lift as long as it wasn't too far away. School was still always a little lonely. He'd mostly head to the school's library and sit learning all he could about first aid during free time. No one bothered him, and the threat of falling under Bakugo's radar kept most people away. Outside of school was moderately lonely too. He helped a lot of people and interacted with them, but they weren't quite close enough to call them friends. They had a professional relationship, but that was about all. Oh, how he wished he could befriend Ito properly, enough for them to hang out and confide in each other. Pushing back a sigh, Izuku climbed down the climbing frame to head home. Hopefully he'd be able to tell his mom that he hit his face on something in the park and successfully hide his battered body. It'd all be healed over by morning anyways. Sasaki Hinata leveled the little Midoriya Izuku with a gentle but stern stare as she started to cast the boy's arm. She pursed her lips before sighing. "And what exactly is the reason you're here this time, Izuku?" She sighed, focusing most of her attention on the cast but occasionally sending a few disapproving stares down at him. At least Izuku had the decency to look a little sheepish at the stares. He only met her gaze for a second or two before looking away. Izuku had been a near weekly guest at the hospital. During the first few times, Hinata made it a point to always be the doctor that treated Izuku when he came in. Mostly because she felt sympathy for his fretting mother, always concerned over her son who kept finding himself caught up in trouble, but by now she was more than familiar with the family. Practically their dedicated doctor. Not that she minded, Izuku was a sweet boy, but she had her suspicions on what was going on. fell out of a tree. Izuku shrugged, scratching at the healed cuts on his cheek, silently thankfully they hadn't scarred. He'd already started to garner enough scars over the past 6 months that got him a few stares from the other meaner kids. There were several small ones that littered his body, but the most visible were the ones on his face. The first one on his right cheekbone from his first healing session, another from his jaw to the middle of his cheek on the same side from healing Tsukuda from one of his car crashes. He'd also managed to get one on his forehead that was mostly hidden by messy green hair from someone he'd helped after they'd hit their head during a villain attack. The concussion was hard to endure, but the woman was incredibly thankful. And there was one more scar, a faint one that ran up the left side of his upper lip, small and easy to overlook but there nonetheless. That was from when one of Nishikawa's customers got nasty and pulled out a switchblade. It had already healed most of the way when Izuku managed to get round to healing her, so it's still scarred. It was starting to get harder and harder look in the mirror, getting rather disconcerting to look at. He'd heard once that scars tell stories and messages, and Izuku couldn't help but agree with whoever said it. Each scar that he'd accumulated from his quirk told many different stories, but it was somewhat peculiar to have conflicting messages. His arm burns screamed useless, the rest of his scars whispered useful. You know, you should really give up trying to climb trees. Hinata murmured. How many times has it been now? I'm sure you've been in here more times than I have, and I work here. It's only been 4 times this month. Izuku argued. It's not that many times. He mostly avoided coming into the hospital to try and keep the medical bills down whilst also improving his general first aid skills. Things like cuts, burns and grazes were easy. Concussions, sprains and dislocations, the latter happened only once and it was not fun, were a lot more difficult, but still manageable with the right stuff. Anything else mostly had to be treated at the hospital. Izuku, I know you're using your quirk to heal other people. Izuku snapped his mouth shut. Maybe a few of the times that you came in here were for your own sake? Yes. But unless the universe is suddenly out to get you, I highly doubt that you would ever get hurt as many times as you do. Your mother did tell you not to use it, didn't she? Sasaki waited a moment before sighing at the lack of reply. Did you get hurt this much before you realized you could heal others? Yes. I did. Izuku nodded feverishly. Well, he probably shouldn't jump to say yes to that. Those times that he was hurt, well, those were Bakugu's fault. They weren't serious enough for the hospital, apart from maybe his arm burns, and besides he hadn't wanted to worry his mom so he tended to them himself. It was only occasionally but sometimes Bakugu felt like being mean, so he pushed him around a bit resulting in scrapes, grazes and cuts with the odd minor burn. Bakugu hadn't let up in being rough after Izuku started healing people but well it was extra quirk training. Izuku guessed. Okay, I believe you. But that isn't something you should be proud of. Hinata sighed as she finished up the cast, removing her gloves. There we go. Call for me if it gets too hot whilst it sets. I will do. Izuku nodded, turning to look at his backpack that was just a little bit too far out of his reach. Dr. Sasaki? Yes. If it's not too much bother, would you please pass me my backpack? Izuku smiled at her. Can do. She smiled back, moving to pick up the backpack. Oof, what have you got in there, lead weights? Izuku chuckled. Nope, just a lot of books. He replied as she placed the backpack on the bed right next to him. Thank you very much. He tugged the backpack closer to him with his free hand and dove deep for the book he had been reading earlier. It was unfortunate that he wouldn't be able to take notes like he usually would, what with his writing hand out of commission for an hour or two, but he'd at least be able to get through the current chapter. He'd probably end up remembering it better if he reread the chapter later on as he took notes. Is that a book on CPR? Sasaki asked, pausing as she turned to leave the room, her interest had piqued. Aha. Izuku nodded as he turned to where he left off. You want to learn CPR? Izuku looked up. I want to help people. Before I knew about my quirk, I thought I couldn't help anyone. But then I did, and even though I thought I couldn't help people with it, I started to learn how to help injured people. I was wanting to help and be a doctor or something. He smiled at her. And things like learning CPR is really helpful to saving people, so I want to learn it as soon as possible. Hinata felt her heart clench. Izuku was kind alright, helping others was probably ingrained into his very being at this point. Perhaps he was using his quirk to help others because he thought he had no other alternative way to help. She thought for a moment before an idea bloomed in the back of her mind. Is it not something you still want? Curiosity lit inside her, moving to sit back down in her chair. She had just been going to get back to work, but her other patients could wait just a little longer. I guess. It's kind of my backup plan. Izuku grinned, pushing the book to one side forgotten. Ever since I was little, I wanted to be a great hero like All Might. He's the best, and he really inspired me. When I found out about my quirk, I thought I couldn't use it to fight villains, so I decided to be a doctor to help out instead. But then, a little while after I found out I could heal others, I was looking at heroes and I found one that was so cool. Izuku grinned, turning away to root one hand through his backpack and pull out his hero notebook, flipping through the pages before turning it towards Sasaki. I found out about this hero called Recovery Girl, and she was a really great support hero. She'd work alongside other heroes, and mostly in rescue missions. Whenever a hero she was working with got seriously hurt, she'd swoop in with her quirk and give them a chance to get to safety. Izuku grinned, he just needed to figure out some way of fighting villains. For Recovery Girl, she had a near-flawless mastery of swordsmanship, fighting the villains with her needle-themed sword and taking them down. She'd gotten so good at it that even in competitive kenjutsu she was highly ranked. And Recovery Girl had enlightened Izuku to the way of the support hero. Though they weren't as celebrated as the big hitters, they sometimes made the difference between victory and failure. People with healing quirks were very often pushed into the medicinal tracks, but Recovery Girl was Izuku's beacon. If she could be a hero who was active for over 30 years, then he could be too. She's really cool, and she's sort of the reason why I really want to be a hero. So I can be a hero like her. Hinata smiled as she looked at the notebook. The attention to detail was a little bewildering. A small child's drawing with information like the years of active duty, fighting style, specific details of her quirk, support items, and even her birthday. So you want to be a hero? Hinata asked with a smile. She'd met a lot of children wanting the same thing, but there was something humble about Izuku professing his desire. What do you plan to do when you are a hero? What do you mean? Izuku blinked, the reaction taking him by surprise. Usually whenever he told people he wanted to be a hero, there was only two reactions. He either got ridicule, his class, or encouragement, strangers. He rarely ever brought up the fact that he wanted to be a hero, mostly because he didn't want to risk even the slimmest chance that he'd be ridiculed for his dreams, but also because he didn't want to be gently pressured into being a doctor. No, that was his backup plan. He was going to be a hero one way or another. Well, it's nice to say that you want to be a hero, but what's your end goal after that? Say, you get into a heroics course and you're a hero in training. What goal will help you push through those 3 years? What do you hope to achieve whilst being a hero? Or is your final goal just to be a hero? Izuku looked at his lap with a thoughtful expression. Sasaki did raise a good point, he hadn't really considered that. The most that he'd thought of was being useful and helping out the heroes. Being a support hero had been his end goal. I guess that I'd like to help as many people as I can. To be as respected as Recovery Girl. Izuku brightened up with a grin, locking gazes with the doctor, his expression determined. I know I won't be able to become the #1 hero, but I think I want people to realize that support heroes need to be appreciated more. I think if I can help and save as many people as I can, then I'd be happy. Sasaki ruffled his hair. I'm sure you will, Izuku. You've already got my respect, future hero. Izuku beamed up at her as bright as the sun, his entire being radiating with joy. Hinata bit her lip after a moment. She should probably say something since he practically confirmed her theory on his extracurricular activities. With a sigh, she braced herself to face it head-on. Hey, do you think you could do me a favor since I handed you your backpack? Izuku blinked for nodded. Yeah, sure, Dr. Sasaki. How about you give it a rest at healing other people for a little while? I know that you heal fast, and you want to help people, but you might be overdoing it. Just a little. The boy furrowed his brow, his lower lip jutting out as he thought about the request. I don't think that's a fair trade for passing me a backpack. Besides, I'm helping people. Why would I stop that? Hinata sighed. I know, it doesn't sound fair of me to ask, right? But, just one question, Izuku. I'm sure you probably know that people can get in trouble if they use their quirks in public, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's so that people with dangerous quirks don't hurt other people. And that's what villains do, they break that law to fight against the heroes. Exactly. But, Izuku, did you know that even with quirks that help other people, you're not allowed to use them without the right license? If you don't have a license to use your quirk, then technically, you're breaking the law too. The reaction was immediate, all color was drained from his face. Am I going to get in trouble? He whispered after a moment. Hinata smiled reassuringly at him with a wink. Only if you get caught. She then pulled back and smoothed her expression into a more serious one with a sigh. It's something to keep in mind at the very least. I know you want to help people, but at the rate you're going now, then someone will find out what you're doing. If you stop now, then I doubt you'd get in trouble. The heroes are rather lenient about kids breaking that law. Izuku felt the tears build up. God, he finally found a way to feel useful in helping other people, and now he had to stop. He wanted to keep doing it, he wanted to keep using his quirk and feel that rush of exhilaration when he saw a freshly healed person, he wanted to be useful above all else. Stopping to think about it, he should be thankful that he managed to help as many people as he did without getting in trouble. But that was hard to appreciate through the wave of self-deprecation that pushed through his defenses. If he couldn't help people with his quirk, then that I'll be useless again. Izuku sniffed, his tears overflowing. He tried to wipe his face with his shoulder to avoid dirtying his bandages. He didn't want to have to change them again. Hinata felt a surge of guilt rush through her at his words. She hated to have to tell him, and she hated that law even more. She hated that DMN law so much, it didn't make sense to limit quirks that help others. The fact that you had to be a hero to use your quirk was ridiculous. Even more ridiculous was the long and arduous way to become certified to use your quirk in your profession. It made sense if people and life wasn't so complex that a neat and absolute set of rules wouldn't work. Oh, she could go on and on about how much she loathed the law around quirks, but this wasn't the time. She sat biting her lip, trying to think up a way to help Izuku. A minute later, an idea reared its head. It's okay, there might still be a way that'll let you help people. If I manage to pull the right strings, that is. It. Izuku sniffled, trying to slow his tears. I'll have to talk to your mother about it and my supervisors, but what if I let you tag along with me whilst I work sometimes? You might even be able to help me out with a few things, if I can swing it right with some of my bosses. And in the times that we're just sitting around, I could teach you properly the things you learn about in these books. Izuku blinked up at her, his tears finally stopping. He wiped them away with the palm of his hand. You would do that? As I said, I'd like to talk to your mother about permission, and I definitely have to talk to my bosses. But yes, I can't let you use your quirk, and you probably won't be able to do anything but follow me around whilst I work, at least at first. We'll have to see how it goes. She smiled at the boy. A second later, Hinata grunted as small arms were moved around her midsection, squeezing her as tight as an 8-year-old could. Thank you. That would be great. Thank you so much. She smiled, ruffling green locks once again. Be careful with that arm there, Izuku. It would suck to have to peel fiberglass from my clothes before I go back to my other patients. Izuku pulled back and sniffed one last time. Why, sorry. All right, kid, I'll go talk to my boss and then come back to check on that cast. Your mom should be coming to pick you up soon, and I'll talk to her then. That okay? Yes. Thank you again, Dr. Sasaki. Hinata chuckled. Don't thank me until everything's set in stone, Izuku. His mom was thrilled at the offer when Sasaki told her about it. She did, however, also sit her down and make Izuku tell her why he actually got hurt so bad. She grounded him, saying that she had her suspicions but should have paid more attention. She'd been rubbing her thumb comfortingly over the scar on Izuku's jaw, which sent all kinds of feelings churning painfully in his chest. But thankfully, it didn't take long for Sasaki to work things out, and Izuku started showing up to the hospital every day after school. It was little things at first. He'd mostly just follow Sasaki as she interacted with her patients. Each time they'd enter a room, if it was a patient that Izuku hadn't met yet, then Sasaki would introduce him and ask if it was alright for Izuku to be there. Sometimes people said no, and Izuku would have to stay outside until they were done, but most agreed. Izuku got to know a lot more people that way. He'd already been pretty social with the amount of people he sought out to heal himself, but at the hospital he met many more. There were a few regulars, people who were staying long-term at the hospital, and others that were in often due to underlying conditions. He didn't just talk to Sasaki whenever he was there. He tried to be as friendly as possible to everyone. He got to know a few of Sasaki's coworkers. He saw a lot of Dr. Karasuma and Dr. Takeda, the two doctors who looked after him after the car accident. They were interesting. They were fascinated by Izuku's quirk, which was always a little flattering when they dropped their conversation after catching sight of him for a chance to ask more about it. There was also Nakano, who worked the front desk. He'd worked at the hospital for the past 10 years, so he always had some good stories. Though he had a habit of complaining about the obnoxious, hard-to-deal-with people who came in, Izuku just nodded along sympathetically. He liked volunteering, no matter how little it seemed that he was making a difference. After all, he wasn't actually allowed to help out with anything because he didn't have a qualification. He wasn't allowed to step forwards and use his quirk, even for the smallest of injuries, nor was he allowed to actually treat any without it. It was stressful having to rein in his compulsion, but the longer he worked there, the easier it got. Well, for the unimportant things. With Sasaki being an actual doctor who had some very serious patients, sometimes there would be an emergency and Izuku would be handed off to the nearest available nurse and asked to be escorted to her office. Those kind of things didn't happen too often, but it happened at least once a month. When the two of them weren't interacting with patients, they sat in Sasaki's office. When that happened, it was mostly a chill day, one where Sasaki had paperwork and Izuku did his homework. They'd relax and talk about their days with a cup of tea in hand. Sometimes they'd manage to squeeze in a medical lesson whilst they worked, but those were mostly their own days. Volunteering at the hospital changed a lot of things in Izuku's life. For starters, he couldn't easily get away with healing one of his regular contacts anymore and thus saw them less regularly. He still stayed in contact with most of them, namely Ito and Nishikawa, but lost touch with others. There was Suzuki, who he still saw once a month, but less so now that she had moved to an elderly home where they could care for her properly. He massively reduced the amount of times he used his quirk. Thanks to the double team that was Mom and Sasaki, he couldn't get away with more than a graze without being lectured. Of course, he did end up using it for small things like cuts and scrapes because those were now starting to take a maximum of 25 minutes for really deep cuts but only 45 seconds for the weakest of grazes. And at home it was a lot more lively. Of course, Izuku had never been disappointed by being raised by his mom alone. Sure, it kind of sucked when it was Father's Day whilst his had divorced his mom and moved abroad, but he was used to it. The man was practically a stranger, but it did mean that it was quiet with just the two of them. But it changed when his mom started to befriend Sasaki. At first it started with small meetings that consisted of, "How's Izuku doing whilst volunteering? Not too much trouble, I hope," but soon evolved into Sasaki become a family friend, being invited to family dinners and pestered into taking better care of herself. Soon, it was commonplace for Sasaki to stay over at the apartment after work, Mom bullying her into sleeping in the guest room if Sasaki was planning to head back to sleep in her office after she had come over for dinner. There were things that were still hard to endure in Izuku's life. Days where no one in class would talk to him, or the days where Bakugo got angry at Izuku and hurt him. The days where Bakugo would openly be mean to Izuku in class. Everyone would laugh and the teachers wouldn't do anything. The days where Bakugo hurt Izuku didn't happen often. Although the explosive blonde's quirk was his best weapons, it was only rarely did he use it. He punched, kicked and pushed Izuku around sometimes, always yelling for Izuku to fight back. But he didn't. Izuku just waited it out. He didn't want to hurt Bakugo. It worked out somewhat. Izuku's pain tolerance was already pretty high after healing as many people as he did, And although tears came naturally to him, he'd be able to push back the waterworks until Bakugo left him aching on the ground. Sometimes the fights would get cut short when, in anger at Izuku's refusal to fight back, he'd use an explosion. Whether it was because he was angry that he hadn't meant to, or didn't want to get in trouble for using his quirk, Bakugo ended things quickly after that. Izuku always tried to look on the bright side of everything. As such, he tried to see Bakugo's roughing him up as quirk training. Like, today was kind of rough, but at least my body is getting faster and better at healing burns and bruises. He got a lot better at treating them too, often carrying instant ice packs and burn salve in his first aid kit that he'd taken to carrying with him at all times. His mom knew that he didn't have any friends. She probably suspected he was bullied, but hopefully she never saw through the lies he sometimes told her when she spotted one of Izuku's more visible injuries from Bakugo. His backup was that he healed Ito or another person on the street, which worked fairly well, but whenever he had to use those ones he would be prevented from healing anyone else for the rest of the week. That was one of the conditions of working with Sasaki. His mom and Sasaki agreed that it wasn't fair to stop Izuku from using his quirk entirely, so they allowed him to only use it once a week, and only if it was on private property where it wasn't against the law. Or if not in private, then to triple-check the street for any heroes. He was doing well, all things considered. Hinata's life changed rapidly after she decided to take Izuku under her wing. She wasn't exactly sure what she expected when she did, but it certainly wasn't being practically adopted into the Midoriya family. Well, she wasn't adopted in. Although Inko was her senior by 2 years, it was more of a case that she was aggressively befriended and optimistically encouraged to make friends. Inko was persistent, kind, and caring, whilst her son would often be the adorable messenger. Hinata supposed that it wasn't all that surprising Inko was like that, considering that she raised a son as selfless as Izuku was. It started with Inko inviting Hinata over for a cup of tea to discuss how Izuku was doing at the hospital, but soon it turned into Hinata joining them for dinner after Inko found out about her probably atrociously unhealthy eating habits. It was peculiar if Hinata had to say her opinion on it. She'd always been rather solitary, pushing her family away to a safe distance, moving out and contacting them minimally. Her parents weren't exactly the most nurturing. The closest family she had was most likely her sister, Hikari, but even then the two of them never got on well. Hikari was too bubbly and bright, almost to an obnoxious degree. They met up once a year for coffee, after every New Year's, and that was it. Even friendship was something Hinata hadn't properly experienced. At most she had friendly acquaintances, classmates in high school, university, and medical school that she spoke to during classes and for group projects, but never met up with for social outings. So, she tried to keep Inko at a distance. But, again, she couldn't cut the woman out of her life because she'd made the rash decision to take Izuku under her wing. Even though she was incredibly unfamiliar with everything that came with it, she couldn't help the swell of pride when she spoke to the boy in her office as he asked more and more questions about first aid. He'd already had a mountain of knowledge crammed into his head by self-teaching alone, that he positively bloomed after only a couple of months with her guidance. For a while, it seemed like Hinata's life was fairly straightforward. Go to work, deal with patients for 7 hours, meet Izuku in her office if it was a weekday, either teach Izuku for 3 hours or carry on dealing with patients with him for 3 hours, travel with Izuku to the Midoriya household, have dinner and trudge back to the hospital to sleep in her office if she was on call, or go home to her sparsely decorated apartment and sleep there. Then get up and repeat. Her days off were few and far between, and when she did have them she mostly spent it sat in her office doing paperwork from lack of anything else to do and an overabundance of work. But then Midoriya Inko was persistent. She had stopped by the hospital on a whim, wondering if Hinata was in to have a chat then rather than at her apartment where Izuku was inevitably listening in. It was rather hard to talk about Izuku if said boy was sat just down the hall. That was how Hinata found herself sat in her office on a Saturday morning, with Midoriya Inko sat opposite her as the two drank tea and sat in relaxing silence for a moment. "How is Izuku doing in school?" Hinata asked, breaking the silence. "I try to ask Izuku about it, but he usually navigates the conversation away from it." She'd mostly only asked to get to know him. Although she only knew he had a fiery passion for heroics and helping people, There was very little that she actually knew about the boy. She'd offered to be Izuku's mentor, so she probably needed to know more about him than that. The generic way to know children is to ask about school. What were their grades like? Was it fun? Were they in any clubs? What were their friends like? But asking about any of those was like a one-way ticket to getting Izuku to slam his lips together, making it easier to pry an answer from a brick wall than from Izuku. Inko faltered slightly, taking a sip of her tea before sighing. I'm not sure. Other than his grades, which are all excellent by the way, he's near the top of his class, I don't hear anything either. She gently placed the teacup on the surface of Hinata's desk, staring at it dejectedly. I don't think he likes it there. I mean that I have my suspicions. Hinata blinked, carefully placing her cup down to give the woman her full attention. He doesn't tell you anything? What about friends? Inko's lips thinned. I don't think he has any in school. He used to speak about a boy called Ito outside of school, but he was just a boy that Izuku helped heal. And in school, he used to have a friend called Katsuki, but she cut herself off before sighing. He gazed locking onto Hinata's purple eyes with startling intensity. I'm sure you'd noticed or seen given the amount of times he's broken his arms, the bandages he always wears? Hinata took a breath as she recalled the first time she'd casted Izuku's arms. He was reluctant to have the bandages off even whilst visibly in pain, but treating the break always took precedent. She remembered when she had carefully undone the bandages and saw the bright red scar, melted flesh that looked like molten candle wax. It was clearly only half the scar. She hadn't asked how it happened, or why he had it other than a simple, "Is this new?" so she could focus on easing his pain. When Izuku had told him it happened months ago, she put it to the back of her mind. After that, she'd started to suspect Izuku of healing others and simply chalked the scar up to someone else's injury. That was caused by Katsuki. Inko continued, taking in a shuddering breath. Katsuki is quick to anger from what I remember of the times he would come over to play. His quirk is also rather powerful, the ability to create explosions with his palms. From the way that Izuku described how it happened, it sounded like Katsuki hurt Izuku by accident. When I found out, I was so panicked, angry, and ashamed because of it. Izuku had managed to hide it for 3 days before I noticed something was wrong and confronted him. I was panicked because my son was hurt that badly and no one was around to help him or stop him because no one at school had called to tell me about the incident, so obviously none of the teachers knew. I was angry because it was obvious that Katsuki got angry and took it out on Izuku, no matter if it was an accident or not. There was absolutely no excuse to do that. And I was so ashamed because I had no idea about it until it had already healed into a scar. Tears started to pool in Inko's eyes, making her drop her intense gaze. She sniffed, her hand coming up to cover her mouth. And I know that because of his quirk, it was probably healed by the morning, but I didn't notice it until far later. What sort of a mother doesn't notice that her son was hurt that badly? Hinata felt paralyzed as she watched Inko sob, laying out her worries over her son. She had no idea what to do, how to provide comfort. Should she provide comfort? All her training and experiences with loved ones delivering bad news suddenly felt inapplicable. After all, she hadn't just told the parent of her patient any kind of bad news. This parent was coming to her with bad news and her worries about it. She was starting to regret asking, but why was Inko telling Hinata about this? Her thoughts and worries seemed far too personal. With a jolt, she realized that the woman probably hadn't talked about this to anyone. Did she have friends she could talk to about this? For some reason, Hinata had assumed yes, that she befriended her son's friends' parents, but if not, once again, Hinata felt herself totally unequipped to deal with the situation. She moved a hand forwards as she leaned over the desk, unsure how to proceed. His quirk, it's so wonderful, but it's terrifying in its own way too. I've seen him walk home with a broken arm with barely a wince. And I know that he's healed worse, but it's amazing that he can help people, but I know that when he's older and if he does become a hero that he's going to heal more and more horrific things, and I can't help but wonder if he has a limit. Will he ever not heal someone? Inko's breath hitched, in that way that it does when someone is crying so hard they can't breathe properly. Hinata stood from her seat and walked around her desk to sit next to Inko. Cautiously, she put her arm around the woman's shoulders, gently pulling her into a side hug which she hoped was comfortable. Hinata's hold was gentle in case it was unwelcome, but firm in support. Almost immediately, Inko ducked her head to rest against Hinata's shoulders, her arms snaking around her waist. Hinata pulled her other arm to gently rub the woman's back. She hoped she was doing a good job of offering support and comfort. They stay that way for a while. As the older woman sobs, Hinata offers silent comfort. Hinata stopped, carefully choosing her words. I understand your worries, Inko. But I think you underestimate us both, because I think that between us we'll be able to knock some sense into him, yeah. Inko gave a wet laugh at that, taking in a shuddering breath of air. And that I'll be here. To help. You and Izuku both. In any way that I can. Hinata said, praying that she wasn't saying something too out of line. Because if Inko was just as solitary and alone as Hinata felt, maybe they would both benefit from a friendship that Hinata had been shying away from. Izuku's my student now, and I'm your friend. So, I'll be here for both of you. Inko took another shuddering breath before squeezing Hinata slightly. They sat there for a few minutes more, Inko's sobs turning into sniffles and then into calm breaths. All throughout, Hinata didn't let up her hold on the woman. It was a minute more before Inko squeezed one last time before pulling away, drying her tears with the backs of her hands. Silently, Hinata reached for the tissue box on her desk and offered it to her. With a smile of thanks, Inko took one and blew her nose. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Inko said a moment later, laughing shakily as she wiped at her face. My, that was embarrassing. I'm sorry I just unloaded that all on you. Hinata smiled, still slightly uncomfortable and unsure about the situation. She needed to keep a calm facade at least for the woman. It's all right. I imagine that's been building for a while. It's perfectly okay. Are you all right now? Inko bit her lip, her hands still shaking a slight. I'm better than I was 10 minutes ago at least. Thank you. And thank you for what you said earlier. I think Izuku and I are lucky to have your support. Hinata cleared her throat slightly, caught off guard. Well, would you like more tea? Inko laughed lighter, reaching forwards to finish the rest of her cold tea before holding the empty cup out to the woman. Yes, please. Izuku had hoped that when it came to middle school, for whatever reason or another, Bakugo would have decided to go to attend another school, a better school, somewhere just a bit further away. But unfortunately, things didn't tend to work out that well for Izuku. They were in the same class, for the 8th year in a row. Apparently, Bakugo expected Izuku to be the one to go a different school. Their fight ended up being more unrelenting than usual. After the 5th punch, Izuku shoved Bakugo to the ground and turned to run away. Only for Bakugo to grab his left ankle, and fiery pain spiked through it, enough to send Izuku tumbling to the ground crying out in pain. Bakugo ran off very quickly after that. Izuku hadn't looked up to see if it was because he was angry or worried about getting into trouble. It didn't matter. The burn salve this time didn't really take the edge off the pain, and Izuku started to suspect that it would become another scar like the melted flesh on his arms. He hoped not. Moving his foot was painful, but Izuku carefully applied the burn salve, then bandages before slipping his instant ice packs between his ankles and his shoes. By the time that he'd managed to limp over to the hospital, he'd accepted that he'd have to say that he healed someone on the way home. He walked into Sasaki's office limping, and although it looked like she didn't quite buy the excuse, she didn't interrogate him. They had a sit-down medical lesson and that was that. Dinner that night was somewhat tense. Sasaki mentioned that Izuku had used up his weekly quirk use in a tone that said she didn't quite believe him. Mom picked up on it immediately, her concerned gaze hardened as she swept her eyes over him searching for injuries. They bothered him, ensuring him that he treated the sprain properly. They asked him how his new school was, and asked if he had any of the same classmates from elementary. Reluctantly, Izuku told them about Aruda, about his teachers and how he hoped things would go. It was probably more than Izuku had ever spoke about school since he was 4 years old, something that wouldn't go unnoticed. For a moment, Izuku considered lying that Bakugo wasn't in his class before he decided to just ignore the question outright, therefore not confirming nor denying it. Best not to add onto their suspicions or assumptions. Izuku had been right when he thought his ankle burn would scar. The scar itself was on the outside of it, wrapping almost all the way around but sparing the inside of his ankle. He'd be able to hide it with socks, but that meant he wouldn't be able to wear sandals anymore. That would be annoying in summer. The next day it was still tender and minorly painful to walk on, but his limp was definitely less noticeable, and by the end of the day it was gone. Part of Izuku was glad that this burn was somewhere that was easy to hide, no other additional bandages on top of his original ones at least. From there, things started to settle back down into the old routine. Sasaki started to step up what he learned, and one time he actually helped with a patient instead of just sitting back and watching. It had been exhilarating, especially when he heard Sasaki's proud praise and the patient's sincere thanks. He'd also been getting along with Dr. Takeda and Dr. Karasuma outside of his own quirk one day after being pulled into one of their discussions on whether a time quirk could be used as a healing quirk. It had been one of the most fascinating conversations he'd had in ages. The only thing that changed the routine was one quiet Thursday evening in Sasaki's office a month after the second major Bakugo incident. "What hero school are you thinking of applying to after middle school, Izuku?" Sasaki asked, piercing the quiet atmosphere of her office. The two had been working on their respective work for the last hour, only pausing to drink from the tea the two took turns in pouring. "You, obviously," Izuku immediately replied. "I mean, Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu and all the others are pretty great, but there's nothing like the best. Plus, it's the alma mater of Recovery Girl and All Might, not to mention a huge bunch of heroes that are high up in my personal rankings." Izuku paused for a second. "Why?" Sasaki looked up and straightened her thick square-rimmed glasses. "Well, I only ask because one of my patients today was talking about the entrance exam. They said that it was mostly combative, and that got me wondering what you would do to counter that." Izuku stopped for a moment. That would make sense. UA was the top hero school, with an acceptance rate of 1 in 400. Of course, the entrance exam would likely be combat-focused. For a second Izuku felt sort of let down. After all, not every hero had a physical quirk that would aid them directly in combat. Couldn't UA have thought up something a little more inclusive to other sorts of heroes? After a moment, Izuku spoke. I'm not sure. I guess I never thought about it. I mean, it's still 2 years and 9 months away, so I probably have time to figure it out." He shrugged. It was quiet for a little while longer. "Perhaps," Sasaki started, "you should look into something like martial arts? It would probably help a lot with that. It would give you a head start that others might not have." It was a good idea that Izuku thanked her for and decided to think on it. The more that he thought about it, the more he thought it was something he should do. So he looked into the different kinds of martial arts that he could learn. There was quite a lot of different styles, all varying in strengths and weaknesses. Krav Maga was apparently the most effective at subduing an opponent, but the actual style seemed a tad too aggressive for Izuku to comfortably excel in. Karate and Taekwondo were promising, but for some reason didn't quite appeal to him. In the end, Izuku found a style that he thought would be pretty great for him, Aikido. The style mostly relied on flowing with the motion of the attacker rather than opposing it head-on, things like redirecting the attacker's motions to stop an attack or to throw them to the ground. It was much less physically demanding than a lot of the other martial arts, which was pretty good for Izuku considering his short stature. Mom had immediately okayed the idea, hastily approving on learning self-defense. She seemed more relaxed about the idea than just about anything since Sasaki offered to teach him. No doubt her worries about bullies was probably the source of it, thinking along the lines that if Izuku learned self-defense he wouldn't be picked on anymore. It was idealistic thinking, but then again, Izuku still hadn't told them that it was Bakugo who was picking on him, and fighting back was a one-way ticket to getting continually pulled into fights. Within a week, Izuku had been enrolled in the local dojo, with classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays after school. It was upsetting to have to limit the time he volunteered at the hospital, but with the promise of Sasaki teaching Izuku on Saturdays instead it wasn't as bad. His classes were taught by the couple that owned the gym, Koizumi Akemi and Koizumi Hiroko, or Akemi-sensei and Hiroko-sensei respectively. At first appearance, Akemi was bubbly and encouraging whilst Hiroko was almost cold and stern, but the moment that they got into training they both turned strict and relentless, accepting nothing but the best from their students. Izuku would have probably taken it to heart, but he knew that underneath their stern outer layers they both had soft sides. It was easy to see in the times that Akemi would surprise Hiroko with a kiss on the cheek when the students were busy going through katas or sparring sessions. Hiroko's cheeks would burn a fierce scarlet under her lime skin, with Akemi laughing and looking at her wife as if Hiroko hung the stars in the sky. But regardless of his strict senseis, Izuku dedicated himself completely into mastering each kata. He trained at home on Sundays, even took up jogging in the mornings to increase his stamina and make it easier to pull off more of the physically demanding moves and last longer in sparring sessions. He seemed to be doing a good job after Hiroko-sensei praised him after he won a spar against an older student. Then Akemi-sensei told him afterwards that Hiroko-sensei rarely ever praised any of their students. He never used his skills to fight back against Bakugo though. No matter if Bakugo had gotten on every last nerve of Izuku's, he never fought back. Partially because he didn't want to get caught fighting on school grounds, and mostly because he didn't want to fight Bakugo in the first place. His first year of middle school passed uneventfully after that. He had gotten high grades as usual, staying within the top 3 of the year consistently. Volunteering hadn't changed much either, except now it was a lot less restricted. If Izuku had a question or an opinion with a patient, Sasaki allowed him to speak freely rather than stay quiet as he previously had. He'd gotten down most of the basics of Aikido as well, and was told multiple times by Akemi-sensei that he was their most promising student. His second year passed with ease. School had stepped up the difficulty a little more, but still nothing that Izuku couldn't handle, ending up the second highest scoring student in the year after Bakugo of course. Bakugo's bullying attempts at getting Izuku to fight back had actually started to happen less frequently. It mostly only happened once or twice a week, which was a far cry from almost every day that was the previous year. His third year was when things started to change. The main change was actually between his mom and Sasaki, in that they started dating. It had been incredibly surprising, just a tiny bit weird and extremely exciting all at the same time. A lot of things changed, but in the grand scheme of things not very much did. The biggest change was that Izuku started to see a lot more of Sasaki that he had before, and it wasn't unwelcome. He'd always liked Sasaki. The first time that he'd seen Sasaki in the morning, he'd almost leapt out of his skin when he came back from a jog and saw the coffee-hating doctor chugging a mug of it by the coffee machine. He'd carefully lead her to the kitchen table and made her a cup of tea instead. It was definitely nice to see them both so happy at least, and a few months into their relationship Sasaki moved in. It was nice. He'd even picked up the habit of calling her mom-sensei to mostly tease the woman, but after he realized how much Sasaki actually liked the nickname, he stuck with it. They had nights that mom liked to call family bonding nights that was always fun. They'd bundle up in blankets and watch a movie of mom's or Sasaki's choice and relax. They'd also started to put pressure on the students at school, things like pressing for plans for the future, guiding unsure students. There was one incident where the teacher told the entire class that Izuku was hoping to apply to the UA Heroics department, effectively invoking Bakugo's rage and his classmates' subtle bullying. His teachers trying to guide Izuku to go to a more academically focused school so he could focus on being a doctor. Before Izuku knew it, the day of the UA entrance exam arrived. The day of the entrance exam was easily one of the most stressful and anxiety-riddled days that Izuku had ever endured. That was including the time that he had to meet with Sasaki's bosses for them to assess whether he should continue under Sasaki's tutelage. Apparently he had far surpassed their expectations and gained their respect as well as making Sasaki more respected as a result. Izuku wasn't sure what was so impressive. He'd only answered their questions to his fullest ability, even though they were questions one would ask a second-year medical student. It was somewhat understandable for Izuku to be quite rattled however, considering the results of this day would determine whether he'd be following his dreams or he'd be settling for second best. He'd only actually applied for 2 schools. One was an almost elite school nearby for those not going into the hero course and the other was UA. He'd considered applying to the other hero schools but eventually decided that he couldn't as they were too far away. He wasn't about to move away from his mom and Sasaki, there was no chance of that. He'd expected to be a bundle of nerves today, but there was no reason for just looking up at the building was enough for him to almost fall into a full-blown all-out panic attack. He took a moment to turn and look across the street from the side of the gate. He then took a steadying breath as he thought of his mom's encouragement. Today Sasaki had gotten up earlier, so she was much less zombie-like to send him off, and Mom had made the perfect delicious light breakfast knowing that he'd need to eat but couldn't eat all that much. They'd cheerfully sent him off that morning. As Izuku had started to leave, he heard Sasaki soothing Mom's worries. Their persistent confidence in him was enough to get him through today. It had to be. Not to mention his stubborn persistence. He'd gotten this far with it, he wasn't going to crumble today. After 5 minutes making sure he was as calm as he could be, he took one last deep breath and headed into the school. He tried not to look around for the secondary source of his panic. The last thing he needed was alerting Bakugo to his attendance by making eye contact. The blonde had already tried to warn him not to apply after he heard of Izuku's plans. Izuku was pretty much planning on trying to sneak under his radar until the results came back. Although to be fair to Bakugo, he'd gotten a lot easier to handle but also simultaneously more terrifying in their 3rd year of middle school. He'd started to fight back. The first time that he had done, he'd managed to knock Bakugo flat on his back and run away in the time that the blonde was stunned. The next time Bakugo challenged him to a fight, it seemed like he was reinvigorated and the previous half-butted one-sided fights became actual fights. He was pretty terrible at getting away from the fights after that first time. He'd mostly end up with the same amount of injuries as he would have gotten if he didn't fight back, but there was something comforting about fighting back. It made him feel like he wasn't going to take it laying down. He wasn't a weak thing that Bakugo could push around. It wasn't until 5 months ago that Izuku managed to get away from a skirmish with little more than a minor bruise. It had been as exhilarating as it had been the first time he fought back, considering it a win against Bakugo just because he'd gotten away from him. But Izuku quickly learned that running away and cutting short their fights only made Bakugo even more furious during their next skirmish, the rage stacking up more and more. Bakugo had even started to use the explosions he'd stopped using in their fights. Izuku had known for years that the angrier the blonde was, the harder and more fierce he fought. Needless to say, Izuku was fearing another scarring burn, broken bone, or worse for the time that Izuku wouldn't be able to run away. It had gotten to the point where it was hard to even be in the same room as him without feeling dread and discomfort rolling through Izuku in waves. Even though practically everyone knew that Izuku and Bakugo's friendship was non-existent, he kept up the act that it was okay. He had to. In all his inner turmoil, Izuku managed to hook one foot in front of the other and accepted death as the concrete rose up to meet him. It never came. "Are you all right?" a sweet voice to his left asked. Izuku couldn't help but wriggle in the air in panic. His thought processed something like, "I'm not dead? Am I floating? What is this? Oh my God, I'm gonna fall, let me stand on my feet." Gentle hands tugged him back to the ground as Izuku turned to look at his savior. A middle school student just the same as him. Brown hair cut in a bob, with rosy cheeks and round brown eyes. She smiled kindly at him as she put her hands together, the feeling of weightlessness disappearing. "It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right?" "Oh, thank you." Izuku rushed to thank her, glad that he'd long gotten over his stammering nerves when talking to new people his age. Interacting with a wide range of people in the hospital had done wonders for his communication skills, though it tended to wane the more people he talked at once. And when he was overwhelmed or flustered. Regardless, he dreaded to think what a mess he'd have been in this situation just 4 or 5 years ago. She giggled. "It's no problem. Are you nervous?" "I am. The exam is gonna be hard." "It is, you right?" Izuku chuckled a little. "Yeah, I am. But let's do our best, yeah?" He grinned. "Yeah. Let's." "Deku, what the F are you doing here?" A howl of rage pierced the quiet murmur of the area. Izuku's body seized up against his control, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Oh God, this was the worst timing that Bakugo could have picked. He took a quick deep breath. Bakugo was smart. He wouldn't start a fight right here in front of the school and mess up his chances at UA. He wouldn't. "Keikaken, hi." Izuku turned and forced a shaky grin to his face. "I'm here to, take the exam. You know." He had to dig his nails into his palm to ground himself from spiraling into panic. He could hear his pulse ringing in his ears, his beating heart rivaling that of a hummingbird. He only hoped that he wasn't shaking. Don't explode. Don't let her see. Just stalk past angrily. Do not engage. Izuku couldn't help but plead with Bakugo in his mind. The F is a useless sheet like you going to do in the exam? Cry until you get in. Bakugo sneered, his fists shaking in suppressed rage. That was good. It meant he was trying to restrain himself from fighting. That was good. Izuku could walk away from this encounter without injury. What is your deal? The girl cut in, unexpectedly turning to ask the blonde. A harsh glare of her own plastered her expression. This doesn't concern you, round face. Now get the F out of my way, both of you. He growled, pushing through Izuku and the girl, stomping up the stairs and through the doors. A few moments passed before Izuku let out a shaky sigh of relief. Wow, he was really mean. You okay there, Deku-kun? The girl turned to Izuku again. He jumped at the use of his derogatory nickname, but was thankful. Enough that he didn't let his discomfort show too much. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry. He grinned at her, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about him, that's Bakugo. He's A.F friend from school. Oh, and my name is Midoriya Izuku. Deku is just Kaken's nickname for me. He wasn't going to admit the meaning of the nickname, but hopefully she got the hint that Izuku was uncomfortable with it and dropped it. Oh, sorry Midoriya. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you. She held her hand out for a handshake. Izuku took her hand, jumping in surprise when he felt weightless once more, floating just a few inches off the ground before the girl realized. Oops. Sorry. She pulled her hand back and pushed her fingers together, laughing nervously. That's my quirk, it's called zero gravity. What's yours? Izuku opened his mouth to reply, before a trilling bell cut him off. We're going to be late. You're right. We should get going. Want to sit with me in the hall? Uraraka smiled. If it's not a bother. Izuku smiled brightly. I'd love to. Come on. She grinned as she turned to rush inside, Izuku following closely behind. The first thing that they had to do when they arrived was to sit the written exam. Unfortunately, that meant Izuku couldn't sit next to Uraraka, instead sitting in their assigned seats. But she suggested that they wait for the other at the exit and walk to the practical exam together. That was a relief. It seemed that already made a potential friend. The written exam itself was not tough, but it wasn't unmanageable. There were a few questions that make Izuku stumble a slight, but after taking some time to think about them properly, he was confident he at least got partial marks. By the time the exam had finished, Izuku was sure that he'd at least receive a passing score. He met with Uraraka at the exit and walked to the hall. The hall itself seemed full but not crowded, the large room dark with a high ceiling, so Izuku couldn't quite get intimidated by its size. He had to suppress the urge to rip out his hero notebook. However, when the voice hero present mic appeared on stage, the huge screen behind him showing the school logo. Izuku swallowed. He'd known that pro heroes taught at UA, but it never quite fully hit him that pro heroes taught at UA. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say hey. Present Mic's voice echoed through the room, everyone too nervous about the exam to respond. What a refined response. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Silence blanketed the room once again whilst Izuku fought his tongue not to list off all known facts about Present Mic's quirk and the major events in his career, gently biting the tip. His gaze flicked towards Uraraka, who was smiling in admiration. Good to see that he wasn't the only one, even if he was probably a lot more enthusiastic about seeing pro heroes. It would have been much harder to control. His muttered if it was a support hero like Recovery Girl. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. The screen behind him flared to life, showing a map of what Izuku guessed to be the different areas for the test. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. His satchel of medical supplies would give him a lot more options for helping out others. Taking that in with him effectively doubled his chances. He looked down at his exam ticket, checking the location. Battle Center B. Okay. Uraraka, Izuku whispered. Where's your test at? Battle Center B, what's yours? Looks like we'll be in the same place. Izuku grinned. At least he had a friendly face with him. He wasn't quite sure what he'd do if they were forced to fight against each other though. If anything, they'd both probably gain a lot more if he could pair up with Uraraka. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. A small video game-like demonstration played behind him. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Okay, so Izuku was very unlikely to pass. The last of chance for a support hero to get through using these criteria was actually sort of a letdown, but it shouldn't have come as too much of a surprise though. UA was full of the heroes that were all the big hitters. The only support hero among them was Recovery Girl, and he doubted she had much to say how the entrance exam was carried out. Izuku needed a battle plan, and quick. From the way the screen was showing the robots, Izuku wouldn't be able to use his Aikido training to help out. Although he'd gotten a lot more physically fit just by training so much, he doubted he could use any throws on them. Not to mention, unless they weighed the same as the average person, Izuku wouldn't have the strength to do much with them. The more that Izuku thought about it, the more likely he felt he was going to fail this exam. May I ask a question? A loud voice called out as a boy standing ramrod straight rose from the crowd. Okay. Present Mike replied, pointing towards him as a single spotlight shone down on the boy. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school of Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. His loud voice was clear throughout the room. It was admirable. But his words seemed sort of harsh. Okay. Examinee number, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's only one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat it, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The bespectacled boy bowed before taking his seat as the spotlight turned off. So, it's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? Uraraka whispered with a smile. Actually, it's all kind of like a video game, don't you think? Yeah, it is. Izuku tried to smile back, hoping that it wasn't as shaky as it felt. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku felt a flush of determination. Go beyond. Izuku would just have to push past his weaknesses. Sure, he wasn't all that great in battle, but he'd have to give it his all. He fended off Bakugo decently enough. Maybe these foe villains wouldn't be so bad. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. After that, they were led to places to change into their exercise clothes. Izuku said a temporary goodbye to Uraraka before parting ways. It was nerve-wracking, pulling on his tracksuit and knowing that he'd only have 10 minutes to show that he had potential to be a hero. 10 minutes to decide his entire future. Would he be a pro hero or a doctor? Follow his dreams or settle for second best? He had a mild panic attack in the bathroom. Once he'd finally calmed himself down enough, he found his way to the bus heading to Battle Center B. Thankfully, he made it just in time for the doors to slide shut and Izuku to slip into the seat that Uraraka had managed to save him. He thanked her profusely, hoping that his pale face hadn't been too obvious. As they stood outside the gate, Izuku paused, mind wrapped up in strategizing. There had to be more to this exam, right? It just didn't make much sense. The way that the test had been set up and comparing it to real-world examples, it was as if they were saying that only those skilled in battle would be able to be a hero. But it wasn't right. For example, on staff there was the Space Hero 13 who, whilst decent offensive-wise against non-living entities, they primarily dealt in rescue operations. Rescue? He murmured. Was there a hidden side of the exam? Midoriya? Uraraka spoke up with a calm expression on her face, but a glint of determination in her eye. Pulled out of his thoughts, Izuku turned to her. Yes, Uraraka? Even though we're friends, if it comes down to it, let the best person win. She grinned, her expression brimming with competitive determination. Izuku couldn't help but to admire it. Although he had to gulp down a bit of fear, it was scarily reminiscent of Bakugu's determination. However, her declaration of their friendship dulled the fear and stopped it from blooming thankfully. Why? I'm not the fighting kind, so I don't think you'll need to worry about competition. But good luck, let's do our best. He grinned, gripping his satchel strap just a little tighter. And if you get hurt or anything, give me a shout. My quirk will let me help. Oh, what's your quirk? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. It's a healing quirk. That's amazing. Uraraka lit up brightly. Oh, but won't you struggle against the robots? Okay, start. Izuku jolted, his gaze turning up to the high tower just like everyone else. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. The die has been cast, you know. Izuku heard a clattering of footsteps charging forwards. He took one more shuddering deep breath and ran with the crowd only lagging behind by just a slight. The battlefield was expansive, Izuku could barely get close to more than a couple of people at once. A boy got a gash to his shoulder and Izuku rushed forwards, placing his hand on his other shoulder to heal him. A girl twisted her ankle, Izuku pulled her away from the charging robot and healed her. He'd gone on through the battlefield healing as many injuries however minor as he saw. So far, Izuku wasn't all that sure what he was doing. The other examinees weren't giving him even a chance to attack a robot, they were barely tolerant of him touching them, some biting out rude remarks. It was fair in Izuku's opinion, for all they knew he was trying to interfere with their exam. Izuku never let himself touch them for more than absolutely necessary. If Izuku wanted a shot at any of the robots, he'd have to be fast or underhanded to even try. Regardless of the mild panic that was pumping through his veins, Izuku scrambled on towards where most of the fighting was going on. He spotted Uraraka running through inactive robots. Touching them as she went stopping to catch her breath, she pressed her fingers together. Release. Turning to look around, she huffed. That's 28 points. Izuku grinned. 28? That was good, maybe even enough to pass. Izuku wasn't sure. Izuku wasn't sure if he had any points of his own yet. After all, he was placing all his dreams for the future on the off chance there was a secondary scoring system for helping others. He turned to help a girl with a cut on her leg and a boy with a bruised-up chest. His gaze snapped to a blur as he watched the strict student from earlier plunge his foot into a two-pointer robot. 45 points. A cacophony of voices calling out their own scores and laying claims to robots rang out around him. Izuku fought to keep his breathing steady. There wasn't a robot that he would be able to take down, none that he could attack without having to fight another student. All he could do was help out the injured and patch himself up. God, he hoped he hadn't misjudged the nature of the exam. Whatever pessimistic thoughts that threatened to crush him was put on halt as the ground rumbled below him, the street. Further up exploded in a cloud of dust before the shadows loomed over him. Izuku choked on air as he stared up at the ginormous zero-pointer. What on earth were they planning to do with that? Wasn't it a little too big? The robot punched the ground in front of it. Another mammoth dust cloud flew into the air, clearing the tops of the buildings and blowing over the examinees present. Izuku fell back with the force, before the sounds of panic rang through the surroundings. People ran past, but all Izuku could do was drown in panic. The robot's treads turned as it started to move towards him. Izuku scrambled up. He had to get away, he couldn't die here, he had to leave. Maybe he'd be able to get some of the robots on his way out. He was still at maybe 0 points. Less than 2 minutes left. The panic was hard to ignore now. He was moments away from spiraling into a full-blown disgusting panic attack. A single cry of pain jolted him back to awareness. His breath paused as he turned to stare. Uraraka's leg was trapped under a rock. Before he was even thinking about it, Izuku had already charged forwards. He couldn't do anything about the robot. The probable power needed to bring it down was maybe on Bakugu's level, but Izuku wasn't going to let her get crushed. Uraraka! He called, grabbing her arm and kicking the rubble away. Keep trying to pull your leg out. Midoriya? She winced. I'm okay. It took them almost a minute, wiggling her leg and wincing at each sharp stab of pain. Izuku bit his lip as he continued to kick at the debris. He wouldn't be strong enough to carry her in his arms, maybe if she got on his back. He wouldn't be able to use his quirk, unless she wanted to carry him. No, he'd take her to a safe distance then heal her there. With one last cry, Uraraka managed to get her leg free and Izuku pulled her to stand. They looked back at the robot fearfully. It was too close now. Get on my back, quick. Izuku hunched down. Within seconds she had hold of him and Izuku didn't waste time sprinting away towards the other students. Izuku stopped when he reached a decent distance. 20, 19, 18. Okay, we should be good. The test'll finish in 15 seconds. Izuku breathed around his panic, letting her touch the floor as she held his shoulder to balance. Best heal her now. Using her hand as a connection, he activated the familiar tug in his chest hoping that it was just a simple sprain. He crumbled a slight, staggering under her weight before catching himself on a lamp post beside them. It was only due to practice that he managed to hold back the whimper, pain shooting through his foot in strong waves. Okay, most probably a fracture in the tibia or fibula near the ankle. That wasn't going to be fun to walk back on. Oh wow. My ankle is so much better. Did you use your quirk? Uraraka cried with a grin as she bounced from one foot to the other. It's like it never even got hurt. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Izuku grinned, pride filling him. Even though he'd healed others today, they hadn't acknowledged his aid. It was all well and good. Izuku knew there was little time to really dwell on minor injuries that suddenly disappeared, but the gratitude was nice to hear regardless. And no problem. Izuku grinned back, his panic leaving him whilst his voice was drowned out by a call of, "Time's up," and what sounded like an air raid siren. Your foot? What? Uraraka squeaked, looking down at the way Izuku lifted it. How? Izuku laughed a little as he lowered himself to sit. It's my quirk. I heal other people by absorbing their injuries. But I heal much faster, so it's really useful to help other people. Especially in combat. He grinned up at her. Oh my gosh, that must hurt. Do you want me to carry you to the bus? We should get the nurse to help. Uraraka cried, apparently panicking at his injury. Izuku blinked. Whilst it wasn't a completely new reaction, they always did kind of throw him for a loop. It wasn't that big of a deal to Izuku. Whilst he could do without the unreal amount of pain, he'd experienced several broken ankles in the past. He knew how to deal with them. Uraraka, calm down. Why, you don't need to panic. It's no big deal, I can fix it myself. Izuku smiled reassuringly as he untied his shoe and slowly wriggled it off. It was horrendously painful with each minor movement, but the relief once it was off was much better. He pulled his satchel around to inspect what supplies he had to aid him. He'd used a few band-aids already, but they wouldn't help him now. Uraraka started obviously uncomfortable and still mildly panicked. Shouldn't you wait for a nurse? Izuku didn't look up as he looked through his satchel, hand wrapping around a roll of bandages and medical tape. It's fine, she'll be a while. The test just ended and I know how to treat it. I volunteer at the hospital after school most days. Wow, that's really admirable of you, Midoriya. Do you need help or anything? Izuku winced as he wrapped his ankle tightly. He idly wondered if he could afford to use up one of his instant ice packs to numb the pain a bit. If you're not too tired from the exam, it would be great if you could use your quirk to help me back to the front gate. He grinned up at her. Oh dear, I hope you aren't going to try and walk back on that ankle of yours, dear. A kindly elder voice called. Izuku snapped his head around to look. He'd only managed to find a few videos of Recovery Girl online, and although they were from decades ago, he'd recognize her voice anywhere. Our Recovery Girl. Izuku jolted. Wow. Why, it's not that bad. I've had worse. He laughed nervously. God, now he was a stuttering mess. Well, to be fair, he'd never actually met a pro hero before, and how he was talking with his idol. You've done a good job treating it, but let me heal you all good as new. She smiled. Impressive quirk. 2. Thank you. And I'm fine. Really? It should be brand new in a day or two. Izuku insisted he didn't want to trouble her. Besides, he'd gotten it wrapped well enough that if Sasaki looked at it, she'd put him in a cast and lecture him. No bother necessary. Okay, it might be better just to get healed by Recovery Girl. Nonsense, let me heal you. It'll only take a second. She was right in front of him now, her head just a few inches taller than him. A sloppy kiss to the forehead and all the pain in Izuku's body ebbed away, leaving only a mild tiredness and a dull ache at the wound, but he felt he could still run around for a bit. Odd, there was meant to be more exhaustion. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his own quirk gave him a much more advanced rate of healing, so Recovery Girl's quirk only needed to nudge it a lot less than the average person. The ache was surprising though. He prodded his ankle gently. Yep, it had been healed, but the dull pain was definitely reminiscent of the healing soreness one would get as an injury would heal, but after it got peculiar. TT, thank you, Recovery Girl. Izuku grinned, looking down at his ankle. He was thankful he hadn't used any of his ice packs. They'd be wasted by now. He slipped his shoe back on over the wrapping. Would be easier to keep it that way just in case. No problem, dear. Here, have a gummy. She smiled as she gave him a handful of gummy bears before turning to the rest of the examinees milling around. Izuku turned to offer some to Uraraka, who took a couple with a smile. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? No one spoke up, with most shaking their head. Izuku felt a swell of pride as he noticed a handful stare at specks of blood on their clothes and rips without injuries. Even if he failed his exam, he got to help a few people with their own. He stood up as he brushed himself off. All right then, everyone get back to the bus to get changed. It was on the bus back when Uraraka finally asked. So how do you think you did, Midoriya? I got 26 points, so I think I did all right, but I don't think I'd know until I heard other people's scores, you know. Uraraka chuckled nervously. Izuku pursed his lips with a slight wince. I didn't manage to get any robots. Oh, I'm sorry, Midoriya, Uraraka murmured, regret filling her tone. Words failed her. What would you say to someone who had failed the same test that you had done well in? The right words would have to be picked carefully if she didn't want to come across as arrogant or smug. It's okay. Izuku grinned at her. I at least helped you out, didn't I? Uraraka had no other words to say, only a few thoughts ringing out in her head. It would be horrible for UA to turn away a kind-hearted boy like Midoriya just before he hadn't defeated a single robot. He saved her from being crushed today. That had to have counted for something. Silence covered them throughout the bus journey. Izuku didn't catch Uraraka after they had changed. The week waiting for the results were hard. When he got home, he'd laid on the couch while Sasaki and Mom sat on the other one and asked him about the exam. They asked how he thought he did in the written exam, what the physical exam was like, how many points did he manage to get, what was his strategy, did he use his quirk, did his Aikido lessons help him? Izuku kind of wanted to not answer them, but he did. It was the least he could do after they had given him their unwavering support. He explained his risky strategy, and explained that there was a very real possibility he had been completely wrong. He'd applied to the other school the day before, and that went out pretty good all things considered. They just had to wait and see what would happen. The results for the other school came first. He passed and had apparently scored within the top 10 of all the other applicants. Impressive, so he at least had his backup secured. Sasaki and Mom were proud and congratulated him, but they both knew that it wasn't the result that mattered the most. When the letter from UA arrived, he was glad that they let him open the letter alone in his room. After all, it would be nice to have the privacy if he ended up having his dreams crushed by the contents of it. It took a minute or two to build up the courage to carefully break the seal and open it, a circular disc slipping onto his desk. He removed the slip of paper and pushed the envelope to one side. Izuku decided he'd read the letter first. I am here as a projection. Or the circular thing would come first. Izuku wasn't all that fussy. He blinked at the close-up image of All Might displayed not a few feet away from him. What? Izuku furrowed his brows. What was the number one hero's face doing in a letter from UA? You might be wondering why I'm here. Well, I actually came to this town to work at UA. Izuku blinked. What? All Might is working at UA? Well, that would explain why there've been the occasional sightings that the news would report in Mizudafu. Apart from it being home to UA, there wasn't much going on. Well, as for your results, Midoriya Izuku. Even if you passed the written exam, you got 0 points on the practical exam. All Might continued, looking down at a small piece of paper. Of course, that means you didn't pass. Ice coursed through his veins, his breathing picking up. He knew it. There wasn't any chance he was going to get in. He wasn't cut out to be a hero, even a support hero. His rapid heartbeat pulsing behind his ears so loud that he almost didn't hear the next few words. But if that was all there was to it. Izuku could only stare dumbly at the projection. Was that right? I am an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. All Might carried on, clicking a remote before a new image took up the projection. Immediately, Izuku recognized a worried-looking Uraraka. Excuse me, She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. All Might carried on. Was that why Izuku didn't find her after getting changed? The background looked like it could be UA, but he had no idea. Negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. Midoriya Izuku. Another examinee. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? He has an amazing quirk, and he didn't get a single point. He used it to help the others without even asking for anything in return or even taking credit for it. With every word she spoke, Uraraka became more passionate. So I thought it least the points he lost for helping me that he saved me. Please, please, please. Izuku felt tears prick at his eyes, gratitude overflowing with nowhere for him to dump it out. She was willing to give her own points to him? His breathing picked up, there wasn't a way that was real. Did she just feel guilty? Wait, All Might is speaking again. In addition to the ability that your quirk gives you, your actions spurred others to act. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. He was right. Izuku was right. Even if you ask to, you cannot give him your points. Present Mike told Uraraka, reaching forwards to pat her head. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listener. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. And so, rescue points. Izuku couldn't stop the tears from falling down his face. Oh, thank God. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. Midoriya Izuku, 77 points. And Uraraka Ochako, 25. You both pass. He knew that his tears had practically devolved into near blubbering at this point, but he couldn't quite bring himself to care. He'd done it. He was right. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. I see that the cumulative results for the practical exam are out. Cementos commented as he peered up at the board, his fellow teachers crowding similarly. I can't believe that 2 students tied at first place. And with dramatic opposites in results at that too. Midnight commented. It's unusual for most to mark highly only having one kind of points, but these two. Bakugo Katsuki with 77 villain points that the faux villains acquire their targets and draw near him. In the second half, as others were slowing down, he used his flashy quirks to keep bringing them close then counterattacking. The points a result of his toughness. Snipe observed. And in contrast, Midoriya Izuku who got solely 77 rescue points, not even trying to get any villain points, Midnight paused. Another very impressive quirk. It's rare to see someone with a healing quirk apply for heroics, and even rarer for them to pass the exam. Do you think he figured out the nature of it? Snipe asked. It's possible, but the details of his quirk concerns me. Quirk that allows someone to absorb another's injuries? Even with the advanced healing rate included, it has the potential to seriously harm him if he was too selfless. He already seems the kind. Cementos worried. Aizawa grunted from the back of the room. Izuku couldn't help but gulp hard, clutching his shirt in tight fists. Oh dear God, couldn't the teacher read the mood? He might as well be digging Izuku's grave the more and more that he spoke about the UA results. I can't believe we have 2 students from our school matriculating into UA. Especially you, Midoriya. It's a miracle. The teacher continued to gush as he looked at the identical results. You both managed to get the highest result. It's amazing. Izuku could barely breathe around the panic that constricted his throat, his chest, and his shoulders. He hadn't felt a glare more murderous than the one directed at him right now. Bakugo looked genuinely ready to leap forwards and stop his heart. He hadn't been planning on getting a high school in the exam. He had only wanted to pass. He never ever wanted to get on the same level as Bakugo. That would be a one-way ticket to death, almost as bad as jumping in front of a moving train. "CC, can I be excused?" Izuku managed to squeak out with a shaky smile. He felt on the verge of having a full-on panic attack complete with nausea and crying. "I need to go to the nurse's office." "Oh, well, of course, Emidaria." The teacher looked taken aback at the interruption but shrugged with a sigh. At least that was better than before. Usually he'd pester Izuku into explaining his illness before Izuku would amend by asking to go to the bathroom. Of course, he wasn't going to admit aloud that he was going to have a panic attack. "Oh, and Bakugo." The moment that Izuku left the staff room, he tried to bolt for the nurse's office but slammed to a stop as he noticed the corridor being blocked by Bakugo's friends. They turned with a glare to Izuku, and not wanting to piss them off, he turned to go have his panic attack in the boys' bathroom. It wasn't the same degree of shelter, and especially didn't give him the same sense of security as he would have gotten in the nurse's office, but it would have to do. It was always better to break down somewhere completely alone, with no threat of anyone walking in on him. Much better than having an attack right in the middle of the hallway where anyone could see. He let the world crumble around him, his breathing rapid, his fingers clawing at his shoulders in an attempt to ground himself, his body shaking so hard that he was probably shaking the stall wall. Tears dripped down his face as he sniffled, snot occasionally falling into his mouth whilst suppressing the overwhelming urge to empty his stomach. He couldn't curl in on himself tighter, but needed to. It took him a whole 10 minutes to calm down enough to sit normally. His mind halting the endless drone of all the bones in the human body to the veins and the arteries. His mutterings fading into the silence of the bathroom. His hands still shook and his breathing was just a hair faster than usual, but that was normal. The leftover dregs of panic that would linger for at least the next few hours whilst Izuku's mind reacclimated to his surroundings. He'd managed to not throw up though, small victories at least. It was another 5 minutes when he felt brave enough to head back to class, the lunch bell having sounded somewhere in the middle of all that. There was an exhausted numbness to his mind, his thoughts scattered and barely coherent. He vaguely realized he should get back to class. Maybe that's why he hadn't noticed being dragged outside by the collar of his shirt until the sun hit his face and his back was thrown against a wall. His fear started to ramp up again as he felt the murderous glare piercing right through him once again. "How the F did you get into asswipe?" he yelled, the grip on Izuku's shirt tightening. "What dirty tricks did you pull?" The first student from his school to go to UA. "My future plan has already been torn to pieces. How did a useless F like you get in?" Izuku tried to tug on Bakugo's hand, to pull it away from his shirt so he could maybe breathe a little easier, but his movements were slow. "I please catch. You're pathetic and useless. What did you do to get in?" I can explain." Izuku gasped, pulling harder on the hand that held onto him. The panic that swathed over him would dull into something more manageable if Bakugo would just let go. The bands that constricted his throat would loosen once more. It all happened in a panic-filled daze. Izuku's mind hadn't fully snapped back to reality, never given a choice from the pure blinding fear that filled his thoughts and the constrictions of his breathing. He'd felt the fire before, and he once again felt the blistering pain that shot through his chest. Izuku cried out involuntarily. He slumped down the wall with his hands curling in the air around the wound. He needed something to numb the pain, but he'd left his backpack in class. Izuku's body shook with the fire that coursed through him. Usually his was very good at suppressing his sounds of agony, but now there was no stopping his breathless whimpers. Yep, another burn like the other two explosive incidents. They were always one of the most painful injuries. The burn was blistering, a few inches wider than Bakugo's palm, appearing over the right side of his upper chest, almost curling around his bicep. His uniform had been charred and blown through from the explosion. There would be very little ways to explain this to Mom or Sasaki, but very little ways that he could treat it without being questioned. At least Izuku never went around shirtless, so it would be pretty easy to hide. It wasn't on a limb, which made it harder to stick under running water, and any kind of burn salve that Izuku had access to was locked away or were guarded by people that he'd rather not have to explain to. He tried to bite his lip to distract himself from the pain. It didn't work quite so well, but it did clear his head just a little bit more to think. Okay, he just had to find a way to cover the burn hole in his uniform and the actual burn. It would be difficult, and Izuku wasn't sure if he had a coat or jacket in his locker to use. He'd probably have to try and sneak into the lost and found, but then he'd risk being caught by the women in administration if he. A dull thud broke him out of his thoughts. Izuku looked up and around, but Kogu seemingly fled the area unsurprisingly. Izuku wasn't sure how long had passed whilst he had been on the cusp of relaxed panic. His thoughts had been clear and he knew he should panic. After all, his newly acquired burn felt like it had to be at least a second-degree burn, but he was calm. The pain was still prominent enough to slow his thoughts and movements though. Standing up on shaky legs, Izuku made his way around the corner to look at the source of the noise. With a jump of mild panic, Izuku ran forwards to save his backpack that was teetering on the edge of the pond, threatening to fall. That saved him from having to do anything rash. He'd be able to treat his burn right here, and only have to worry about a change of clothes. With a sigh of relief, he grabbed the backpack and moved back away from view of the windows above and into the shadows to tend to his burn. The days leading up to his first day of high school blurred. He'd endure school, assist and be taught by Sasaki, have Aikido on Tuesdays and Thursdays, do homework, have dinner, study and sleep. The only change from before was the fights with Bakugo. They hadn't stopped altogether, but they had definitely become far less frequent, something closer to once a fortnight rather than every couple of days. Izuku was glad. It made it much easier to hide the bruises and not have to worry about looking over his shoulder every day. When the first day of high school arrived, he wasn't sure what he was feeling. A combination of nerves, excitement, worry, happiness and uncertainty all curling together and canceling it all out, leaving him feeling somewhat numb. Instead, he looked in the mirror after giving up on properly tying his tie. He didn't often look in the mirror, mostly because he didn't wear makeup and he'd long since given up on taming his permanently messy hair. This time he'd stopped to inspect himself, to see what kind of first impression he'd be making on his classmates for the next 3 years. He hadn't quite expected to be hit with a wave of self-consciousness. The fact that Izuku was so prone to scars was probably the biggest drawback of his quirk. In the grand scheme of things, it probably wasn't so bad. Who cared about an ugly scar if you'd saved a man from bleeding to death? But thanks to Izuku's healing ability, the injuries had healed rapidly, and he was sure that had they healed naturally, perhaps they would have long since faded. Even now, when Izuku knew they were years old, they looked almost as fresh as if they'd finished healing a day ago. Most of Izuku's scars were in out-of-the-way places, stuck on his torso or legs where he was prone to wearing t-shirts and long trousers, so it wasn't like he saw them too often. He very rarely got self-conscious about those unless he went to the local pool, something that hadn't happened in years, although if he went now there wasn't a doubt that Izuku would wear a shirt, so that wasn't really an issue for today. He was more worried about the scars on his arms and face, though the bandages he'd worn for the past 6 years helped. There was no helping to hide the scars on his face. For in total, that he'd gotten back before he started volunteering with Sasaki. The cheekbone scar was his first, along with the faint one that cut down across his right collarbone. The scar on his forehead, the one on his jaw and the one on his lip. All but the last one were pretty prominent and in awkward places. There was the chance that if he wore a medical mask he'd be able to hide them, and the one on his forehead was generally well covered by his fringe. After a moment of consideration, Izuku shook the thought away. No, he couldn't do that. His moms would immediately pick up on that, and he didn't really want his first impression on his future classmates to be that short, weird kid with the mask. He would just have to brave it and hope that everyone was too polite to stare or ask questions. He took a deep breath and left the bathroom. He ate a light breakfast with Sasaki and Mom, as they cheerfully asked him questions about what he thought UA would be like. They made him promise to tell them all about it when he got back home, which he agreed to. They gave him hugs and a kiss on the forehead before he headed out to catch the train. The train ride itself was rather calm. though it was mostly filled with people all heading to their job or other students heading to their respective schools nearby. Izuku managed to get a comfortable seat with little trouble. He spent the journey reading forums and trying in vain to keep his anxiety at a manageable level. It worked for the most part, until he passed through the front gate and he heard a few of the students' whispers. In his happiness to get into UA, Izuku hadn't thought about one major thing: that the Heroics Department entrance exam results were public to every student that got accepted into UA, and that every first-year student knew Izuku had gotten joint first in the exam. Maybe it wouldn't be so gossip-worthy if it wasn't a joint first, or maybe if the results weren't the absolute polar opposite to each other it wouldn't be as entertaining. Whilst Izuku had gotten 77 rescue points, Bakugo had gotten exactly 77 villain points. If Izuku had only gotten one less point, then perhaps he would have been without one scar and he would have avoided a lot of Bakugo's wrath. Besides, although Izuku wanted to do the best he could, he wasn't actually interested in holding the top spot in class. As long as he was learning to be the best support hero he could be, Izuku couldn't care less about his ranking. After all, it wasn't until he got into actual villain combat that it really mattered about being the best. He ducked around gossiping students with his chin to his chest, and navigated himself through the weirdly huge corridors and stopped at his classroom. It seemed odd at just how large everything was: tall and wide corridors and rooms, along with doors that were equally as tall and wide. Was UA meant to be a school for giants? Izuku reached out to open the door but stopped. If everyone in the school knew who got the top spot, then that must mean that his classmates most certainly knew as well. The only difference being that his classmates would know Izuku's name, and thus know he was one of the highest scoring students. And Izuku had never been very good under a lot of attention. Before Izuku could work himself up into a panic, he opened the door. Although seemingly no one had noticed the door open, Izuku couldn't help but feel his heart leaping up into his throat as he caught sight of Bakugo being chewed out by the straight-laced student from the exam. God, of course Bakugo would be put in the same class as him. There was always something pushing the two of them together, and it was near impossible to get away. Had Izuku ever been in a class without him? He didn't think so, even if he tried to think back to preschool. Bakugo looked up just as Izuku managed to suppress and hide his panic, throwing on a shaky smile in spite of his growing horror. The blonde growled lowly, whilst Izuku's hands twitched to thumb at the bandages under his uniform. "Ugh, not this sheet again," he heard Bakugo grumble as he glared heavily at him. The previous students that hadn't been paying attention finally noticed Izuku standing at the door. What looked to be around 17 in fact. "Oh dear, everyone must have already gotten here." "Hello Keika," Izuku started only to cut himself off as the glare intensified at the name. "Okay, let's not call him anything. Fancy meeting you here." Izuku nervously laughed as his gaze darted around, unsure of where he could safely look. "Good morning." The straight-laced student turned to Izuku, marching with a forceful stiffness. "I'm Ida Tenya, from Semi-Private Academy. Nice to meet you." "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you too, Ida." Izuku replied without thinking much, but found himself jumping a tad at the way small whispers broke out when he said his name. His shoulders starting to rise under the attention. He could barely breathe as he felt them judging him, appraising him, seeing how much of a threat he was and figuring out ways to beat him. "I saw you save that girl at the end, not to mention all the other examinees. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you?" Ida continued, oblivious to the panic that clutched hard at Izuku's throat. Izuku managed to stutter out. Sure, he did do that, but did Ida have to tell the whole class? Might as well pin a sign on his front that said, "Massive Threat," and leave him to the dogs swathed in meat juice. "Midoriya!" A cheerful voice called from behind him, saving Izuku from having to answer whilst also making him jump a good few feet in the air. Sorry, but you got in. Just like Present Mike said. I mean, of course you did. Your quirk is amazing. Yurarika. Thank you for going to talk to him. I'm glad that you got in too, congrats." Izuku managed to stutter out, his nerves dimming as he turned his body away from the class to talk to her. A friendly familiar face was just what Izuku needed to calm himself. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A droning hollow voice sounded behind Uraraka, startling Izuku into a stiff posture, his gaze snapping to the long yellow figure laying on the floor with only a tired-looking face and messy black hair poking out. This is the hero course. The zip dropped just enough for the man to SCK at a packet of something, and Izuku could only worry about the amount of sleep the man was getting. He looked positively exhausted. With all his knowledge, he couldn't help but wonder if the man would be offended if Izuku recommended some tips for proper sleep hygiene. Something's here? Uraraka and Ida squeaked as the man managed to stand up, still in the sleeping bag. Are you all right, sir? Izuku couldn't help but ask, concern lacing his voice. Maybe just a small suggestion of getting more sleep would be okay. Perfectly. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. The man continued in his exhausted tone as he dropped the sleeping bag around him, revealing his black and uninteresting attire. The gray scarf bundled around his neck was perhaps the most interesting part of his outfit. A pro hero? Perhaps he was their teacher. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. The man introduced himself, confirming Izuku's suspicion before turning to look at the rest of the class. Nice to meet you. Murmurs erupted from the rest of the students. Well, it was probably understandable, he didn't really look like a teacher, nor a pro hero either. But Izuku was more concerned about the fact that it looked like he'd only slept an hour last night, and presumably rolled up to the classroom in his sleeping bag straight from his night's sleep. The man reached into said bundle of yellow fabric and pulled out what looked to be a short-sleeved uniform. It's kind of sudden, but put these on and go out onto the field. Immediately Izuku felt his heart leap to his throat once again. He knew that he'd have to tackle this particular issue very soon, considering that they'd have physical exercise nearly every day, but just this morning he had been worrying about the scars on his face. Not to even think about the rest of them. Students stood and received a pair of clothes as they passed. Izuku swallowed. There was a logical solution to all this. He didn't have to panic. All he would have to do was to go and change in the toilets alone. He had his bandages that covered his arms, and the uniform trousers were long enough to hide his leg scars. It would have to do, but it didn't quite quell the roaring panic that he felt. What if someone asked why he didn't change around other people? Or if someone questioned the bandages on his arms? Or if he wasn't allowed to change in the toilets? They're proof of your usefulness, don't be ashamed. He tried to tell himself as he took a pair of clothes and followed a group of boys to the changing rooms. He repeated the sentence over and over in his head as he hurriedly shuffled to the attached bathroom, pushing himself into a stall. He couldn't help but shudder as his gaze wandered to his newest scar. The burns marring his flesh was the only exception to the mantra. Shaking the thought away, he zipped the top up over his torso as he fought the urge to wrap the rest of his scars entirely in bandages. He didn't have many more visible, but the urge was still there. He could probably do without being called a mummy by Bakugo again like he had years ago when he was feeling particularly cruel looking at his arm bandages. Once sufficiently changed, Izuku stuffed his school uniform into his bag and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He didn't look especially bad, just weird. His face was still jarring to look at, and his bandages suggested a fresh injury. Better his classmates think that rather than something he was self-conscious about, much better. Besides, it'd give them less ammo for teasing if any were bullies, but he didn't really get that kind of vibe from them. In any case, he shook his thoughts away and left the bathroom. He got a few questioning looks from some of the other guys in the changing room as he slipped out of the toilets, but no lingering stares past those absently curious about his bandages. He fiddled with the ends nervously as he slipped out of the door behind the two others who were chatting happily. Ochako had high hopes for attending UA. The school seemed very nice and welcoming for everyone. Even present Mike was kind, supportive and understanding when she'd went to ask about Midoriya. If all their teachers were supportive and encouraging, then there wasn't a doubt that Ochako would be able to progress nicely without having to worry about being overlooked in favor of those with stronger quirks. Though the week of waiting for exam results was a special kind of pain, she had mostly felt a mild, nagging worry in the back of her mind for the green-haired cheerful boy. When she'd first seen his face, she was rather concerned if he had experienced harsh conflict. Due to the amount of scars visible, but she knew better than to comment on people's scars. She pushed it to the back of her mind. It wasn't immediately clear, but from what she saw of Midoriya, she knew he was a kind soul. Generous without expecting anything in return, he'd healed her using his quirk without hesitation, knowing that he'd just get the brunt of her horrendous pain. He could have just sat down and treated her leg with the medical supplies he had on him before waiting for Recovery Girl, that way he wouldn't have had to deal with the intense pain. But the way that he healed her regardless of himself spoke leaps and bounds about the kindness of his soul. Then by the time she saw him on the first day, she'd completely forgotten about the animosity rolling off between him and the explosive blonde, Kaken. She was just excited that they'd be in the same class. Starting off the year with a friend was always a great thing in her mind. Overall, she was quite ecstatic to be in UA. Midoriya, she called as said boy walked onto the field behind a boy with weird elbows and a boy with a black lightning bolt in his blonde hair. Over here. Midoriya perked up at catching sight of her, and she couldn't help her wandering gaze linger on the thick bandages that encased his arms and parts of his wrist. Did he heal someone recently? Ochako couldn't help but be more than a little concerned. The way that he rubbed over them though made it clear to her that he was nervous about having the bandages on display, so Ochako tried to forget about them so he would be more comfortable. Hi Uraraka? Mind if I stand with you? He asked, rubbing the back of his head. He was also pretty polite, shy, and a little nervous most of the time. Ochako was wondering what a truly relaxed and happy Midoriya would be like. Not at all. Any ideas about what this could be able? I mean, aren't these our gym clothes? She asked, her attention back to the outfit. They were comfortable enough for exercise, much more so than the ill-fitting uniform of her previous school. It was kind of odd that they were changing into these when they still had the entrance ceremony to attend, or a homeroom dedicated to orientation. I'm not sure, but UA isn't exactly an ordinary school, so honestly anything could happen. He chuckled nervously. All right, the tired-looking Aizawa spoke up when everyone had arrived. We're going to have a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? The class echoed. Ochako furrowed her brow. But sensei, what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. He replied instantly, the tone of his voice coming across as rather deadpan and without emotion. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. It made sense in a way, but at the very least having an orientation was pretty useful. Well, if the teacher said so, she would just have to flick through her student handbook instead. It had practically the same stuff, but the familiarity of tradition would have been a nice comfort to help her settle into the new school in a new city. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? The physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from the students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He sighed. Bakugu, you scored the highest villain points in the practical exam, right? Ochako noticed the slight twitch of Bakugu's brow at the distinction. She hadn't realized it before, but Midoriya getting the exact same amount of points as Bakugu was probably infuriating for the blonde. She glanced back to Midoriya and saw him absently rubbing a spot on his chest. Curious. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Aizawa threw a ball to him. Try doing it with your quirk. To Bakugu's credit, he stepped up to the plate ready to do as the teacher told him. Ochako idly wondered what the guy's quirk would be. In a way, everyone's quirks often reflected their personality, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally. She herself was bubbly and light. Midoriya was kind-hearted and selfless. What kind of quirk would an explosively angry blonde have? You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Well then, Bakugo muttered as he stretched his arms. Die. As it turned out, an explosively angry guy would have a quirk that let him literally explode things. Know your own maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Ochako could feel her eyes bulge as she saw the display turn towards the class with Bakugu's supposed score in large numbering. Her usual was around 55, yet letting Bakugo use his quirk that he managed to get well over 10 times her score. 750 meters. Seriously? What's this? It looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. Ochako was initially excited, but a quick glance to her left made her pause. Midoriya would most definitely have a hard time. After all, his quirk wasn't suited for physical tests like this. Well, it was a good thing that there wasn't going to be any downsides to failing. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa quoted. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? A small smile started to grow on his tired expression. Alright, whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Huh? The class cried as Ochako felt fear trickle over her. Sure, she wasn't the worst when it came to physical fitness tests. She'd done pretty well back in her old school. But the thought that more in shape thanks to the Koizumi's harsher training recently after they heard he had gotten into UA, so hopefully he'd be able to shave off a second or two. Aizawa started to call the students up in pairs as Izuku stretched. He watched as Ida ran the distance in 3-second flat, his eyes drawn to the boy's calves where steam was rising from pipes. Oh, that must have been his quirk. Enhanced speed from a quirk that gave him a physical alteration. The girl he was racing against, Azuigu, hopped along not unlike a frog, a part of her quirk? The groups of people went by fast, each appearing to have interesting quirks of those that used them. A boy with a muscular tail called Ojiro, Uraraka nullifying the effect of gravity of her clothes, the boy with the naval laser shooting backwards called Aoyama against the pink-skinned girl Ishido. Izuku heard his name being called out through the area with Bakugo's as he saw the others shifting to observe. It wasn't quite a surprise, but it was most definitely unnerving, especially knowing that he couldn't use his quirk to help him and thus likely wouldn't be very impressive. Sure, being a hero meant having to deal with people watching your every move. But Izuku was barely ready for that. What if he messed up? On your mark, get set. The robot spoke in a cute high-pitched voice, before the audio file of a gunshot rang through the air and Izuku took off running. He was quick and light on his feet, but the debris and heat that flared out in front of him slowed him down. Bakugo pulling ahead and releasing explosion after explosion behind him to enhance his speed and blow him forwards. Izuku reached the finish line as the robot exclaimed 6.78 seconds. Oh, that was a second less than last year. That was always good to know. Not the fastest in the class by far, but definitely not the slowest. The long-distance run was next and seriously grueling on Izuku's muscles by the end of it. He pushed himself to work hard, again not having spectacular results or the worst results. He couldn't help but admire and envy a few of the other students though. A girl called Yaoyorozu pulled ahead of everyone else using the rocket-powered bike that she had created from her body. Izuku was rather torn about his opinion on whether it counted or not. On one hand, it was created using her quirk and thus was able to be used in a quirk assessment test. But on the other hand, it was a rocket-powered bike whilst everyone else was running. There weren't many breaks in between tests for Izuku to approach Aizawa. Instead, he took the opportunity to do so during the standing long jump whilst the other students were doing it. He started as he approached the scruffy man. His tone not too grabbing to draw the students' attention their way, but enough for the man to look at him out the corner of his eye. Aizawa-sensei? Yes, Midoriya? It's about this test, sir. I know that everyone thinks it's unfair. I don't understand your reasoning to an extent, but I think you're testing each of us wrong. Aizawa's eyebrow raised, his head turning towards Izuku ever so slightly, his gaze drawn away from those jumping. How? Izuku swallowed, scratching at his bandages. Well, the thing about heroics is that there's a lot of different types of heroes. For example, there's the main kind which is about combat, hence the name combat heroes. Then there's rescue heroes, stealth heroes, support heroes, general heroes, and specialist heroes. I know you probably know that. But these tests are assessing our potential as combat heroes. At this point in our education, people who are more suited to being rescue heroes or support heroes are likely to fail because their quirks aren't helpful in most of these tests, sir. And at this rate, Only the person with the worst bad luck will be last. And you could expel them, sir, but they could have an excellent specialist quirk for stealth or support, but because you tested them on combat they will have lost the chance to become a hero. And I'm quite sure that there will be other aiming for something other than being combat heroes, so by that logic, you're testing us all wrong. There was a few moments of silence as Izuku stared up at Aizawa, all traces of nerves having disappeared with each word he spoke. His fiddling with bandages had ceased as he maintained direct eye contact. The with unexpected confidence he had unknowingly summoned held up as he stared back at his teacher. And then Aizawa blinked. As if the spell had been broken, all of Izuku's confidence fled in an instant, his body seizing up in fright. He just practically told the teacher he was incompetent. Oh dear God. He had to salvage this conversation. I am sorry. I didn't mean to say that you hadn't considered that maybe you did, and it sounds like I am belittling your teaching methods. I didn't meant to do that, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you had considered it. Aizawa didn't respond, he only blinked once more before Izuku let out a squeak. Okay. I'm gonna go do the thing now. Sorry. Izuku forced himself to speak through his tight throat, feeling almost like the teacher had locked his hand around his neck the moment Izuku realized what he'd done. He barely had enough breath to turn around and perform less than adequately in the long jump. Even though he hadn't paid attention to everyone else's result, there was little doubt that his attempt was the worst out of the class. The pitch went about as well as the last test. Izuku had fumbled with the ball the first time, getting only a measly 5 meters before trying again and getting 36 meters. Just shy of 5 meters less than his last pitch test. Izuku knew he could do better, but his anxiety skyrocketed as Aizawa's tired stare focused on him once again. He was probably going to get expelled no matter what result Izuku managed to scrape together. What did he know about heroics that a teacher at UA didn't? And even if the teacher didn't take too much offense from the comment, there was no way that his horrendously out-of-control anxiety wouldn't mess with the rest of the tests. There wasn't enough time to stand to one side and calm down, but as they moved from test to test, Izuku tried some breathing exercises. They didn't work perfectly considering he hadn't the time to take as long as necessary, but they worked enough to calm his pounding heart. When he looked down at the grip strength test and saw an average score of 48 kilograms, Izuku let out a breath. Just a little better than his last test, thanks to the lack of specific spotlight. With all the rest of 1A taking the test at the same time, Izuku had been able to shy away from Aizawa's heavy gaze. Izuku was just about to put his machine back where he got it from when a yelp of pain came from his left. All of his senses working fast, Izuku whipped his head around to see Ida clutching his right hand to his chest with his left as red oozed between his fingers. Everyone else stopped their own tests to stare in curiosity at the commotion as Aizawa approached. What happened? I think the machine malfunctioned. Ida explained through tight lips, and before Izuku knew it he was right next to him. Go see Recovery Girl, you can finish the tests when you get back. Aizawa decided. Oh, there's no need for that. I can help. Izuku intervened, his head turned to Ida. Can I help you? I'm not sure how you would, but I suppose, Ida replied wearily, extending his hand out reluctantly and showing the cut along his fingers near the palm. Izuku smiled reassuringly at him before he pressed his left hand to Ida's forearm. He dug deep into himself and felt out the warmth in his chest and tugged, activating his quirk with only a slight wince as his right hand flared with pain. He pulled his hand back, pushing his thumb along the gash across the proximal fingers. Hopefully it would let up bleeding within a minute or two. Ida blinked and jolted, staring down at his own hand for a moment, then rapidly looking between it and Izuku. You have a healing quirk? Remarkable. Izuku grinned. Wait, you're hurt now. Are you alright? Do you need any help? He looked a tad startled. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Izuku grinned up at him. It was only a small cut, so it should stop bleeding in a minute and be perfectly healed in 10. Oh. Izuku fumbled a slight as he reached down with his left and pulled a small travel pack of disinfectant wet wipes out of his pocket and passed them to the other student. Sorry, I got a little bit of blood on the pack there, but you should be able to use those to clean your hands. That way you don't have to go all the way to a bathroom. Ida blinked as Izuku, as if he couldn't quite believe the situation. He shook his head as he carefully cleaned his hands, taking a moment to clean the packet as well. Alright, I guess Midoriya dealt with. Everyone get back to your tests. Aizawa addressed the group of gawkers before giving a tired glance to Izuku. Did you finish yours, Midoriya? Why yeah, it's just over there. Izuku nodded to just a few meters away from them. Sorry about the floor, that I can clean it up after my hand stops bleeding? Aizawa stared at him carefully for a moment. Don't bother. After the test, you two need to go see Recovery Girl anyway. She needs to make an incident report. Ida, go get another machine. Yes, sensei. Ida nodded, his reply drowned out by a call of, Deku, what the F dash, as Izuku flinched hard. What the F dash? Bakugo growled out again as he stomped over to Izuku, visibly shaking in anger as small puffs of explosions went off. Oh boy, there was very little that Izuku could say that wouldn't anger the blonde further. Tight bands of panic constricted around Izuku's torso, his heart beating fast. Tell me what's going on, you Bisudi. Kei Kaken. Izuku tried to smile at him, though his words came out as little more than a wheeze, the bands of panic restricting his airflow heavily. I see, can explain. He wheezed, trying again. His breathing was well on the way to becoming hyperventilation if he didn't calm down. This was bad. But before Izuku could wheeze out a few more words in a poor attempt at defense, bands of cloth coiled around Bakugo's upper half, tugging him back a few inches and stopping him in his tracks. Izuku looked up at the source as he recognized their tired, exhausted homeroom teacher as the underground hero Eraserhead, who was staring red-eyed at Bakugo. Now Izuku felt even more foolish for the lecture on different hero types. He'd been telling an underground hero how combat heroes weren't the only kind of heroes. Though with the revelation that Aizawa was Eraserhead, that he was still very much active nowadays, almost every night. Was he working through 2 jobs and not sleeping enough? Izuku shook his head from the thought. He could speculate on his teacher's bad health habits later, for now he should focus on the imminent danger that was Bakugo. What the? This cloth is hard, Bakugo grumbled, his head straining to twist out of the material. They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. Jeez. Don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. I have dry eye. Aizawa chided the blonde, pulling him with a sharp tug away from Izuku and towards his previous standing spot. We're wasting time. Get back to your test. Bakugo stood still, shaking with anger, his heavy glare moving from Aizawa to Izuku. The green-haired boy reflexively seized up in fear, quickly curling in on himself and away slightly. It took a moment for Bakugo to turn away, growling to himself, still shaking in suppressed rage. The fear that was so natural around Bakugo still swathed Izuku so completely that he jumped nearly out of his skin when he felt the sensation of 4 fingers touch his shoulder gently. Are you all right, Midoriya? Please. Uraraka. My hand just stopped bleeding. It should seal up in another few minutes. Izuku smiled shakily at her as he felt the fear slowly ebb away. He accepted the clean wet wipe that Ida offered and carefully cleaned the wound. That's not, Uraraka started before cutting herself off. She then turned to Ida. Ida, are you all right? Me? Oh yes, thankfully Midoriya's quirk is incredibly effective. Thank you for your help. Your quirk, I presume that you healed me by absorbing the injury. The boy asked. Izuku was glad for the lack of prodding and the swift subject change. He'd much prefer not talking about Bakugo. Talking about his quirk, however, was something he could do easily. My quirk is called Self-Inflicted Healing. I absorb people's injuries through touch, and I have a faster healing rate compared to most, so it's pretty effective in supporting others in combat. I am more prone to scars than most, however. The subtle explanation of his facial scars hung in the air, enough to make Izuku bit his lip nervously in the silence. I think Midoriya's quirk is amazing. Uraraka lit up a moment later. You could help so many people with it. Izuku fidgeted under the praise, his cheeks burning a bright pink. He'd heard people praise him before very occasionally, but he still had no idea how to handle compliments. Just as he opened his mouth to uselessly fumble words, Aizawa's tired voice cut through the air announcing they were moving on to the next test. Izuku gave Uraraka a small smile before they moved on. The next test was the seated toe touch, and whilst it was mildly annoying to do with a slowly sealing wound, Izuku managed to get a decent score. Nothing spectacular, but probably the 12th or 13th in the class. Then they moved right onto the sit-ups, where again Izuku got a moderate score. His hand had healed up nicely between tests, with only a small patch of untanned skin and small dots of blood being the evidence of an injury. Izuku didn't do particularly well in that test, but that was a given. Sit-ups were most definitely not his strength. By the time that the last test came up, Izuku had resolved himself to last. He gave it his all throughout the sustained sideways jumps, but he just wasn't getting the scores of everyone else. Dread had seeped in further, tripping him up a little earlier than he could have pushed him, cutting off his score. There was a momentary interlude where everyone discussed their scores, but Izuku could only fold in on himself and hope with everything he had that something would happen so that he could continue his education at UA. He'd only just got here, he wasn't anywhere close to achieving anything he wanted. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Aizawa explained before putting up a holographic table in front of the class. Izuku braced himself as he timidly looked up at the list of 19 names. Something cold and dark uncoiled in his stomach as he spotted his name right at the bottom in 19th place. Tight bands had wrapped around his throat and chest, constricting his breathing, walls closing in on him as pure horror and dread threatened to throw Izuku into a full-blown panic attack right there in front of everyone. Everything he was hoping and dreaming for was going to be thrown out the window, and all his hopes and dreams would be crushed. And, by the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Izuku's breath halted completely as he started with wide, unblinking eyes at his teacher. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. It took most of Izuku's control not to let his knees buckle and sob into the ground. Though his knees shook and tears started to gather in his eyes, he let out a shaky breath of relief. He wasn't quite sure he would have been able to endure the shame of being expelled from UA this early in the year and having to find another high school, but at least this way he wouldn't have to find out. Looking around quickly, hoping no one was looking, he wiped his tears away using his bandaged arm. With that, we're done here. Aizawa shrugged, a clear dismissal for the day. Which was pretty surprising considering it wasn't even lunch. Wasn't he the one that said they wouldn't be slacking off? Go get changed, there are handouts of the curriculum and such in the classroom, make sure you take one before you go. There was a murmur of excitement that rushed through the crowd as they started to head back to the changing rooms. Just as Izuku was about to turn to follow, he heard Aizawa call for him. Midoriya Ida. Take this to the old lady and explain what happened. Izuku stepped forwards and took the paper and glanced up at Ida. He hoped that he hadn't inconvenienced Ida by putting off the trip to Recovery Girl until afterwards. He'd hate to be a bothered, but maybe this would give him the opportunity to maybe try and befriend another person? It would be nice to have more than just one friend. That is, if Uraraka definitely considered him one. I'll walk with you guys. That way we can all get our handouts together, afterwards, yeah. Uraraka smiled cheerfully at the two boys as she linked her arms with the both of them. Izuku couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude for her friendly nature. She really was a blessing. Thank you, Uraraka. That would be nice. Izuku grinned. They decided to head to Recovery Girl first, then the classroom before heading to change afterwards. It didn't take long in the infirmary. With a simple explanation of events, the passing along of a slip of paper, a sigh from Recovery Girl as if she knew the amount of paperwork she would inevitably have to do, and a handful of gummy bears each. The topic as they walked strayed from all different things. Uraraka drawing out the most. Conversation from her opinions on how mean Aizawa was to trick them all like that, and how refreshingly different it was to normal schools. Ida pitched in his thoughts occasionally, and Izuku managed to stutter his thoughts in when they were asked. Before Izuku knew it, the three of them had collected a handout each and their stuff and were outside the changing rooms. Uraraka was just about to say goodbye for the day when Izuku spoke up hesitantly. He said just a little too loud of his tastes, but it got both their attention. Did you both, wanna go get that ice cream afterwards? He managed. He'd never actually had the chance to hang out with a friend after school. He didn't really count the times he followed Bakugo because that was more Bakugo deciding, I'm going here, you're going to follow me, and that was it. But it would be nice to take a chance and offer it. Besides, they all had some free time and they didn't get any assignments, so hopefully they wouldn't be too busy enough to decline the invitation. Sure. I'd love to, Midoriya. Uraraka beamed, turning to Ida. I would enjoy that, considering that the day was much shorter than I expected. Thank you for the invitation, Midoriya. A happy feeling spread through Izuku's chest as he freely grinned up at them. He had a lot of improvement to make before he could even think of achieving much at UA, but if there was anything he could be proud of, it was the fact that he had friends now. If you asked Izuku how the curriculum of the UA's heroics department would go, he wouldn't have a good answer. From his first day, the impression was that it wouldn't be like a normal education. Considering the first test that he did, the threat of expulsion hung in the air, and his teacher telling him all about the freedoms of the teacher's decisions. It had implied that it would be something entirely different to anything Izuku knew about education. So to be thrown into regular classes was more than a bit jarring. The only thing out of place was the fact that famous pro-heroes taught their regular non-hero-centric classes and their textbooks were from the same decade. It was off-putting sitting in his English class, whilst Present Mike asked which sentence on the board was wrong, switched between a calm tone to yelling with excitement as someone put their hand up. The feelings of peculiarity didn't just stop at his English class. With all different pros, Izuku had to bite his tongue constantly to prevent geeking out about their quirks or careers. He thought he'd be free of it at lunch, but that was proved wrong when the support hero lunch rush passed by their table and Izuku nearly choked on his food. He nearly spat everywhere in a rush to praise his career, stuttering messily and flailing his hands about. Said hero's body language was cheerfully surprised as Izuku gushed about his use of Quirk in battle. Your quirk is just really cool and it's super useful. If it wasn't for you, then I'm sure that Air Jet wouldn't have been able to take down Skullcrusher 4 years ago. Izuku smiled. I was just wondering, how long does your quirk affect people for? And what are your limits? There was a beat of silence before Lunch Rush replied. Wow, thanks. And the effects of my quirk actually vary. In its pure gaseous form it generally lasts half an hour, but through refinement I've managed to make it last up to 3 hours. Wow. Izuku grinned. Yeah, the food you're eating is actually my best work. I use my quirk in my cooking to give you kids a bit more energy, so enjoy. I need to get back to the kitchen, but feel free to come talk to me if you need me. He cheerfully bid farewell before walking away with a peppy bounce. Wow. Izuku whispered to himself. You like Lunch Rush? Uraraka asked through a mouthful of rice. Yes. He's a wonderful support hero. He retired from active hero work a few years ago though. I guess he came to work here instead. His quirk lets him exhale a gas that gives people a boost of energy, clears their mind and lets them focus better. I wonder how he used his quirk to cook the food though, that maybe he managed to refine the gas into a liquid and cooked with it. Izuku muttered, examining the food as if it held all the secrets. I noticed that you talk about support heroes often, Midoriya. Is that something you're hoping to be? Ida asked curiously as he returned to eating. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I've always looked up to support heroes and all the different kinds of heroes rather than just the basic kinds. I feel like they don't get as much appreciation as offensive or rescue types, you know? Just because they're not the flashiest or hit the hardest. So I want to be the kind of hero that makes people appreciate support heroes more. Izuku bit his lip. It was a lofty ambition, sure. But he was determined to see his goal through until he succeeded. That sounds great, Midoriya. Uraraka smiled then paused. But I don't think I know anything about the other kinds of heroes. I always kind of thought there was just the rescue and offense types. Izuku shook his head. No, there are so many different kinds. There's the offense one that's mostly combat focused and more about who can hit the hardest. Those are like All Might, Endeavor, Present Mike and Snipe. Then there's the rescue type, which is mostly dealing with disasters and rescues, generally aiding civilians than fighting villains. Those are like 13, Backdraft and Serious. From there, it changes with the focuses. There's the stealth heroes whose main focus is mostly recon and undercover work. So quirks like shape-shifting, improved hearing, and invisibility are really useful for those kinds. If they're not intelligence gathers, then their main fighting style would be sneak-based attacks. Specialist heroes is a sort of catch-all type. There aren't very many, but it's basically a type of hero whose quirk is very specialized that it would be perfect for certain situations. Like for example, if there's a landslide, 13's quirk would be able to clear it in a few minutes rather than a few weeks. So sometimes heroes with specialist quirks end up traveling all over the country to help out a situation, sometimes across the world depending on the magnitude. And there's support heroes who don't generally get into combat directly, but they have quirks that often help aid offense heroes in battle, or rescue heroes in situations that need it. There's a range of quirks that can fall into the support category, from quirks like healing, telepathy, energy boosting, quirks that enhance others' abilities, and more. Mandalay, Lunch Rush, and Recovery Girl are all really great support heroes. General heroes are the all-around types. They have no specific focus and are rather good for all kinds of situations. They don't excel at any one focus, but because they're well-rounded, they're ready to go for anything, whether it's a villain attack or sudden disaster. And finally, there's the underground hero types. Their type is most similar to offense types, but they aren't as flashy or they rely on the element of surprise. They mostly stay away from the media because of the specifics of their quirks or fighting style, like if everyone knows them then they lose their effectiveness in fights. Eraserhead was actually the first major hero to give it a name in actual media, though there have been many before him that were underground hero types. Of course, there's also heroes who are two types at the same time because their quirks or abilities have two benefits. Again, 13 would be a rescue specialist hero whilst Mandalay is a rescue support hero. In a sense, it's reasonable to think there's only offense or rescue heroes because of the number of overlapping types often mislead people. For a solid 10-second silence covered the table before Izuku blinked. His mind snapped back to the situation and he rushed to apologize. I am sorry. I didn't mean to go on like that. Sorry if it was boring, but yeah, why you get the idea. Sorry. Don't apologize, Midoriya. It was very informative. I was aware there were other kinds of heroes, but I never knew the specifics. Very interesting as well. Ida replied, his darting hands almost colliding with the tray underneath his finished meal. Yeah, it was neat. Thanks for explaining, Midoriya. Uraraka smiled reassuringly. Izuku gave them a sheepish smile, the feeling of mortification easing slightly. He would have apologized more, but he couldn't trust himself not to ramble again. So with a swift topic change, Uraraka and Ida were the ones doing most of the talking whilst Izuku started to eat his barely touched meal. Izuku gulped nervously as they arrived back in the classroom. He couldn't help but shake a little with excitement, nerves and curiosity all rolled into one. At any moment now, the teacher would come in and they would officially start their hero training. Trying to predict what they would be doing was next to impossible. Izuku had now thrown every single expectation about UA out of the window since they just ended up surprising him anyway. For all Izuku knew, they would be duking it out with some extra robots or having another quirk test. With a jumble of emotions all toiling inside him, his thoughts were scattered as well. But Izuku couldn't get just one question out of his mind. Who's going to teach this class? It was a reasonable question for one. With near every class being taught by pro heroes, the staff list was only so long. He'd heard about or seen most of the other teachers and what subjects they all taught, so none of them would be their hero basic training teacher. Just as Izuku was about to mentally run down all the UA teaching staff, he remembered, a loud and startlingly familiar voice called out. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku almost choked on his spit. Now, everyone who he'd ever spoken to about heroes knew without a doubt that Izuku loved all kinds of heroes. He could spout fact after fact about heroes, going from the retired heroes active 20 years ago, or the brand new ones. He was indiscriminate in his admiration, appreciating every single type of hero for what they did, their quirks and their personalities. He had a bit of a soft spot for the number one hero. Okay, well, that was putting it lightly. True, Recovery Girl was most probably his favorite hero, but All Might was extraordinarily close to tying with her by only a centimeter away. And with the lack of Recovery Girl merchandise, well, Izuku had to fill his shelves with something. It's All Might. Kaminari grinned in awe as the classroom filled with similar sounds of admiration and disbelief. Wow, he really is a teacher. Kirishima exclaimed. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Izuku forcefully bit down on his tongue. Nope, he was absolutely not going to gush about All Might. Nope. He would never be able to be within 50 feet of him in the future if he did. Even though Izuku could tell you exactly which years All Might wore that costume in, and what costume replaced it. He could tell you the reasons why he switched, and what major villains he fought whilst wearing it. And he absolutely had a figurine at home that had the exact same costume. He bit down a little harder to make sure that none of his excited buzzing thoughts tumbled from his mouth as they sometimes did without his knowledge or permission. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today, All Might explained before holding out a flashcard with the word battle written on it. Combat training. Combat training? Izuku mumbled as he switched to biting his lip. He was going to get obliterated. It was nice living. Whilst it lasted. Of course, Izuku knew a moderate amount of Aikido, but that didn't exactly mean he could completely defend himself. And to go with that, are these. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. All Might pointed to the wall where it opened up, revealing numbered cases in bright green whilst Izuku's heart raced. After you change, gather in ground beta. Yes, sir. As each student stood to grab their respective cases, each case corresponding to their seat number, Izuku's being 18, Izuku was anxious to check out his. His design was rather basic and minimally creative really, but he was looking forwards to seeing how it would all look. Though he did jolt a little to see that his case was less of a flat case and more like a square cube box, but that just meant that they had included everything he had asked for. That was a relief at least. It definitely gave him a lot more options. Changing was the same as the other 2 times Izuku had changed at you, ducking into the adjoined bathroom and into one of the cubicles. He took some time inspecting it all and admiring each individual part of it before snapping out of his thoughts as he heard the last pair of voices leave the main changing area. Cutting short his examination, Izuku declothed and changed within a few minutes and was practically sprinting to catch up to the rest of his class, hoping that he wasn't going to be late and anger All Might. By the time that he reached ground beta, Izuku stopped to catch his breath just in the tunnel. Whilst he really didn't want to anger his teacher, even worse would probably be showing up looking as if he was ridiculously unfit. After a moment, Izuku put his mask up over the lower half of his face and walked out of the tunnel towards his class. Thankfully, it looked like they were all just milling around, talking with each other and admiring their friends' costumes. He didn't blame them. If he had never met any of them, Izuku would have thought them as pros. Oh, Midoriya. Uraraka smiled as she adjusted her helmet. You look cool. Like a field medic. It's perfect for your Quirk. Izuku smiled sheepishly, thankful that his costume didn't actually look bad. There were just a few things he was unsure about, but he had thought about the practical aspect of his costume. For starters, he would have gone for a full-body suit like so many heroes did, but that would only hinder his ability to tend to his own wounds. And so, he wore a teal short-sleeved zipped jacket with matching shorts, both with white stripes running down the sides. He kept his usual arm bandages, still hiding away his scars from sight. He also had black elbow pads and knee pads, because Izuku knew that he would be doing a lot of running and dodging. Knees and elbows were sensitive things after all. He wore a pair of white socks with stripes of teal near the top, his comfortable red shoes and a medical mask to round off the outfit. Although that was the extent of his costume, he also had a few bits of support items. Around his wrists were a pair of heart rate monitoring bracelets with 3 different functions. The first was to obviously monitor the heart rate of the wearer as they rested on their pulse point. He just needed to press one of the buttons to light the small LCD display. The second was to switch the display to the other band's heart rate. Useless if worn by the same person, but if Izuku had to run somewhere and leave an injured person behind, all he'd have to do was leave them with one band and monitor their heart rate as he ran. The last function was a simple emergency signal, It was programmed to send a distress call to a selected person along with a location tracking. Both bands were tracked separately, so it would be another aid to a possible injured person. The last thing that Izuku had for his costume was the biggest part and arguably the most expensive. A large hard-cased red backpack sat over his shoulders, clasped with straps at the top and bottom of his sternum. 2 pockets either side of the shoulder straps held different quick-access medical supplies, whilst the inside of the pack held a wide range of supplies. Pretty much everything Izuku could possibly need at any one time, barring surgical tools. Needless to say, the hard shell of the backpack was almost a return of Turtle Izuku from his old days of carrying books back from the library. Uraraka looked embarrassed as she indicated down to her own costume. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's kind of embarrassing. I think you look great though, Uraraka. It reminds me of an astronaut, which is really fitting for your quirk. But if it's not comfortable, I think they allow you to redesign it. Izuku suggested, his voice slightly muffled by the mask, his smile unseen. He would take the mask off whilst they talked and put it away, but barring stuffing it in his supply pockets, he had no available pockets. Might need to keep that in mind if ever he redesigned it. Just as Uraraka cheerfully thanked him, visibly cheered up, All Might called the class to attention and all conversation halted. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir. Ida's voice called from the suit of armor next to Izuku. His helmet must be awfully stuffy. If he hadn't been familiar with Ida's voice, he would have never recognized him. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. All Might explained. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Azui asked. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will the wins and losses be determined? Yaoyorozu inquired. Can we beat them up anyway? No surprise from Bakugo. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka worried asked. How shall we be split up? Ida questioned. Isn't this cape crazy? Aoyama smiled, holding up his glittering purple cape. For a second, All Might looked overwhelmed. I'll answer all your questions. The next moment, he was pulling out a book that looked way too small in his hands. A script? Well, he was new to teaching. Izuku couldn't blame him for needing to look at his notes. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly? Ida asked with a note of incredulity. Actually, Izuku spoke up with his voice surprisingly level despite the classmates around him. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies to deal with a number of situations. Whether it's planned or in the heat of an emergency, it's rare for heroes to be able to carefully choose who to work with. So maybe that's why. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. All Might reassured before swiftly moving on. Pairing the class up didn't take too long, and Izuku was more than reassured to be partnered with Uraraka. He felt a little bad that Ito was partnered with Bakugo, who absolutely could not work with anyone. It would make their battle quite hard for them to succeed if they were the heroes in the exercise. Unfortunately, there was an odd number of students. All Might had planned to team up with Yaoyorozu, who was left without a partner, but just about everyone was uncomfortable with the idea since it would create a massive power imbalance. In the end, to hasten things along, Yaoyorozu decided she would tackle the trial without a partner, only betraying a slight rock of nerves. Izuku couldn't help but admire the decision, hoping that she didn't have too hard a time. Well then, the first teams to fight will be. All Might moved on as he rifled through two separate boxes, one labeled Villain, the other Hero. These guys? Izuku swallowed, his gaze flickering over to Bakugo and back to the ground. Oh man. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head towards the monitor room. Of course, just Izuku's luck. That weird thread mashing him and Bakugo together just kept on pulling them together, and at this point it was just straight up annoying. All it ended up with was Izuku hurt, Bakugo angry, and no one is happy. Well, hopefully this would be different than their usual fights. Regardless of the things Izuku told himself, he could feel every burn that covered him faintly aching in reminder. He pointedly ignored the glare the explosive blonde sent his way, instead choosing to follow All Might and his friends towards the building they would be using for the exercise. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. All Might instructed, gaining a yes, sir. In return before Ida and Bakugo entered the building, gaining a little bit more instruction from the hero. 2 floor plans were given to Izuku and Uraraka, including communicators, before All Might disappeared back to the monitor room with the rest of the class. Izuku swallowed slightly as he studied the floor plan, the paper shaking lightly with his hands. Logically, Izuku knew that the risk of serious injury to himself was relatively low, and the actual danger from the exercise was minimal. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that Izuku didn't exactly want Bakugo to go barking about their shared history whilst they fought to Ida and Uraraka. Unintentional as it may be due to his tendency to yell insults and jeers at Izuku during their fights. Mostly, it was because he didn't want them to think him weak or spineless, while a small part didn't want them to worry. He was going to be a hero, and he would stand up and help bring down villains much scarier and aggressive than Bakugo Katsuki. He had dealt with Bakugo the past 10 years. He could deal with him for 3 more. What do you think should be our plan, Midoriya? Uraraka asked after a minute. You're familiar with Bakugo, what do you think would be our best options? Well, Kaken will probably not really work with Ida much. He's not good with cooperation, so he'll probably try to hunt me down and fight me, leaving Ida to guard the fake bomb. Our best bet is to split up when Kaken finds us and try to use the capture tape on them. I think I might be able to do it, and if I deal with Kaken fast enough, then I'll be able to head around to you and help out with Ida if need be. Izuku bit his lip. Sounds good to me. I'm not much of a skilled fighter yet, but I'll give it my best shot. I'm good at improvised weapons, so hopefully there'll be enough clutter around for me to use. Uraraka cheered. This is so exciting, isn't it? Izuku nodded with a smile. Despite Bakugo being a part of the exercise, he was actually excited to get on with it. His first official test fight in an actual hero school, watched by a pro hero and 15 future heroes. It was a lot of hero stuff, and Izuku was thrilled. Uraraka, just wondering, but what's the weight limit of your quirk? HM? Oh, I can nullify up to around 3 tons actually. Okay, that's great. Do you think you could get us up to a window on the 5th floor? Easily. You're wanting to go down from the top to search for the bomb. Yeah, it's unlikely they'll put it on one of the first 2 floors as it's too quickly found. The 3rd is a possibility, but the fact that it's in the middle might be too easily guessed. The 5th and 4th floor are probably our best bets, and it's best to come at them from an equal level or from above, wouldn't you say? Yes, but let's do our best to win this. Uraraka grinned, a fierce mask of determination washing over her. Izuku felt himself get excited alongside her. They punched the air together, albeit Izuku's punch a fairly shy one. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. Ochako was hopeful. She wanted the plan to work, and she wanted for her and Midoriya to take home a victory. The plan was well thought out as well. It gave them a decent chance for winning without overcomplicating things whilst also taking into account the personalities and quirks of their opponents. A simple plan. When Bakugo found them, Ochako would split off from them to go find and capture Ida, leaving Midoriya to face Bakugo alone. A very simple plan, no complicated setups, and no relying on things outside their reach. But if they had been given a lot more time, Ochako would have insisted on working out a different plan. Perhaps sticking close to each other and working to take Bakugo down together, With him out of the way, they would be able to go after Ida together, distracting him enough that maybe they'd be able to touch the bomb before he captured them. If they had a plan like that, she would have been a lot more confident in this exercise and not have to battle off her worries. But unfortunately, they didn't have enough time. All Might had just called for it to start. Midoriya smiled at her as she grabbed a hold of his wrist, activating her quirk on him then herself. Pushing off the ground, Ochako was glad for the familiarity she felt at the sensation. It made it easy to control their movement towards a fifth-floor window. As they climbed through the window, she released her quirk. So you and Bakugo have known each other for a while. How long? Ochako couldn't stop herself from whispering as they started to quietly move through the corridor. Her curiosity had been eating at her, wanting to get to the bottom of Midoriya and Bakugo's seemingly unbalanced friendship. He took a short while to respond, and Ochako thought he was going to ignore her before a small whisper of, "Practically our whole lives," caught her attention. "We live in the same neighborhood and our moms were friends in high school. We've also been in the same school and class every year, so it's not exactly a surprise that we're both in 1A now." Small alarms rang out. "Has he always been so mean?" She blurted. She hadn't meant to be so direct, but her previous concern had bubbled up like a volcano. If she had been worried about possible bullying before when she only knew they were in the same middle school, then her worries suddenly doubled. "He doesn't seem to like you very much." Midoriya fell back into silence, carefully looking around corners as they navigated. When he did speak up a minute later, he ignored her last question. "We could be found at any moment, so we should probably keep quiet and have our guard up." She didn't want to drop the subject, but they had other matters at hand. With a small sigh, she let it go. They moved through the building slowly, the corridors winding and feel as if they were making no progress through the floor since it all looked the same to Ochako. Hopefully Midoriya could tell where they had and hadn't been. Maybe she'd have to get better at reading schematics in the future. Just as they were about to head straight on AT Junction, Midoriya tackled Ochako to the ground, an explosion ringing out just an inch from where Midoriya's head had been. A second later, and he'd have been hit. Talk about a close call. "Uraraka, are you all right?" Midoriya asked, moving into a knelt position ready to sprint up the second he needed to move. "Yeah, thanks." Ochako replied, her head slowly wrapping around the events as she tried to see through the thick smog of smoke. She jolted, a few strands of green hair singed at the top and a smudge of ash over his temple. "Midoriya?" "It's just a scratch," he reassured her as he hurriedly patted down the smoldering area. "I'll be fine." Before he had the chance to say anything more, Bakugo was swatting at the smoke cloud, staring down angrily at Midoriya. "Come Deku, don't dodge. I figured you'd come for me first. Just like old times, huh? Don't worry." He sneered, charging forwards. "I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I am gonna get close." Ochako had scooted backwards as fast as she could, expecting they would just stand up and run for it, but Midoriya charged forwards, grabbing a hold of Bakugo's arm and twisting his own body around. In just the blink of an eye, Midoriya had pulled Bakugo over his shoulder, flipping him onto his back painfully. "Run, Uraraka. Follow the plan." Midoriya looked up at her, locking eye contact and momentarily forgetting about the blonde slowly sitting up. Ochako faltered. Hesitance locked her feet in place. She had to do something. She couldn't just let him fight his bully. "Go!" he yelled with a backbone of determination ringing in his voice. Ochako took a deep breath. "Don't let him beat you," she cried before turning on her heel and running as fast as she could. Bakugo stood up and Izuku tensed, hoping that he wouldn't have to chase after him if he went after Uraraka. There wasn't anything he could do offensive-wise to distract the blonde, and he didn't want to have to resort to taunts and jeers. Those would only invite extra pain whenever he did land a punch. Thankfully, Bakugo turned to growl at him instead. Izuku swallowed nervously as he fell back into a combat stance. With his hands straightened, palms facing out. Just like their many other fights, Izuku could only turn Bakugo's weight against him to bring him down. In just a blink, Bakugo used an explosion to power a kick close to Izuku's head. With a practiced response, Izuku blocked with his hands, twisting his leg away in an attempt to pull Bakugo down. Using the momentum, however, The blonde swung his other leg around and landed a head on the other side of Izuku's head, sending him falling towards the ground. Izuku put his hands out, scrambling back upside and making a break for it down the corridor, turning quickly. He had to get out of the corridors. It would be easy for Bakugo to pin him against the wall and deliver explosion after explosion. He needed to get to a fairly open room, preferably with items that he could hide behind. It wasn't seconds later that Izuku could hear the sounds of explosions behind him, along with a cry of, "Come back here, Deku," as Bakugo chased after him. But there wasn't any way that he would obey. That would probably end with the same result as placing your head directly into a crocodile's open maw. At the end of the corridor, it opened up to a large room with large windows lighting the room much better than the dark corridors they had just been navigating, along with many pillars for Izuku to duck behind. Perfect. He took only a moment to slip the small reel of capture tape from one of his pockets and slip it under his arm bandages, before unclipping the backpack to place it behind the corner. It would be more of a hindrance than advantage for fighting Bakugo. It wasn't like he'd have the chance to pause and treat his wounds, but if he somehow managed to succeed, it could come in handy for facing Ito with Uraraka. Just as Izuku turned out of the corner, an explosion hit his shoulder. Izuku reeled back towards the center of the room, glad that he had asked for the material of his costume to be explosion-resistant, otherwise he'd have been relieved of his jacket in seconds. Another explosion punch followed and Izuku batted it away with his wrist, swinging his leg around in a kick that was blocked quickly. As Izuku felt each blow, blocked a couple and rolled out of the way of blasts, he couldn't help the frustration bubble within him. Gritting his teeth, he tried to suppress it, his thoughts yelling out why? Why did Bakugo seemingly hate him? Why did Izuku have to fight him off every time? Why couldn't they just be friends? Why couldn't things change between them? Because it had always been the same. Their whole friendship had been messed up and complicated, weaved with pain and familiarity in a way that made Izuku's head spin when he thought about it. Bakugo wanted to pound Izuku into the dirt, but at the same time Izuku knew him to a startling degree. A few odd examples would be the knowledge that Bakugo slowed down in the cold, eats ghost peppers as if they were apples, and gets easily nauseous on anything that spins, such as the waltzers or a merry-go-round. The worst part was that those were only a couple of examples. Izuku had learned so much about Bakugo simply because they had practically grown up together. He knew all of that, and yet for the past 8 years he'd mostly been something that Bakugo loathed, took every moment and every chance to bring Izuku down. Whereas Izuku just wanted to go back to being unequal friends. Hell, if they had to ignore each other for the rest of their lives, that would work too. They would probably never have a comfortable friendship, but if they could go back to the unbalanced friendship, then they would be able to fix things. And yet, Bakugo lunged again. Izuku twisted out of the way and grabbed his wrist, curling his arm in a way to bring him to the ground, only for Bakugo to roll back to his feet. Another lunge, another twist, another dodge. Here they were, two students training to be heroes. But it was as if they were back in elementary, hidden away in the quiet corners of the playground, where explosions covered Izuku's skin as he struggled to fight back and get away. For how much they had grown, it seemed nothing had changed. Ochako kept running, slowing to a stop to head down a staircase. Focus on the exercise, find Ida, capture him, then help Midoriya. She told herself on loop. She had to follow the plan and put her faith in Midoriya's abilities. As much as she wanted to turn right around and help him with Bakugo, that would only lead them to losing. She turned the corner before quickly dashing back around to hide. She hadn't expected to come across the bomb so soon, but there it was just behind the corner. She'd only been walking around for a minute or so, her thoughts wrapped around Midoriya's fight. If she concentrated, Ochako could have sworn she heard the sounds of explosions just above her. Midoriya? I found the bomb. You were right, Ida's guarding it. She whispered into the calm, biting her lip as she carefully poked her head around the corner to get a better look. There wasn't anything around the area she could use for her quirk. This was looking bad. She should have just stayed with Midoriya and fought off Bakugo. But I would advise you, but kinda busy. Sorry, he replied, the occasional explosion mixed with dull thuds and grunts of exertion. It wasn't unexpected, but unfortunate. It's okay. I'll deal with it. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. She replied, steeling herself to think up a decent plan. What she needed was a distraction, something to take Ida's attention away from the bomb. Maybe if she got lucky she wouldn't have to fight and capture Ida, just touch the bomb and Midoriya's fight too. She slipped down the stairs to the 3rd floor hoping to find something she could use. It took her a short while, but she managed to find an empty gas canister that would do the job, heading back to the room as quietly as she could. Ochako only had one shot, and whilst she hadn't particularly had any experience at being stealthy, this was her only chance right now. Making the canister weightless, she gently pushed it to glide along just a few centimeters from the ground, hoping Ida would go forwards to inspect it. It knocked against a pillar, drawing Ida's attention as it moved forwards, and Ochako slipped behind a pillar. She moved fast, making sure that Ida's attention was still on the canister as she carefully moved behind the pillars one by one, getting closer. Her fingers were just inches away from the cool, lightweight metal when a gust of wind hit her, and with just a blink the bomb was out of reach. Not good. Uraraka. You are going to have to try harder than that to distract me. Ida called. His hands rested on his hips across the room from her with the large bomb behind him. And as you can see, I have already prepared for your arrival by moving all the things away. Now you cannot play your little tricks. You have blundered, hero. Ochako could only stare at him as he laughed in a pretty good villain sort of way. He got into character remarkably well, surprising for his personality. If they weren't on different teams, she could see herself laughing and cheering him on. But now it was a bad thing. Her hands curled into fists, she hadn't anything in reach to use. The gas canister had made for a good distraction but was ultimately useless for anything else. The only thing she could do was to try to outrun Ida to the bomb, but with his quirk she wouldn't be able to get anywhere close to it. To summarize, she was effed. Izuku felt bad that he couldn't help Uraraka, but it took most of his concentration just to avoid half of Bakugu's blows. They had somehow backed each other out of the brightly lit room and into the corridor, but with one kick to Bakugu's chest, Izuku ran back to the room and ducked behind a pillar to catch his breath. They only had so long, and Izuku couldn't even begin to estimate how much time they had left. 10 minutes? It felt like he'd been fighting with Bakugo for a lifetime, in a way he had, and he couldn't judge it by his breathing or heart rate since they'd been through the roof since he first saw Bakugo. Hey effing Deku! Bakugo called. You seen my gauntlets yet? Well, they're loaded. You're no match against me with that weak butt quirk of yours. Got any other tricks up your sleeve, or you just going to keep running away? What a way to be a hero. Izuku felt his throat close up, his arms shaking. He wanted to bite back, to shout, I'm not scared of you anymore, and mean it. He wished he couldn't feel the racing of his heart at just the thought of seeing Bakugo again. So yes, he was running away. And he would always run away. But this time, he couldn't. This time he couldn't let Uraraka down because she got partnered with him. This time he didn't have the option of running away. This time he had to fight back and win for her sake. He needed to get behind Bakugo and surprise him. That would be the only chance that Izuku would have to get the capture tape around him. Once he was caught, it would be easy. He'd run and help Uraraka with Ida. If they failed there, then at least Izuku's fault that they had failed. With your stalking, you probably already know all about it. But my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin sweat from the glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. Izuku peeked around the pillar he was hiding behind, watching as Bakugo settled into a stance to brace himself, a hand on one of his grenade-like gauntlets. His eyes widened. Surely they wouldn't give him something to boost his quirk even further. If they made it the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them, and ice ran through his veins. If Izuku wasn't scared a few seconds ago, he was petrified right now. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? If I don't hit him, he won't die. Izuku heard Bakugo call. He threw himself to the side of the room out of reach from the corridor as the room exploded. Ochako was getting tired. She gasped for breath against the wall of the room. She'd ran for the bomb a few times, Ida always letting her get inches away before sprinting to the opposite side of the room in an attempt to wear her out a lot faster. It was working. She felt so out of breath she would cough up her lungs in an attempt to get more air faster. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? Ochako faintly heard All Might through the building, probably to the floor above them. A growing sense of horror washed through her. What would have caused the number one hero to sound as panicked as that? And kill him? Not one moment later, a ringing explosion cut the air and shuddering rocked the building. It was close, entirely possible that the explosion came from right above them. Ochako dove out the way as a shower of loose concrete fell to the ground close to where she stood. An idea sparked to mind as she looked around. The previously spotless room was now littered with loose chunks of concrete, dust still falling as the building shook and settled. There was more than enough things around for her to use. A metal pole clattered to the ground on the other side of the room. Perfect. Ida had planted himself in the doorway leading to a moderate-sized cupboard with the bomb behind him, the safest place where rubble wasn't going to fall on him whilst also safeguarding the bomb by blocking the only way to it. The only way to get to it would be through him. But that was okay. She wasn't going to go for it, and Ida was cornered. Ochako gasped for breath for a single second before she took off through the room, even though she felt faint with blood rushing through her face. Bent at the waist, she touched all the scraps of debris she could, only pausing for a second to pick up the pole thin enough to grasp as a bat. By the time the building had settled completely and Ida looked up at her, she had an arsenal of floating debris. She was nauseated, gasping for breath and worried out of her mind for her friend. But she had to do this. Batter up. A few moments later, when the ringing had started to fade from his ears, Izuku blinked through the thick plume of black smoke coughing. As the cloud cleared, it was easy to see that the room was considerably lighter than before thanks to the massive hole in the wall just behind him. The warrior inside Izuku glanced up at the cracks running through the ceiling. The small crackling noise was enough to set him on edge. A ring of astounded laughter. Wow. The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. Come on, let's see your crappy move then, Deku. I'll force you to quit with everything I have. Just like old times. He goaded, setting off his usual show of explosions. But unlike usual, something was different. It wasn't that the something different was on Bakugo, no, they were currently in an unstable room. The weak force of the explosions was the straw that broke the camel's back. A deafening crack burst through the surroundings as the support beams around them crumbled, letting rubble, dust and rebar fall intermittently. A particularly large chunk of debris landing hard enough on Bakugo's shoulder for him to yell in pain. Izuku, already backed up to the entrance of the room near his backpack, could only stare with a racing heart as he wondered just how long the floor was going to hold, praying that the support beams of the lower levels could bear the crumbling weight. Grabbing his backpack, Izuku shrugged it back on, not wanting to lose it if the floor did collapse. It was a while when everything began to settle and the blows that Izuku had been dealt had been recovered from. Did he really absorb the situation? He was quick to take advantage of it. With his capture tape out, he stealthily made his way to the back of Bakugo, who held his red shoulder standing close to an intact support beam, glaring through the dust clouds, presumably searching for him. He struck and Bakugo was ensnared. The tape wound 3 times around the blonde's upper arms as he thrashed in rage, swear and threats spewing out of him with much vitriol. Izuku stood back on shaky legs, staring unblinkingly at him. He'd done it. He'd actually won a fight against him. I'm gonna kill you, F. Deku. Bakugo Katsuki is out. All Might's voice rang through the air. Izuku sighed in relief as he willed for every part of him to stop shaking. He wanted to lie down on the floor right there and catch his breath, to calm his speeding heart rate and convince himself that he had finally won a fight against Bakugo of all people. It was a minute later when Izuku heard All Might announce his team's victory. Oh yeah, Izuku was meant to help Uraraka with Ida. He'd blanked out completely, just staring uncomprehendingly at the floor. He stood up, hitting his cheeks with both hands in an attempt to clear his head. It didn't work as well as he'd have liked, but he focused on the task at hand. He was still in class. There were other classmates who had to do their exercise. Bakugo had quietened down. He was shaking in suppressed rage whilst glaring at Izuku though, so it was clear that he hadn't calmed down. He'd probably just gotten tired of yelling insults and was waiting to be freed so he could storm off. Izuku's gaze fell over the large red mark on Bakugo's left shoulder. That was going to be one hell of a bruise. With his mind only half there, Izuku was standing up and walking towards him. Here, let me heal. Back the F off, Deku. I don't want your shitty effing help. He yelled, the capture tape straining as he fought to get free. Izuku nodded dumbly and walked to the entrance of the hall in half a trance. She'd managed to pelt Ida with enough debris to get close enough to wrap the capture tape securely around his upper body, pinning his arms to his sides. A rush of pride filled Ochako as she realized she had succeeded. Ida Tenya is out. Hero team wins. All Might's voice called throughout the building. The thrill of victory quickly turned to exhausted relief as she fell to the ground fighting her nausea. She didn't particularly want to puke her guts out right in front of Ida, but she had to get up and check on Midoriya to congratulate him on beating Bakugo. She stumbled to her feet, pushing past the wave of nausea that swirled in her stomach. Midoriya had endured pain to fix her broken ankle the day of the entrance exam. The least she could do was fend off being sick to make sure that he was all right. Ochako traversed the stairwell successfully, turning to her right and jolting at the destruction. The hallway opened up to a gaping unnatural terrace, almost as if someone had bitten off the corner of a cube, the collapsed debris covering most of the floor barring underneath the small lip of ceiling towards the center of the building. Sat amongst the rubble was Bakugo shaking in anger, whilst a tired-looking Midoriya stood near the entrance to the corridor. Ah, Uraraka. He smiled, his words were somewhat distant and tired as he looked at her. Congrats with Ida, are you all right? That I can help with any injuries you might have. Ochako took a second to blink and look him over. Hand-sized burns were littered over his visible skin, most of them slowly scabbing over as she looked, the grime and ash staying though. He would need a proper cleanup, but physically he seemed fine. She was slightly worried about his slightly shaking knees, the tremor in his hands and the distance in his tone. Against her will, she sunk to the ground leaning against the corridor wall. I'm a little nauseous but I'm good. Are you all right, Midoriya? Congrats on capturing Bakugo. A loud growl from behind Midoriya made him flinch a slight before he walked forwards, kneeling down next to her. I think I have something for that. Midoriya muttered, slipping his backpack off and pushing it. Open with a press down of a clasp. Ochako blinked as she stared at the supplies, somewhere immediately recognizable, but wow, he had a lot of stuff in there that she wouldn't have the slightest clue how to use effectively. His hand hovered over a section of many different pills separated by different lids and containers. He grabbed two and held them out for Ochako. Here, these should help. That I don't have any water to offer though, sorry. Ochako blinked and thanked him with a smile, swallowing the pills just as Ida walked up the stairs to meet them. He had freed himself from the tape, which wasn't all that surprising. It wasn't actually that strong when it was only wrapped once. Ah, congratulations you too. It was a well-deserved victory. Good plan, Uraraka. Ida nodded, his voice tight with mild discomfort. Thanks, Ida. I hope I didn't hurt you too much with that last attack. I only wanted to get close enough to trap you, but I might have overdone it. Oh, are you hurt, Ida? Let me help. Midoriya stood up. I think I only got a little bruised up, so no worries, Midoriya. It's fine that I can help you. I'm good at healing bruises. He insisted, his hand outstretched as he placed his hand on the fabric covering his shoulder. There better? Yes, thank you. Ida nodded. We should probably head to the others to review the results. Ochako stood up, feeling her nausea start to dull. Yes, let's. The body walked as Izuku floated. Everything was at a disconnect. He moved his hands on a delay, and most of the speech around him jumbled together into something resembling audible alphabet soup. Or like a word scramble. Though whilst he felt a disconnect from his body, he could tell that his friends were concerned for him, but he couldn't quite process the information enough to do anything about it. He followed them to the observation room, well, more like they lead him to it, without protest, deciding to just deal with being out of it for now. He wanted to reach up and hit his cheeks a few times to ground him, but his arms felt like lead. It was as if there was 3 feet of glass and 10 meters between him and his body. At the very least, Izuku wished he could get mind thinking on what exactly triggered it, or to self-evaluate on the trial as a use of his time, but it was like grabbing smoke with your bare hands. A fruitless task that he just couldn't focus on at all. He found himself staring ahead with a blank expression. The next time he blinked, they were entering the observation room to another chorus of alphabet soup. 15 excited teenagers, all chattering and enthusiastic. A few of their words managed to slip through the cracks of the glass, mostly names. But Izuku couldn't concentrate on them. He only barely managed to focus when All Might's distinctive voice managed to call through the fog in Izuku's mind. Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl. Izuku stared for probably longer than necessary before he nodded and turned around, following orders. The fog was still dense as Izuku walked, and the further away he got from the muddled voices, the easier it was for him to forget what he was doing. After a while, Izuku managed to vaguely recognize that he was back in the main building in a corridor that wasn't anywhere near Recovery Girl's office. He'd managed to just end up wandering the school instead of going to his destination. Are you meant to be out of class? A voice cut through the quiet of the hallway, before Izuku slowly turned his head to the source. A boy with messy purple hair and tired eyes stared back at him with a resentful glare. Looking for? Izuku started as he looked down at his hands. He felt like they were someone else's. Recovery Girl? Her office is on the other side of the building. Are you all right? Izuku stared at him before blinking once. I don't think so. It was only a second later that Izuku snapped back into himself with a jolt. He gasped for air, his head clearer than it had been even this morning, and he had a strange sensation that he was forgetting something. He whipped his head up and down the corridor in search of the boy he was just talking to, but there wasn't anyone in sight. It was peculiar to suddenly feel very present in his body after being so distant, but he was immediately grateful. He had absolutely no idea what just happened, but there wasn't really any time for Izuku to stand around pondering it at all. Who knows how long he'd been away from class for? He must have missed at least a couple of fights, and he had been really looking forwards to seeing what the class could do. With a quick shake of his head, and a quick slap in the face for good measure, Izuku jogged over to Recovery Girl's office. Come in. Her kindly voice came from behind the door after Izuku knocked gently. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he pushed open the door and closed it carefully behind him. Midoriya, what can I help you with? Our Recovery G-Girl, hello. He squeaked. All Might T told me to come here? I'm not hurt T that much, but I think he wanted to make sure. She gave a small nod and a sigh as she signaled for Izuku to sit on the stool by her desk. Come here then, let's get a look at you. Izuku nodded jerkily as he did what he was told, hoping that she wouldn't comment on his jumpy body language. It was his third encounter with Recovery Girl, and he had yet to master the art of holding in his admiration for his idol, especially when all he wanted to do was gush about her hero work, her quirk, or maybe if he got lucky he would be able to talk about promising newcomer support heroes with her. So far, he had resolved to speak only when spoken to, however the downsides were that it made his movement and speech jerky and stiff. What happened then? If I'm not mistaken, you were in All Might's class, right? She asked as Izuku tucked his face mask under his chin. I got a few bruises and burns from fight Bakugu, but I healed Ida up too so. I got a few more bruises then. I would have been fine to stay in class, but I was a little, tired from the test, so All Might sent me here? Izuku stuttered. Honestly, I'm fine. I should be completely healed up by tomorrow morning. Recovery Girl hummed thoughtfully. I'd like to look at those bruises and decide for myself. After all, it was only a couple months ago that you were going to walk on a broken ankle if I didn't stop you, so it would be for the best if I double-check. Izuku bit his lip hesitantly, shifting uncomfortably on the stool. He definitely didn't want to do that at all. He'd gained a number of scars over his torso, not to mention the startlingly large burn scar that dipped over his collarbone and bicep. It had barely faded to a muted red just a week ago, so it was still rather ugly to look at and probably wouldn't get much better. But, on the other hand, this was Recovery Girl asking. Izuku wasn't an idiot either. She had just about as much authority in UA as the principal did. Her word was practically law, and arguing with her would be futile. What she said goes. He would have to let her see eventually. With a sigh, Izuku reluctantly pulled on his zip as he bit down harder on his lip. The bruises genuinely weren't that bad, and he had applied burn salve to the small barely first-degree burns on the skin that was visible before he knocked on the door. They wouldn't even scar, and if anything all he felt was a mild tingling there whilst the bruises only hurt when he pressed down on them. He saw the way that Recovery Girl's eyes widened in shock though, and something lodged in his throat. He knew they were unsightly, and it made Izuku want to cover up and run away. He didn't want to talk about them. But misconceptions were quick to form if there weren't any explanations. He had to talk about them. "Oh child, how did you get so many scars? It's probably not what you think." Izuku managed to squeak out, as he folded his arms across his chest, his shoulders hunching slightly. "They look bad. But they're not. Trust me. I don't know how much you know about my quirk, but I scar easily when I heal others, especially if it's a new type of injury or it's a specifically large injury. When I was younger, I used to think that if I had this amazing healing quirk, then I had the duty to heal others as much as I could." Izuku swallowed, moving to fiddle with his now ash-stained bandages. He would have to replace them before he went to the hospital, otherwise Sasaki would be concerned. "So I kinda used my quirk a lot and healed a lot of people. You know, people who couldn't afford hospital bills, or those who were victims of crimes. I went on sort of a healing spree for maybe 6 months. I don't think I was without a broken bone or healing scar for very long. But I was happy because I got to help a lot of people who needed it. So these scars are sort of like proof that I'm useful, and it helped strengthen my quirk, too." Izuku swallowed, his eyes flickering up to meet Recovery Girl's understanding gaze. He steeled himself. "I know my quirk hurts myself, but I want to use it as much as I can. Because I want to be the best support hero that I can be. I want heroes in battle to know that they can go all out, and not be worried because I'm there at their backs supporting their every move and strategy. I want people to take a look at me and realize that support heroes need more appreciation and recognition than they usually get." He met her gaze for a minute more before he ducked his head and bit his lip. Good. He just had to blurt out his goals, didn't he? To his idol as well. Geez. Oh man, this was one for the record books. She only asked about his dumb scars. She didn't ask for his life story and his goals for the future. That's quite the hero's heart you have there. Not many have a selfless goal like yours. And I have no doubt that with your dedication you'll make a fine support hero. Recovery Girl smiled at him encouragingly. Izuku looked up at her with an expression that some would call unbridled admiration. She was that. Honestly, Izuku could be dreaming because there was no way that Recovery Girl was telling him he was going to be a good support hero, right? And Recovery Girl, the hero who single-handedly brought the idea that healing quirks were just as good in heroics than anything else? The same Recovery Girl who brought recognition to support heroes back during a time when the focus was solely on offensive heroes? Yeah. He was definitely dreaming. However, you should be careful in the future. There is such a thing as overdoing it. With a quirk like yours, you might have to judge whether or not to use it more carefully, otherwise you might just end up with more than just a scar to say for it. Izuku heard her words, but the idea just wasn't something that Izuku could consider. If he ever had the chance to heal someone, he was going to do it. What did it matter if he overdid it? He would endure any pain to make sure that he could help and heal others. "Why, yes, I understand." He lied. "Well, anyway, I can heal up the burns and bruising for you whilst you're here." Recovery Girl sighed as she leaned forwards and placed a kiss to his forehead. Immediately, Izuku was rushed with the same healing aches that he had the other time that he had been healed by her. It was uncomfortable, but it was about as equal in soreness to the bruises, though now his previously numb burns were also mildly aching. "Did you know that I think your quirk works a little different on me?" Izuku blurted as he zipped his jacket back up after watching the bruises fade to nothing. "Oh. Yeah, your quirk uses the person's energy to heal, but I guess since I already have an advanced rate of healing, it works a little differently? Because I don't really get tired when you use your quirk on me, just more achy in the parts that healed? Sort of like a dull ache that you'd get of a healing bone, I think? My injuries are healed, and yeah, I don't feel tired at all, but those mild aches are sorta weird." "My, that is peculiar. You must be the only one that's different. I've never heard of that. Is it painful?" she inquired, her expression a mix of intrigue and concern. "Not really, I mean they feel pretty much dull, so something I would have felt without your quirk. My ankle ached until I slept, but I'm not sure if that was because it was equal time that it would have healed or that I slept." Izuku muttered, bringing a hand to his lip. Well, I should hope that I don't have to use my quirk on you again, but something tells me that the next time you get hurt we'll find out. Recovery Girl nodded. But it's definitely curious. Tell me, when you heal yourself, is there a drawback? Oh, that depends. Sometimes when I have a broken bone or something, I get tired easier than normal, but it's not that noticeable, mainly just going to bed a couple hours earlier than usual. But if I heal a bunch of things in one day, then I end up getting pretty tired and hungry. Those days I'd need a big meal and maybe a nap during the day as well. As they talked, Izuku barely noticed that his initial nerves around Recovery Girl had just slipped away. He was bordering on rambling as they talked about his quirk, but he had completely lost his stutter. His movement was natural and almost relaxed. When they'd finished talking about his quirk, they moved on to other healing quirks that they had encountered or heard of. It was nice, talking like this without fear to another person who shared the same passion for healing. It was not easy. Tenya liked to think of himself as the model student, striving to be the best that he could. He showed up 10 minutes early to class every day. He did his homework the moment he got home, and he behaved perfectly amicably with his fellow classmates. In the same way, he was also striving to be the model hero. One who follows the rules laid out for heroes, complete their duties to his best abilities and to lead others with courage and respect. Someone who did well and fit the title of hero. Tenya didn't like the battle trial one bit. For starters, he was paired up with Bakugu. Whilst that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing considering he was one of the highest marked during the entrance exam, his personality and inability to cooperate would be a challenge. It seemed that he would have to work practically on his own. The second thing was that he was put on the villains team. Again, not exactly a bad thing. They were facing other students in their class and someone had to play the role of villain. He took it in stride. If he was going to win this, he had to play the part of the villain. He could do that, however much he couldn't see himself committing any real villainous deeds. But the last thing that he disliked were who his opponents would be. The last one was the biggest worry. Simply because the matchup just didn't seem fair in the slightest. Neither of them had a quirk suited for offense, nor did it seem like they knew any combat skills either. Whilst Uraraka's quirk could be troublesome if used creatively, put her in a scenario without anything for her to use, she may as well not have one. Midoriya was in a similar boat as well. His quirk was about supporting another, probably best suited to pair with a person who had a close combat offensive quirk or a long-ranged quirk with a serious drawback. He was clever, yes, he had figured out the nature of the exam and put all his faith on helping others out, but intelligence wouldn't win a fight against two people with offensive quirks. Even putting aside all of that, there was also the seemingly toxic relationship of Midoriya and Bakugu. Pitting them against each other seemed to be a bad idea in some of the worst ways. Bakugu was a rolling ball of anger and vitriol, ready to use brutal force against even the weakest of opponents, and unleashing that on the jumpy Midoriya seemed almost cruel. It wasn't that he had a lack of faith in his opponents, on the contrary, he was excited to see what they would do to try and win. It would be a good show of their abilities, but he was also realistic in that the odds of their victory was heavily stacked against them. It would be a challenge at best and impossible at worst. Hearing that Bakugu had been restrained by Midoriya was a mixed bag of emotions. His partner had been taken out, and regardless of their lack of combative quirks, taking on both Midoriya and Uraraka alone would be troublesome. However, he was also proud of his friend for standing up for himself and beating someone who seemingly loved to antagonize him. And then when he realized Uraraka's tactics as he faced her down, Tenya was impressed. She had managed to use the debris from Bakugu and Midoriya's fight to her advantage, barely hesitating and unleashing a fierce attack. It was definitely worthy of taking victory, and Tenya would easily concede defeat. Uraraka earned it. Shortly after their battle, Uraraka dashed off to find Midoriya. It wasn't too much trouble to break free from his restraints and follow after her. He too wanted to make sure that Midoriya was alright. He would have hated to see him hurt. Just as he turned the corner from the stairwell, he was rather shocked at the unnatural terrace that had been brown through the building, but recalling that huge explosion, it wasn't all that surprising to see so much damage. It was a miracle the floor had stayed intact. He looked to see Uraraka sat against the wall with Midoriya knelt in front of her with an open case of medical supplies at his feet. Ah, Congratulations you too. It was a well-deserved victory. Good plan, Uraraka. Tenya congratulated as he fought back the ache over his torso. The stair climb hadn't been comfortable, and even though his armor had shielded most of the blows, they did hurt an awful lot. No doubt he would have some bruises to look forwards to, or at least until he could get to Recovery Girl after class. Thanks, Ida. I hope I didn't hurt you too much with that last attack. I only wanted to get close enough to trap you, but I might have overdone it. Uraraka apologized with a sheepish expression. Tenya opened his mouth to say that it was quite all right before Midoriya stood. Dado, are you hurt, Ida? Let me help. The sluggish way he stood and the slight distance in his voice was slightly unnerving, but he just got out of a violent fight, so it wasn't all that surprising. It was odd to see a few of his burns slowly heal over. I think I only got a little bruised up, so no worries, Midoriya. It's fine that I can help you. I'm good at healing bruises. He insisted, his hand outstretched as he placed his hand on the fabric covering his shoulder, the aches disappearing almost instantly. There better? Yes, thank you. Tenya nodded with a smile. Midoriya's kindness was certainly admirable. They had been on opposing teams only minutes ago, yet here he was insisting on healing him up. We should probably head to the others to review the results. Uraraka stood up looking more like her usual self. Yes, let's. Midoriya nodded, stepping forwards to follow. Midoriya, are you going to get your backpack? Tenya reminded him, looking down at the still open backpack that was almost abandoned. Huh. Midoriya blinked, his gaze turning to the floor. Oh yeah, oops. He was slow to close it and slip it onto his back. He didn't buckle the straps, so it looked to be in danger of slipping right off his back, but Tenya was more concerned about the forgetfulness. Are you okay, Midoriya? Uraraka asked, concerned. Yeah, don't worry. Just tired. He replied. Okay then, let's get back. Tenya sighed, resolving to keep an eye on him as they walked. They exchanged small talk, or at least Uraraka and Tenya did, as they walked back to the observation room, only stopping for a moment as Bakugo stomped past them after sending Midoriya a bitter glare. Tenya was a little concerned that Midoriya was staring straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the ire directed to him. A couple of times, he had to grab his elbow and gently guide the freckled boy as he wandered slightly off course. He shot a concerned look to Uraraka, seeing the expression mirrored back at him put his worries of paranoia at ease. When the three of them reached the observation room, a cacophony of celebratory yells rang through the air. Excited yells from Ishido, Kaminari, and Kirishima. The group got congratulations and gushes. Midoriya, it was so cool how you kept redirecting Bakugo's punches. I was so confused what you were doing, Uraraka, but honestly that plan was so manly. You moved so fast, Ida, I couldn't even see you. All Might coughed once and brought the class to order. Yes. You all did marvelously. We will review the battle momentarily. He paused, taking in the sight of a still silent and staring Midoriya. For now though, Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl. Midoriya turned his gaze slightly upwards to stare at the man for a long moment, to the point where Tenya was almost about to speak up and lead him there himself, but he nodded and turned out of the observation room. Silently, he worried that Midoriya might not be able to make it there himself, but he had to have confidence in his friend. Do you think he's okay? Tenya asked Uraraka, his gaze lingering on the door for a moment. I think so, that he said he was tired, so maybe he's just really exhausted? Uraraka suggested, her smile hesitant and her pep much lower than usual. All right. All Might called again as he faced the class. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experiences is a part of life. Keep that in mind as we carry on. Well, even if I say that the MVP for this battle was young Ida. Pride and shock radiated through Tenya. There were a couple of confused whispers before Azui spoke up. It's not either of the winners, Ochako or Midoriya? Well, why is that? All Might asked knowingly. Does anyone know? Yes, All Might Sensei. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. That is because Ida adapted the most to the context of the training. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own because of his own personal grudge. And as All Might Sensei said earlier, It is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. He ended up destroying most of the room and almost causing the floor to collapse on the 4th floor, possibly even setting off a bigger building collapse. Whilst Uraraka's final attack was good, her initial plan wasn't well thought out. It was a moderate distraction, but it didn't distract Ida for as long as she needed. Her last attack also relied too much on coincidence. If it wasn't for Bakugu's attack weakening the 4th floor ceiling, she wouldn't have had the debris available to launch an attack on Ida as she did. Without the debris, she wouldn't have been able to capture Ida or touch the weapon. Her final attack was too reckless. If she treated the bomb as a real weapon, she would not have been able to do something so dangerous. Midoriya did well in countering Bakugu. He distracted him enough so that his partner can go to completely their objective. However, he urged Uraraka to go on ahead when the more tactical advantage would be to work together to capture Bakugu, then go on to capture Ida as a team. His quirk was non-combative, and although he knew self-defense, in a real battle he would be utterly unmatched. Ida had prepared for his opponent's arrival and kept Uraraka away from the weapon by using his quirk carefully. Letting Uraraka tire herself out after giving chase, he assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late in responding to the final attack. Tenya's pride surged at the praise. Wow, he really was the MVP, huh? The hero team only won because they took advantage of the fact that this was training. Yaoyorozu concluded. Young Ida also could have been more relaxed, but well, that was correct. All Might praised her with a thumbs up. We should always start with the basics to develop depth of learning. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become top heroes. She started simply with her hands on her hips. If Tenya remembered correctly, Yaoyorozu was one of the 2 in their class to get in on recommendations alone. Her quirk was enviable for the flexibility it gave her, and put that with a mind that analyzed the battle perfectly, that she would make a fine hero. Alright everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Yes, sir. Toshinori really didn't know what to expect when he started teaching. Of course, he was on the lookout for a good successor, so he was mostly looking for someone with the pure heart of a hero. It was a hard thing to do as he looked out onto the crowd of 19 teenagers all decked out in their hero costumes with admiring gazes. Though some seemed surlier than others, it was clear to see that they would all be brilliant heroes one day all on their own. He knew that he didn't have much time. Toshinori could barely reach 3 hours in his hero form as it was. The faster he trained up the next one for all user, the better, but he knew he couldn't place all his students' names into a bowl and pick one out at random. Perhaps the best time to decide would be at the festival. For now, he was focusing on the exercise at hand. It was a simple battle against each other to see which team would win, a common scenario that heroes faces. The battle between Team A and Team D had gotten off to a promising start. Midoriya and Uraraka were communicating well, and it was clear to see that Midoriya had a quick analytical mind which would serve him well. If Toshinori recalled, the boy's quirk was rather interesting, but it would be difficult to use it against someone. Ida and Bakugu weren't faring well comparatively. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. Ida sighed, his voice clear through the earpiece Toshinori wore. So our job is to protect this? Hey! Bakugu called. Deku can heal people, right? You saw him heal my hand yesterday, didn't you? It hurts him to heal others, though. You seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya. What is your problem with him? There was a moment of silence over the comms. Toshinori focused to hear as the other students chattered behind him. Stay out of my way, I'm going after Deku. Toshinori looked at the clock. After listening to the end of Midoriya and Uraraka's plan, he went to the microphone. Preparation time was up. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. The screen in front booted up to show the many different angles inside the building, the students behind him going silent too. But, okay, everyone, you all should think as well. Team D didn't speak to each other from then on, their end of the comms going completely silent, and apart from a small conversation between Midoriya and Uraraka that Toshinori made a note of for later, they only spoke to each other once they were split up. The fight between Bakugu and Midoriya was something else. Bakugo kept coming at Midoriya with unrelenting force, each punch combined with an explosion that singed his opponent's skin. Every move that was blocked or redirected, he threw himself back at Midoriya with vigor. Toshinori was glad that the boy knew some martial arts. Aikido was a good style for self-defense. A small voice commented that it looked like the boy had used the moves against Bakugo before. Uraraka wasn't doing very well against Ida either. Their running back and forth was similar to a childish game of keep away, and Uraraka was starting to tire out. She'd have to do something to change the game, otherwise it was entirely plausible that they'd lose. On the floor above, after a good 5 minutes, Midoriya managed to land a solid kick to Bakugo's chest and run. "Hey effing Deku!" Bakugo called, his voice coming loud over the communicator. Toshinori adjusted the volume a touch. "You seen my gauntlets yet? Well, they're loaded. You're no match against me with that weak butt quirk of yours. Got any other tricks up your sleeve, or you just going to keep running away? What a way to be a hero." Toshinori fought the urge to purse his lips. Yes, it wasn't a good idea for heroes to constantly be running away, but there were definitely times where it was a good tactical move. Times such as this where the opponent was more offensively powerful. With your stalking, you probably already know all about it. But my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin sweat from the glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. If they made it the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and... His eyes widened as Toshinori's mind wrapped around Bakugo's implication. Storing up explosive nitroglycerin, even on a small scale, was enough to create a large bomb. Those gauntlets were huge, if they were as full as he implied. Toshinori hurried to the microphone. "Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him?" There were gasps running through the room, and Toshinori only just managed to hear Bakugo's yell. "If I don't hit him, he won't die." The screen turned black with smoke and the other cameras shuddered. What the hell was that? Kaminari squawked as they stared at the screen. "This is supposed to be a class." Kirishima gasped, exasperated. "That's going overboard." There was another barely visible shudder of the black camera before smoke started to clear from it. Toshinori glimpsed Midoriya coughing into his arm. He felt a surge of relief that he was unharmed. He was just pulling the microphone up to warn Bakugo against using the other gauntlet when he noticed Midoriya preparing to sneak up on him. From then on out, the battles had turned the tide rapidly. Midoriya managing to capture Bakugo, and Uraraka using the debris from the explosion to launch an assault on Ida enough to distract and then capture him. Cheers rang out in the control room, and even Toshinori felt happy for the victors. They had won it fair and square. It didn't take them long to find their way back to the rest of the class, where they were met with enthusiastic cheer. Toshinori looked down at Midoriya, concern suddenly blazing. Though there were several burn spots on his visible skin, and ash coated most of his clothes, he looked positively exhausted. Almost dead on his feet, he stared straight ahead, barely even registering the voices of his peers. Toshinori coughed, regaining the class's attention. "Yes. You all did marvelously. We will review the battle momentarily." He paused, still looking at Midoriya, who had yet to even realize what was going on around him. Toshinori made a mental note of his state, hoping to think back on it later if it became a concern. "HM. For now though, Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl." Midoriya finally turned his gaze upwards to meet Toshinori's eyes, just staring. It unnerved him a slight, but before he could ask someone to escort him, Midoriya nodded and turned out of the observation room. From there, Toshinori was swift to move into analyzing the battle. Yaoyorozu went into vast detail on the match. He was impressed and a little unnerved. But Toshinori managed to move on with a bright smile. The next battle was Team B and Team I, Todoroki and Shuji versus Ojiro and Hagakure. Hagakure ried herself of her shoes and gloves, opting for a stealthy tactic whilst Ojiro stood guard of the bomb. Shuji was quick to act as his team stepped into the building, scoping out the place and relaying their opponent's locations to his partner. "Go outside. It's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle, but that does not matter to me," Todoroki said as ice grew out from his right hand and foot, rapidly spreading to encase the entire building. There were a few shocked yelps around him as the observation room froze up as well, chilling the class as they huddled together in the freezing cold. Toshinori was astounded by the amount of power Todoroki had and the potential he could reach. Incredible! He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon, and on top of that he weakened the enemy. More impressed murmurs rang through the class watching as Todoroki reached his left hand up to the bomb. Toshinori announced their victory before steam rose throughout the room, melting the ice away and creating a peculiar effect of indoor rain. When the teams rejoined them in the observation room, there wasn't a debate as to who the MVP was. The third battle lasted much longer than the second, but not longer than the first. Team H against Team J, Tokoyami and Azui versus Kirishima and Sir. If the last battle was about strong single moves, this battle was all about maneuverability. Zero had used his tape to create traps and obstacles around the bomb, standing guard beside Kirishima awaiting their adversaries. With the bomb located on the second floor, it didn't take Team H long to reach them. The moment that the two found each other, a flurry of rapid attacks took place. Tokoyami took on Kirishima with a moderately sized dark shadow, the two weaving through the tape, neither one of them getting too close to the bomb. Zero and Azui kept dodging each other's attacks quickly, neither one letting the other hit them even once. Azui with her long tongue trying to bat Zero into his own tape trap, and Zero throwing lengths of tape one after another in an attempt to restrain her. It was hard to tell who had the advantage, or if either side would win soon. But the moment that Azui dodged an oncoming length of tape, letting it sail above her and right into Kirishima, it was wrapped up fairly quickly from there. Zero, startled as to his capture, didn't dodge Azui's tongue in time and was launched back into his own tape trap. With both of their opponents incapacitated, it was a simple matter for Tokoyami to touch a hand to the bomb. Azui was named the MVP before they moved on to the next battle. The fourth match was Team G versus Team F, Kaminari and Jiraiya versus Kuda and Satu. The villain team didn't have all that much to prepare, with Kuda trying to call the local bird population to their aid but being unsuccessful. Team G didn't have much to worry about prepared traps. With Jiraiya being able to hear where they kept the bomb, the two of them managed to get to the second floor with less than a minute passed. When they got to the room, Jiraiya blasted her heartbeat through the room, deafening Kuda's feeble last attempt at calling for reinforcements. It seemed that Satu would have a decent chance at a one-on-one fight, but before he rushed close enough, Jiraiya ducked out the room swiftly only moments before Kaminari flooded the room with electricity that had stunned them all. Whilst the three were still recovering from the attack, Jiraiya moved forwards to capture the bomb, winning it for Team G and naming her the MVP. Toshinori shuffled a slight as the next fight was set up. He'd been hesitant to allow it, and most had offered to do the exercise again as her partner, but Yaoyorozu had politely declined each one. It seemed a little unfair for the rest of the class to have a partner through this exercise whilst she completed it alone, but if she insisted then it couldn't be helped. Team E versus Team C, Ishido and Aoyama versus Yaoyorozu. The hero team didn't start off well, with a little slip-up from Ishido ruining Aoyama's cape. The pair had managed to waste the first 5 minutes arguing about it before coming to their senses. They didn't seem overly worried that they had wasted precious time, but it was somewhat understandable, with 2 against 1 the fight was weighed in their favor. It took them another 5 minutes to reach the 4th floor. As they strode confidently into the room they suspected the bomb was in, when Aoyama set off a capture tape-weaved snare trap, hauling him up to the ceiling and putting him out of the exercise. Ishido stepped forwards to help him, but was quickly on the defensive against Yaoyorozu, who charged against her with a staff. Though Ishido could produce acid strong enough to eat at Yaoyorozu's weapon, but with the girl easily able to produce more and more, Ishido never gained the upper hand. She was constantly on the defensive. Their duel was relentless, neither one letting up on the other, neither one with the upper hand. There wasn't anything Ishido could do to tip the scales in her favor, and it was clear that Yaoyorozu's plan was to wait it out until the timer was up. There were several things that she could create that would help tip the scales in her favor, but the fast hits were all she could concentrate on. A buzzer sound rang through the building and Yaoyorozu stopped to catch her breath. Time is up. Team C wins. Toshinori was impressed. Her strategy was well thought out, As he looked at a different camera, this one positioned on the 5th floor at the 4th floor where the battle had just taken place was a good tactical decoy, and setting up an ambush was a great strategy. The three were greeted with cheers. Well, mostly Yaoyorozu was greeted with cheers and praise. After naming Yaoyorozu the MVP, the class exited the observation room and walked back to the exit. Good work, everyone. Other than young Midoriya, none of you had to go to see Recovery Girl either. You guys took this on seriously. You all did a good job for your first training. Toshinori praised them. He hadn't known what to expect for his first day of teaching, but he was happy to see the skill and effort every one of them put into it. Azui raised her hand. To have such a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class, it's kind of anticlimactic. Toshinori couldn't fault them there. Aizawa was a strict teacher. We're free to have proper classes as well. Crap, he had to get going. He could feel that he was almost overextending himself. It would only be a minute until he popped back into his true form. Risking looking rude, he said a quick farewell. Well then, I must review the results with young Midoriya. Change and return to the classroom. He turned heel and charged down the long corridor, hoping he could get to the staff exit in time. Izuku was a rolling ball of emotions. Pride and happiness swelled as he thought back to the amazing conversation he had just had with his idol Recovery Girl. And he had gotten so relaxed with her towards the end too. He wasn't going to be jerky and stuttery the next time he spoke to her. But at the same time, he was immensely angry at himself for missing class. If only he hadn't been spacing out so hard he wasted a whole half an hour wandering the school, and then if he hadn't stayed longer to talk about different healing quirks with Recovery Girl, her indulging him and letting him skip the class. He had been so looking forwards to seeing what the rest of his class could do. He was running back to class, hoping with everything that he had, that maybe he'd get there in time to see the last fight. He'd apologize profusely for skipping, and maybe he'd even be able to wheedle a recount of the fights from Uraraka and Ida after apologizing to them for blanking them. That he'd maybe also thank them for being worried if they brought it his previous state up, or would that be too weird? Izuku hadn't really had any proper friends to really know from experience. He was so focused on getting back to class he almost ran straight into something solid. Ah! He yelped, just managed to stop inches away from colliding with it. He blinked, recognizing the object as All Might's uniform. Looking up, said number 1 hero was looking down with a peculiar expression. Almost like someone who'd been caught sticking their hand in the cookie jar without permission. All Might Sensei. I'm so sorry for taking so long. Is class over? Sheet. He swore in English as a large puff of steam exploded around them. Izuku coughed through the sudden steam. Alarms were blaring in his head. What, or rather, who caused that? What? He waved his hand a few times to clear the gas and hoped that All Might was all right. Wait, did a villain attack them or something? When the steam rapidly dissipated, Izuku blinked and found his shocked gaze mirrored by a very skeletal-looking man. Blonde hair flared out like a lion's mane, and All Might's hero costume sagged on him, almost as if it was at least 5 sizes too big. Then the man coughed blood. Izuku almost shrieked, all his medical knowledge yelling, "That's very not good." The noise had almost come out before it was cut off by a large hand smothering his mouth. The alarms blared even louder, all instincts barking at him to bite the hand and yell for help. But at those bright electric blue eyes stared right at him, hesitation and desperation, even a little bit of fear, clear on his expression. Young Midoriya, I'm going to remove my hand. Will you please not yell? I will explain everything if you'll let me. The man said in a startling familiar voice, but at the same time it lacked something another voice didn't. The man used his free hand to wipe at the blood around his mouth before sending a nervous glance at the small pool on the floor. Izuku wasn't sure what to do. It was unlikely that the man was a villain. The high-tech security covering the entirety of the UA campus assured that. He was very concerned about the coughing up blood, but he hadn't had the time to think about that. The man could be someone on staff, but in administration, Izuku was sure he'd recognize him if he was a teacher. But then one other thought occurred. Where did All Might vanish to? Something clicked and Izuku found himself nodding numbly. Slowly, the man took a breath and retracted his hand before running it through his hair. His body language practically screamed discomfort and dread. Another sigh, and he spoke once again. Young Midoriya, go back to class and change. When you're done, please meet me in the teacher's lounge. Izuku didn't get to say yes to All Might before the man ducked through a door just behind him and disappeared from sight. With a sigh, Izuku hurriedly walked back to the changing rooms, hoping that he wouldn't run into any of his classmates and delay the talk. Changing in rapid time, but not bothering to change his ash-covered bandages, Izuku made it to the teacher's lounge in record time. He idly wondered if he'd have beaten All Might here and was hesitant to actually reach out and knock on the door. But thought he had to do this for a variety of reasons. Mostly to try and figure out the reason for the blood, then urge him to see Recovery Girl. In a burst of confidence, Izuku knocked on the door, only waiting 5 seconds before a call of, "Come in," could be heard. As he opened the door, he saw the thin man slouched over on the couch. He looked a little less uncomfortable than had been 20 minutes earlier. He had changed into a still ill-fitting yellow suit, but he was clearly incredibly nervous. On the coffee table in front of him sat 2 cups of tea. Izuku moved forwards to sit down on the stool opposite. It was quiet for just a second before he spoke up. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked, not reaching for his tea. All Might jolted and stared up at him, as if he expected a different answer. "After you changed, why you coughed up a significant amount of blood. That isn't healthy. So I was wondering if you're all right? Do you need to go to Recovery Girl?" All Might blinked slowly at Izuku for a moment or two before he looked down with a soft chuckle. "No need to worry, my boy. It's perfectly normal." Now Izuku was more concerned. Normal? That definitely shouldn't be normal. Izuku frowned, just about to ask about his medical history before he bit his tongue. He was hardly someone who could judge as if he was a doctor, and besides it was probably a highly personal matter. The blonde smiled slightly, reaching forwards for his cup, sipping it slightly before putting it back on the table. "No, for most people it isn't." His smile lasted for a second before the mood dropped. "Only a handful know, but 6 years ago, I was critically injured in a fight. The doctors managed to save me, but half of my respiratory organs were destroyed and I lost my whole stomach. The blood is one of the side effects from the many surgeries, so it's unfortunately become normal for me." Izuku bit his lip. 6 years ago, that was around the time that All Might was suddenly announced to be going overseas for a time. Was that a cover story for recovering? Most probably, if villains knew that All Might was weakened, they would have a field day. His mind scrambled. Wondering what a life without a stomach would be like, it would most likely be hard to retain a reasonable weight, which would explain his emaciated state. The food would likely be different too. He'd have to ask Sasaki more on the subject tonight. That sounds horrible." Izuku murmured, taking a sip of his drink, watching as All Might clutched at his left side. "I understand why it's not common knowledge, but if you don't mind my asking, how is it that you can look normal whilst also like this?" All Might chuckled, lightening the mood a little. "It's sort of like how people flex their muscle at the side of a pool. Takes a bit of practice to do, but it helps hide my injuries. The biggest problem about it, though, is that I can only stay in my hero form for about 3 hours a day. The staff all know of my injuries, so I am able to appear in this form to work outside of teaching students. But earlier, I had reached that limit when you caught me at a bad time." Izuku fidgeted slightly. "I'm sorry about that. I was worried about skipping class, so I was hurrying to get back before it ended, but I guess I took too long and it didn't matter then." "No worries, I'm glad that you're feeling better now." All Might smiled, looking down for a moment before looking up. "Now, young Midoriya, I hope you understand that what I just told you must remain a secret. I would very much appreciate it if you'd keep the secret as well." Izuku jolted. "Oh, don't worry about that, sir. I wouldn't dream of it." He chuckled. "Thank you, my boy. Now, I won't keep you, but I just want to thank you for listening as well." "Yeah, no problem. Anytime, All Might." Izuku grinned shakily as it all properly sunk in. Dear God, he was having a calm and very important conversation with the #1 hero, and his second favorite hero in the world. How he hadn't already devolved into his fanboy ramblings by now, he had no clue. Instead, he reached forwards and chugged the rest of his scalding tea, before laughing nervously, ignoring how he had most probably burned his entire esophagus. "All right then. Best be getting back out of your hair. See ya. Before Izuku could say anything incriminating or embarrass himself, he dashed out of the room, no doubt leaving a confused All Might in his wake. It took a few inner pep talks to convince Izuku to return to class. He wasn't quite sure he could lie about being in Recovery Girl's office the whole time, and pretend that he hadn't just had a world-changing conversation with the #1 hero. Oh God, please let people just not care so he could just grab his bag and head to the hospital to see Sasaki. Oh, Midoriya's here. Kirishima called as he spotted Izuku sheepishly trying to get to his seat. Man, good job dealing with Bakugo. It got really intense out there. Suddenly, there was a rush of people clamoring to surround him. It was more than a little overwhelming, all muscles reflexively tensing as words were thrown towards him. Yeah. Was wondering what it was gonna be like since you both scored the highest on the entrance exam. Your quirks don't match but you managed to hold your own. A dark-haired boy exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Izuku couldn't quite recall his name though. Zero? You did a good job dodging. And those moves? You really knew what you were doing. The pink-skinned girl, Ashido enthused as she bounced up and down. You guys went full out in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all too. A tall guy said, Sadu? You were far from elegant, but, the blonde from the entrance exam who sat at the closest desk said, you did a good job dodging. Ashido repeated, cutting off the blonde and jumping up and down blocking Izuku's view of him. H-huh. Izuku squeaked. It was easy to remember that his fight had been broadcast to the observation center, but it was far from impressive of a fight. Izuku had barely managed to come out on top as he swallowed the panic, doing everything he could not to get too banged up. The soreness that radiated through his body was a testament to how rough the actual fight had felt. Not to mention, he still hadn't quite wrapped his mind around the fact that he had actually beaten Bakugo. A feat that 9-year-old Izuku wouldn't have believed in any shape or form. I'm Kirishima Ijuru. We were all going over the training together just a minute ago. The redhead introduced, a large grin and thumb pointed towards himself. I'm Shiro Hanta. The dark-haired guy said, holding a hand up in a sort of wave. I'm Ayamiu. The blonde started before being cut off again by a bouncing Ashido. I'm Ashido Mina. You did a good job dodging. I'm Azui Tsu. A small dark-haired girl suddenly piped up, coming out from behind Ashido before putting a finger to her lip. Call me Tsu. The tall one gave Izuku a thumbs up. I'm Satu. UM.ER. Izuku gasped, as they all smiled welcomingly at him. Looking around for an escape, Izuku was disappointed to see that Ida was busy talking to a bird-headed boy Tokoyami, if he was remembering correctly, and berating him for sitting on the desk. It was clear that he wouldn't be getting help from him, and it looked like Uraraka was nowhere to be seen. Midoriya, are you all right? Uraraka's voice called throughout the classroom only moments after she entered with Kaminari, darting over towards Izuku, placing the stack of books she carried on a desk. You were in Recovery Girl's office for an awfully long time. Wise. I was pretty tired, so she let me stay there for a while. I'm all good now though. Izuku laughed nervously. I actually have somewhere I need to be, so I was just going to grab my bag and go? Oh, okay then. Where are you going? Uraraka asked as she followed Izuku towards his bag. He tried to ignore the curious gazes of his previous gaze, instead thinking about where he could change his bandages in private. Probably best to duck into the bathrooms at the hospital. Before he met with Sasaki. I'm going to the place I volunteer at. I always go after school so. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he hauled the heavy backpack on his shoulders. It wasn't as heavy as it was back in middle school, but he'd long since gotten used to the size. Oh, you volunteer at the hospital, right? Uraraka asked. Izuku nodded, his crowd looking vaguely impressed by the new information, making him duck his head slightly before sheepishly smiling at them all. Well, anyways. I'll see you all tomorrow, yeah? See ya, he got in response as the others waved. By the time that Izuku arrived at the hospital, changed his bandages and walked to Sasaki's office, the woman was just sitting down after a long shift in accident and emergency. She smiled at the boy as he came in and put his backpack in the usual spot. Good afternoon, Izuku. How was school today? Oh, It was good. There's a lot of heroes working there, like did you know that Present Mike is my English teacher? And Lunch Rush is actually the person who cooks all the food in the cafeteria? It was really weird seeing so many pros in one place. Izuku started to babble as he went to start the tea. Izuku bit his lip before vaguely telling her of his fight with Bakugo. It was easy to see the immediate concern that flared in her eyes, and the way that her gaze checked him for any visible injuries. It was hard to swallow that down and continue, but he did it anyway. He lit up again when he got around to telling her about Recovery Girl and how he actually ended up having a real conversation with her, barely even stuttering by the end of it, and by the way her expression softened, she was happy for him. After that, I went back to class, but everyone had finished. He laughed a little. We got changed and a few of the others were talking about the other matches, and then I came here. Yes, so that was my day. Izuku already promised All Might he would keep his secret. Best not tell Sasaki that he had an extended conversation with him. Well, I'm glad that you're fitting in well. It's nice to hear that you're making friends. She smiled, accepting the cup of tea that Izuku offered her. I'd like to say that my day has been interesting, but aside from the many broken fingers I've treated today, nothing particularly new has happened. They were silent for a little while, both taking a moment to unwind as they usually did. It was nice, the atmosphere of Sasaki's office. Warm and comforting whilst also having the air of a professional environment fit for studying or working. They'd both been on their feet for a while. Taking the time to relax was most welcome. Sasaki? Izuku broke the silence. Said woman looked down at him curiously. I was wondering, I saw something online about people living without their stomachs, and well, how would that work? Sasaki raised her brows slightly before putting her mug down carefully. It's rather uncommon, but in its own way, intriguing. You wanting to know just about how the patient would be affected afterwards, or about the procedure? Oh, more about how the patient would be affected really. I mean, it sounds impossible living without a stomach. But it's not. She chuckled. No, it's actually a lot more survivable than you think. Sure, there may be complications as in any procedure, but the human body almost always adapts. Very well, I'll tell you what I know. Izuku was quick to take out his notebook, specifically the one he used to study medical stuff Sasaki would teach him, as he would often keep on him if ever he needed to quickly look back on something he was learning. Currently he was on volume 9, though he wasn't too far off from needed to move on to volume 10. The procedure is called gastrectomy, and there are 3 different types. A sleeve gastrectomy where the left half of the stomach is removed usually for weight loss purposes, a partial gastrectomy where the lower half is removed, and a full gastrectomy where the entire stomach is removed. Depending on the type, the lifestyles of those who have a gastrectomy can vary. By the time that an hour had passed, Izuku was a lot more familiar with the subject than he was earlier in the day. It was most definitely fascinating, but as Sasaki spoke about the difficulties of retaining weight and the side effects, Izuku couldn't help but worry about All Might. Was he eating the required amount that he should? Did he have anything that he couldn't eat? Though Izuku had only seen his true form for a total of about 10 minutes, it was easy to guess he didn't make his health a priority. And that's not even thinking about how easily lightheaded he could be from the blood he coughed up, though Izuku didn't have a grasp on how regular they were to be normal. And what about having only half his respiratory organs? Was he always short of breath? How on earth did he manage to even have a solid 3 hours fighting villains? There was also something else that didn't quite sit right with him. A general feeling that he felt from All Might as he explained, the resignation that Izuku couldn't do anything to help. Which in retrospect was fair. After all, Izuku was only a 15-year-old boy with a weird hobby for studying medicine in his spare time. Not knowledgeable enough to be a doctor, but probably enough to become a trained first aider. Whilst he knew his quirk wouldn't work on already healed injuries, there had to be something he could do to help. Sitting back and doing nothing now that he knew. Izuku! Sasaki called, cutting through his thoughts. Yes. He startled. Are you all right? You went quiet for a while. She looked at him, glancing down at the bandages peeking out from his sleeves before flicking her gaze back up. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about class. I missed all the others in hero training. I was thinking about all their quirks and what would be the best team-ups to face off against each other. Izuku muttered, closing his notebook, his mind a million miles away from that subject altogether. Sasaki frowned with a sigh. She could tell that he was lying, keeping something from her. There were a few things that he kept from her on a usual basis, but everything mostly came out in the end. Things like if he had gotten into any scraps with Bakugo, or if he had healed someone without asking her permission. Usually, she'd get a hint as to what it was as he told the lie, but she couldn't tell at all. Her immediate go-to thought was Bakugo, and how toxic their entire dynamic was for Izuku. How she should step in and put a stop to the abuse, but if Izuku wouldn't even acknowledge it, there was little that she could do. Was this a Bakugo-related secret? A new development that would be even more worrisome than before? Would asking him once again to consider telling someone about it be as fruitless as all previous attempts? Izuku stood before she could think of what to say, sighing through the words she had wanted to speak. I should head on home, Mom's making katsudan. Are you coming over tonight? No, I've been scheduled to be on call, so I'll mostly be working on paperwork and sleeping in my office again. Sasaki rolled her eyes with a sigh. You know Mom hates when you do that. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Well, see you tomorrow, Sasaki. The next day, Izuku walked to school carrying an extra bag. He wasn't entirely sure if he was doing the right thing, but his conversation with All Might kept him awake for longer than he liked. If he didn't do anything about it, he wouldn't have slept a wink. So today he held a gift in his hands. He would have to stop by the teacher's lounge before class. Best to give it as soon as possible instead of letting it sit in his locker to be accidentally forgotten about until the end of the school day. It was a good thing that Izuku had actually managed to leave the house 10 minutes earlier, so he wouldn't be late for class. Stopping in his tracks, Izuku looked puzzled at the large crowd outside the UA gates. That was peculiar. Was there a special occasion or something? Maybe there was a parent event for the upperclassmen? With a shrug, Izuku kept moving to slip on by when one of the people grasped him by his sleeve, earning them a squeak of surprise. Hey you! A woman called, pushing a microphone up to Izuku's mouth. How are All Might's classes? Izuku froze as a large number of people turned to him, cameras all pointed towards him focusing intently on the words he'd say. He opened his mouth to stutter out a feeble excuse not to answer when he heard one of the whispers of a cameraman. Wow, that kid has a lot of scars. Izuku flinched back, all words dying on his tongue. He stumbled back, biting his lip and roughly turning around to hastily walk through the gate, trying to put as much distance between him and the crowd. He wanted to say that he was proud of his scars. Every scar but 3 proved that he was useful. To hate them would be to hate the pain that he spared and the lives that he aided. But God, was he self-conscious of them? He'd gotten lucky with his class, not asking outright before most saw what his quirk was and from there piecing it together. Or at least he hoped. It would be nice not to have any of them mention it. Although there was that one other boy in his class with a facial scar that no one else had pointed out. That seemed more before the boy kept a distance between everyone and himself than anything else though. Izuku shook his head to get rid of the thoughts and continued on his way. Stopping only to switch his shoes, he made it to the staff room with plenty of time to get to class. He could only hope that he wasn't going to disturb any of the teachers much. He knocked on the door, patiently waiting. It took only 2 minutes for the tired, scruffy stare of Aizawa to look down on Izuku, and the boy held in his sigh of relief. He really didn't want to deal with quelling his admiration right now if any of the other teachers had answered the door, though he did see a few poke their heads towards him in curiosity before looking back down. Yes, Midoriya? I was wondering, is All Might Sensei in today? He's not teaching today, he's meant to be here for a meeting though. Oh, okay, do you think that you can give this to him for me, please? Izuku smiled up at Aizawa nervously as he held out his bag. He felt bad asking his teacher to do something for him, but if he was going to see All Might today when Izuku wasn't, it was only logical. Fine. Aizawa shrugged, taking the gift and closing the door. Izuku blinked. That went well? He thinks? With no other duties to fulfill, Izuku turned to get to class. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. I know. And Midoriya. Izuku jolted. Good work. With only 4 words, Izuku felt a rush of happiness. Although this was only the third day he'd known Aizawa, it was clear to see that he wasn't easily impressed and that he didn't say anything he didn't mean. To hear that Izuku had his approval? It was a good feeling. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you decide on a class representative. Immediately there was an uproar of voices, all clamoring to get their words heard, enough so that Izuku had to cover his ears. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Me too. I want to do it too. It's a job made for M. I'll be the leader. Let me do it. Me. Silence, please. Ida's authoritative voice cut through the commotion, quieting the noise enough for Izuku to lower his hands from his ears. He could help but shoot a thankful look his direction. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. An election? Well, that would be a lot more preferable to shouting until Aizawa decided. Why suggest that? Kaminari asked. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? Azui remarked. It was true, Izuku had only a bare minimum grasp of his classmates' personalities outside of Uraraka and Ida. Though he was probably going to end up voting for either of them anyway. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima trailed off. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can truly be considered the most suitable person? What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Ida countered, turning towards the scruffy hero who was currently stepping into his sleeping bag and zipping himself up. I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. He then fell to the side and closed his eyes, ignoring Ida's shout of thanks. It was easy for Izuku to vote for Ida. He seemed to be the best fit from what he could tell. He was responsible and earnest, not to mention that Izuku wasn't interested in the role himself and he had to vote for someone. Izuku choked on air as he looked at the results. Most of the class had voted for themselves, but what surprised Izuku was that he had more than one vote, even when he hadn't voted for himself. He'd gotten 2 votes, which was more than shocking. He wasn't alone though, so there was a little bit of comfort in the fact that he wasn't automatically made class president. Yaoyorozu had also gotten 2 votes, which Izuku could understand. She was hardworking and seemed very responsible. She'd make a great class president. I guess it's either Midoriya or Yaoyorozu. Aizawa shrugged. I don't care which one is president or vice president, pick one. Izuku stood at the front, his hands shaking slightly as Bakugo glared at him. Instead of focusing on that, he turned to Yaoyorozu. Why you should be the class president, Yaoyorozu? I don't mind and you seem to be a good fit for it. Yaoyorozu blinked then smiled. Oh, thank you Midoriya. Then the class rep is Yaoyorozu and the deputy class rep will with Midoriya. Aizawa grumbled, laying back down on the floor, presumably where he'd stay until the bell went for lunch. That might not be too bad. Azui commented with a smile. Yeah, after all's said and done, Midoriya was pretty good yesterday. And Yaoyorozu was awesome at strategizing too. Kirishima replied with a grin. When the 3 of them had managed to find a place to sit down in the cafeteria with their food, Uraraka asked the question that Izuku hoped she wouldn't. Midoriya, why'd you give the class rep position to Yaoyorozu? I thought you'd be perfect for it. She asked around a mouthful of rice. Izuku chewed on his mouthful of katsudon before he answered. Well, I'm not, he fidgeted. I'm not interested in leading people. It's a good quality for a hero, absolutely, but I think I'd do much better supporting someone else in leading. He swallowed another mouthful before continuing. Even then, I'm not all that sure I should be. I don't have the confidence or drive to do it well. That's not true. Uraraka barked suddenly, a few stray grains of rice flicking onto the table as her chopsticks were pointed in his direction. You're plenty good for the role. You just need to build up on the confidence, and you don't get that overnight and by shying away from every opportunity. You'll get it, I'm sure. Izuku blinked at Uraraka. He gave her a shy smile. Thanks, Uraraka. Besides, if I didn't think you'd be good for it, then I wouldn't have voted for you. Izuku choked. What? Yes. I, too, thought you would be well suited for the position, so I voted for you. Izuku jumped. Well, if anyone, it made sense that it was his friends who were the ones to vote for him. But Ida, I thought you wanted to do it? That's why I voted for you. Ida blinked, but smiled gently back at him. Thank you, Midoriya. But wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Merely? Izuku repeated. He wanted to reassure Ida he would have been perfect for the job, but the word stuck out instead. You don't usually use that word. Oh, that's... I've been thinking, are you a rich boy, Ida? Uraraka asked excitedly, paying no heed to Ida's sudden discomfort. Rich? Ida froze up before sighing, realizing that the topic would not be dropped easily. I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that. Yes, my family have been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. What? Wow. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Izuku squeaked. Of course. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. He's one of the best general heroes around. He's extremely dependable and well-liked. He paused. Wait, don't tell me. He is my elder brother. He's telling us outright. Uraraka enthused. That's amazing. Izuku cried, his hands coming up to his face as he tried to rein in all his urges to ask Ida all kinds of questions relating to his brother. Specifically, his thoughts on the different types of heroes and more detailed inquiries of how his quirk worked. It was obvious by the way that he handled his sidekicks that he knew a lot about the different types of heroes, but to get his opinion would be brilliant. But now was not the time nor place. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya, realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so I think you're more suitable for the job. Ida smiled. Izuku blinked at him, slightly in awe of how earnest he was. This might be the first time I've seen you. Smile, Ida. What, really? I smile. He defended himself. Izuku smiled, watching as the two continued talking. It was nice, having someone actually recognize how Izuku got through the entrance exam. Sure, his mom and Sasaki had gushed their fair amount about his tactic, but it felt different coming from Ida. A friend saying it rather than family felt more concrete about the compliment. But there was something bugging him. And it was the bare relevance to the topic at hand. Just because he had figured out the other part of the entrance exam didn't mean he was more suited to the class president spot, even if he didn't get it. Ida, about the entrance exam. A shrill alarm cut him off, making Izuku jump and drop his chopsticks. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. A calm voice announced on the loudspeaker. Ida turned to the student he was sat next to. What's level 3 security? It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too, he said before sprinting out of his chair. When the alarm sounded, Ochako was more than a little well alarmed. The three of them had stumbled towards the exit, but was quickly swallowed and pushed against the students in front of them by the ones behind them. She felt a hand grasp her jacket, looking to see Midoriya's bandages, glad she wouldn't get separated. What's going on all of a sudden? She couldn't help but cry. As expected of the best of the best. Ida breathed as students pushed him further into the crowd. Everyone acts quickly in a crisis. Ochako exclaimed slightly as an elbow dug into her ribs. She squirmed away slightly, but the uncomfortable press of bodies was starting to be overwhelming. The grip on her sleeve increased to a death grip. Ochako looked up at the owner. Midoriya was suddenly white as a sheet, his breathing fast, and fear plastered his expression. His whole body was shaking. He was shoved forcefully from behind, letting out a panicked whimper. If it wasn't for the death grip he had on her sleeve, he probably would have been pulled away from her. Midoriya! She cried. His breathing was bordering on hyperventilation, her concerns skyrocketing. Midoriya, breathe. She was pretty sure he was having a panic attack, and suddenly she hated the situation even more. She hated that the students around her were panicking, she hated whoever caused the alarm, and she hated that she had no idea how to help her friend. Uraraka! She heard Ida calling. She struggled to see his head above the sea of other students, but when she did he had his hand extended towards her. Make me float. Ochako gasped. Yes, if Ida could get out of this mess then maybe she could lead Midoriya out of the crowd. Clearly it was only adding to his stress and panic. She struggled to reach forwards, pulling slightly away from Midoriya, feeling bad as he only gripped tighter. She managed to touch his fingers and immediately Ida sprung above the crowd. It didn't take long for the pushing to calm then. After all, a student spinning forwards in the air like a pinwheel was enough to make anyone stop dead in their tracks. As they all turned to look, Ochako turned towards Midoriya, grasping a hold of the hand that had latched onto her sleeve. Why, you're okay, Midoriya, just breathe. Everything's okay. Ochako tried to keep her voice steady, as fear-glazed eyes met her gaze. You need to calm down, you're all right. Breathe. She hoped she was doing this right. Midoriya stared at her for a moment longer. He took in a shuddering breath that was slower than his previous, which made her feel better. With a smile she tried to breathe with him as an example. Everyone, everything's fine. Ida bellowed to the crowd. Silence fell immediately. Ochako could only hear the slowly calming breaths of her friend, as the other students turned their heads to look up at Ida, who was perched on the exit sign. It is just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is Yue, let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. The crowd settled down. Ochako locked eyes with Ida and signaled to the corridor just behind them. He nodded as she turned to the side of the corridor. Excuse me. Please let me through. She pulled Midoriya to the side of the corridor and squeezed their way past, staying close to the wall until they broke free of the crowd and found themselves with so much more room to breathe in the empty corridor. Ochako pulled Midoriya a bit further in before she urged him to sit. He looked a little better, not quite drowning in panic as before, but she still held his hand trying to get him to breathe regularly. She was joined a moment later by Ida, who looked at Midoriya with concern. I'm sorry, Midoriya stuttered. His breathing was still uneven and faster than normal, but he had calmed down some from before. He sniffled and fought back tears which were still rather worrisome. Don't apologize, Midoriya, you can't help it. Just focus on calming down, yeah? Yes, it was your body's natural reaction to the situation. You couldn't help it. Ida nodded. It took a few minutes from there, but Midoriya finally settled down enough to stop his tears. His breathing evened out completely. He avoided her and Ida's gaze, his ears reddening as he withdrew his hands. Sorry about that. He bit his lip. I should be fine now. It's okay, Midoriya. Ochako was quick to reassure him. Do you want to go to recovery, girl? No, I'm fine really. Just a little tired and sorta embarrassed. Midoriya smiled shakily before standing up. Are you sure? You shouldn't be ashamed of what happened. If you need to visit recovery, girl, then please do. Yes, I'm sure. We should probably get back to lunch. I didn't eat much of mine before. Okay then, let's go. I don't want anyone to steal our food. Ochako smiled. If Midoriya wanted to move on then it would probably be for the best, though he never said that she shouldn't keep an eye out just in case. By the time that the next class rolled around, Izuku had managed to bury most of his embarrassment of having a panic attack right in front of Uraraka and Ida. He didn't space out afterwards, so that was good. All in all, it was a mild one, so as soon as he could repress the memory, he'd be alright. He was aware of Ida and Uraraka looking at him a lot more, but he guessed that was expected until they forgot about it tomorrow. Alright, let's get started. Yaoyorozu said as everyone had arrived. We should decide on the other class officers. Izuku interrupted hesitantly. Sorry, but first can I say something? Yaoyorozu turned to Izuku puzzled but nodded. I think that Ida should be vice class rep. Izuku blurted out before he could back out. Earlier he was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way and calm everyone down. Whilst I was panicking myself I think Ida should take my place. I'm good with that too. Kirishima chimed in. Midoriya saying it, and it's true that Ida was a big help at the cafeteria today. Yeah, he kind of looked like the person on the emergency exit signs, didn't he? Kaminari agreed. You're wasting time, Aizawa said from his sleeping bag, glaring up at Izuku who jolted. I don't care what you do, just hurry up and do it. If the vice class rep has nominated me, then it cannot be helped. From this day forth, I, Ida Tenya, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of vice class representative. We're counting on you, emergency exit. Emergency exit Ida. Do your best. Izuku nervously shuffled back to his seat, thankful that went over well. From then on, class continued as normal. He sent a grin over to Ida who smiled and nodded in appreciation whilst Uraraka pat him on the back. Toshinori sighed as he walked through the school. Yesterday's events were less than ideal. He really hadn't expected to reveal his true form to anyone until he found his successor, but due to a combination of bad timing and bad luck, he had no choice but to reveal himself to young Midoriya. At the very least, it could have happened to worse. Had young Kaminari or young Ishido been the ones to discover it, he couldn't be completely sure of the outcome. They seemed to be the kind who couldn't keep secrets well. Comparatively, it was good Midoriya had been the one to see. It was rather reassuring to hear the boy worry over him first thing instead of asking for answers. The boy was kind and caring, even though right at the end he did make a hasty escape. Toshinori could only hope that the mistake wasn't going to cost him anything. As he pushed open the door to the staff room, he glanced around. Most teachers had left, considering that lunch was just about to wrap up, but Aizawa looked up at him. Oh, All Might, Midoriya left something for you. I put it on your desk, he said as he walked out the door past him. Toshinori blinked. For me, he muttered as he walked over towards his desk, spotting a large box wrapped in cloth. The cloth itself was rather cute, green with white bunnies patterned the fabric, all tied neatly at the top. It was easy to untie it and reveal the contents. It was indeed a box, or rather 6 boxes stacked together with a piece of paper taped to the top. Deciding to look at the paper first, he pulled it free and opened it. Dear All Might, I just wanted to say thanks for trusting me with your secret. You can count on me not to tell anyone, and I know that it wasn't ideal and it wasn't by your choice, so I want to say sorry about that. I hope it's not presumptuous of me, but I prepared a gift for you. Sorry, but it looks like you don't really make it a priority to keep your body healthy, so the gift is actually a bunch of small meals. I hope it isn't weird, but I looked into your condition and it's recommended that you eat multiple small meals a day instead of 3, so I made some for you. They're all different kinds of lunches in manageable sizes because I wasn't sure what you liked or didn't know what you couldn't eat. And I'm also happy to bring in more. My mom is always making lunches similar to this and ends up having a lot of leftovers, so if you like these then please let me know, and this can be more than just a one-off gift. I would have said all this in person, but honestly you're one of my favorite heroes over and I've already written this letter out 20 times already. But I think after knowing what I know, I think you're even more awesome than before. And that's saying something. Yeah. Sorry, not sure how to finish this letter. See you in class. Midoriya Izuku. Toshinori smiled. The heart of that kid. This was kind. And more than he was expecting. He was perceptive though. Toshinori did have a bit of a habit neglecting his health. He supposed that he could eat something. Opening one of the containers, a carefully constructed bento meal. Too kind. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Aizawa announced on the Wednesday afternoon after roll call. It had been calm, and though it had only been a week since he started attending UA, Izuku felt he was settling in well. But a class with multiple teachers piqued Izuku's interest. Just what would they be doing to require that many? The battle trial had been intense and even that had necessitated only 1 teacher, granted that teacher was All Might, but still. Zero raised his hand. Excuse me, what'll we be doing? Disasters, shipwrecks and everything in between. It's rescue training. Izuku lit up. Now this was more his speed. Battling wasn't his strength, sure he could hold his own if need be, but rescue training was what he was most suited for. Plus, it would probably be less likely to result in a trip to Recovery Girl if all they were doing was practicing rescue efforts. There'd be a lot of playing injured citizens and maybe some goal of trying to locate survivors of disasters, but in a way that the well-funded UA would come up with. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too. Kaminari said to Ishido. Right, she agreed. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. Kirishima corrected them, before he fist-pumped with a grin. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in water, Karo. Hey, I'm not done. Aizawa called the class to order. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. Changing hadn't taken too long, for once Izuku was glad he'd decided to keep his regular bandages as part of his hero costume. Taking them off and putting them on for each time he changed into his costume would probably become obnoxious after a while. In the end, Izuku had decided to leave his mask behind. He'd considered keeping it for the exercise, but it'd make it annoying to talk with, and it didn't exactly do anything but add to the whole field medic look he was going for. Besides, it was just training and hit would only get in the way, so he decided to leave it behind. Currently, he was stood holding his backpack in his arms as he stood with the class waiting for the bus. He wasn't completely sure he needed it really. It was bulky and heavy to carry. If he needed to do any kind of running or quick movements, it would be annoying and limiting. The only problem was that Izuku had a habit of taking a first aid kit with him everywhere he went, just in case. And if they wouldn't be taking any of their bags with them. When Ida piped up and started telling everyone to line up by their student numbers so they could board the bus smoothly, Izuku just decided he'd take it. It would probably be better than leaving it behind and something happening. Besides, he could always just put it to one side during the exercise if it became too much of a bother. Ida's going full throttle. Uraraka commented as Ida continued to blow on a whistle, Yaoyorozu looking as if she'd already tried to talk him out of it and given up with a small sigh. In the end, Ida's organization was unnecessary, the bus type was different, and instead the class had just grabbed random seats instead. Ida groaned whilst Ishido chuckled and patted his back. The mood was light and amicable before Azui suddenly turned to Izuku. I say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya, why'd you want to be a hero if you've got a quirk better suited to being a doctor? Izuku blinked. Yeah. I was wondering that too, Midori. Ishido leaned forwards. You even volunteer at the hospital, so why not? Well, I guess it was because I liked heroes first. Izuku muttered, before grinning. I used to like heroes like All Might and Ever. Since I was little, I wanted to be a hero even before I got my quirk. For a while, I wasn't sure exactly what my quirk was, but when I finally figured it out, I found out about this really cool hero called Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, like the nurse? Kaminari asked, unsure. Yeah. She's been retired for 30 years now, but before that she was an active hero for 25 years, and thanks to using her quirk in battle to help other heroes out, she's saved so many heroes' lives. When she was an active hero, she inspired so many people to be support heroes. She was very well respected, and at the peak of her career she managed to get to the number 7 spot even though she didn't have an offensive quirk. Her style was always fighting alongside other heroes, using a sword that looked sorta like that cane she uses now. Her sword fighting skills were phenomenal. If ever she had to fight off a villain to get to an injured hero or civilian, she'd be able to take them down and get the person to safety. A lot of the time, her being at a scene was the difference between life and death. If she was in a hospital as a doctor, sure she'd be able to heal a lot of people, but the heroes who she fought alongside and healed would have died. And who knows how many lives they wouldn't have been able to save if they did die. Izuku bit his lip. During her career, she showed a lot of people that there's more ways to be a hero than just punching the villain, that you could be a hero even if it's just to support others. And that kinda stuck out for me, you know. Wow, Midoriya. That's really cool. Never knew Recovery Girl was so manly. Kirishima grinned. Ah, that's real sweet of you, Midori. Ishido cooed. Way better motive than mine at least. Izuku ducked his reddening cheeks at that comment. He opened his mouth to awkwardly thank her, or reassure Ishido her motive was probably pretty good anyways, but Aizawa's no-nonsense tone cut through the bus. We're here. Stop messing around. Yes, sir. The class replied automatically. As Izuku stepped out, he was still wondering who on earth would be the other instructor that Aizawa mentioned earlier. It had to have been a hero on UA's staff, because most every teacher for the heroics department was a pro, but the question of who was most curious. It didn't take long after that, when all of the students had gotten off the bus, for the question to be answered. "Everyone, I've been waiting for you." A space-suited figure cheerfully greeted the class from the stairs. Izuku had been ready to rein in his delighted fanbinji, but it slipped just a little for him to gasp, "The space hero, 13. The hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters." "Oh, I love 13. Uraraka enthused from his left. "Let's go inside without delay." 13 signaled towards the large domed building's entrance. "Look forwards to working with you." Walking inside the building felt similar to entering a whole new world. The glass dome. Ceiling towering hundreds of meters higher than them at its highest point, the large walkway to just get to the stairs leading down was easily 4 times his classroom's length, maybe more. Inside the building it looked like there were smaller areas that varied drastically. A couple were covered but 4 were open to the air, letting Izuku see a large pool, a mountainous area, a landslide, and a ruined city. In the center of it all was a plaza with a fountain. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. 13 exclaimed excitedly. Izuku grinned. Wow, this would certainly be an exciting lesson. The scenarios were rather different and he could only wonder what kinds of mock disasters they'd be doing. There wouldn't be any kind of disadvantage for him either. Whilst there would be quirks best suited to certain scenarios, having an ill-fitting quirk wouldn't hinder them. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked as he walked towards the space hero. He was supposed to meet us here. From there 13 spoke in a low voice, too low for Izuku to make out the actual words, but they held up 3 fingers. Oh, that must mean that All Might used up his time? Izuku frowned slightly. It was a shame that All Might wouldn't be joining them. He hadn't the chance to chat with him since he found out the secret. Would have been nice to know if he liked the gift or if he thought it was weird. It can't be helped, I guess. Shall we begin? Aizawa sighed, moving to stand to the left of 13. Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2 or 3. They began. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuku grinned, seeing Uraraka rapidly nodding her head to his left. Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily. All action in the class stopped as the mood rapidly changed from enthusiastic to serious. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. Izuku paused. His immediate thought was that this speech didn't apply to him. He didn't have any kind of destructive quirk. Sure, he altered other people's bodies, but those were only in positive ways. There wasn't really a way you can heal someone to death. It was impossible for Izuku to kill anyone with his quirk. But that wasn't quite true either. There was one person that he could kill with his quirk, and that was himself. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, you experienced using those powers against others. 13 continued. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. They said before bowing. That was wonderful. Bravo! Bravo! All right then. First, Aizawa cut through the cheers before a loud static-wise sound cut him off. The lighting dimmed, and a pool of black mist appeared just before the fountain. He tensed, turning back to the class and ordering, "Gather together and don't move." 13. Protect the students. A wave of unease washed through Izuku, seeing his teachers suddenly so on edge. It wasn't until Kirishima pointed at the slowly spreading purple-black pool did the unease turn to horror. Figures emerged from the enlarging mist, making it clear that this was absolutely not planned. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Don't move, Izawa ordered, before reaching into his capture weapon and securing his goggles over his eyes, preparing to fight. Those are villains. Izuku could feel his hands shaking. No, it couldn't be. This was you. Why were there villains here? The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Izawa growled before his hair flew upwards and his capture weapon billowed out around him, ready to leap into action. What? Villains? No, wait, there's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima gasped. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Yaoyorozu pushed forwards, leaning over Izuku's shoulder. We have them, of course, but... 13 hesitantly responded. Did the villains only appear here, or around the whole school? Todoroki asked, pausing for a moment before continuing. Either way, if the sensors aren't responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can jam them. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here? They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. The tension that had already piled up on the class spiked. Whilst villain attacks were terrifying in their own right, a planned attack with a goal in mind was ultimately a lot more sinister and dangerous than a random, just because, attack. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. Izawa stepped forwards. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with a radio wave type quirk is interfering. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes, sir. Kaminari nodded. What about you, Sensei? Are you going to fight? Why, you can't. With that many villains, even if you can erase their quirks, your fighting style isn't suited for that many targets. A frontal battle. Izuku stepped forwards, his voice shaky with panic. You can't be a hero with just one trick. Izawa responded simply. I'm leaving it to you, 13. He wasted no time, running towards the stairs and jumping into action. Izuku stared with concern as he erased some of the closest villains' quirks before throwing out his capture weapon towards them, pulling them together by the head painfully. Izuku could hear his classmates starting to head for the exit. He wanted to follow, to be away from here as fast as possible. But just leaving Izawa alone against so many villains didn't sit well, even if he was doing well against the multiple enemies. He's already knocked out what? 11 villains so far? He's good. He couldn't help but mumble. This is no time for analysis. Ida called, tugging at his elbow. Hurry, we have to go. Izuku let Ida lead him to the exit. His legs felt wobbly, but it wasn't the fear that was the cause. No, it was the bone-deep need to help. A small voice in his head whispered that if he left, something bad was going to happen, and that alone was enough to make him hesitant. They only made it halfway back to the entrance before the black pool of mist appeared in front of them, halting the class in their tracks. I won't let you. A sinister voice rang out. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA Academy, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Izuku's mind blanked. They don't wanted to kill All Might? I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Though they had asked the question to the class, it didn't wait for an answer. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. The fog expanded, almost like a bat unfurling its wings, but before it had a chance to do anything else, Izuku's heart leapt to his throat as Bakugo and Kirishima jumped forwards, arms pulled back to hit it. With a grunt, a huge explosion rang out. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima goaded as the smoke began to clear. Oh dear, that's dangerous. The fog warned, completely unaffected. That's right. Even if you are students, you are all excellent golden eggs. Yellow eyes narrowed into slits. No. Move away, you two. 13 cried. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Izuku only blinked and suddenly the black fog had surrounded everyone, closing in on them on all sides. Suddenly he felt like he was falling. Maybe that was because he was actually falling. It wasn't a very large drop, but he fell directly onto his backpack, forcing all the air out of his lungs whilst his tailbone protested. Izuku didn't have much time to be thankful for the cushion that padded his shoulders from the fall, before he heard two familiar yells as he recovered his breath. Izuku got to his feet slowly, his eyes locking onto three of his classmates. Ashido whined before getting to her feet. The gloves and boots of Hagakure were splayed on the floor and Kuda had half knelt to rub at his ankle. What happened? Where's the creepy fog guy? Ashido cried, looking around frantically. Izuku followed her example. It looked like they had been dropped into a landslide with how much loose dirt around there was. Not loose enough to sink into it, but enough that you couldn't count it as a hill. The sky was covered with a glass ceiling, so they were likely just displaced into one of the zones in USJ. That calmed him considerably. Short-range warping? I think he's got a warp quirk. He must have teleported us away. Izuku replied, brushing his hands against each other to get the dirt off. Is everyone all right? I think so. Hagakure called, taking the hand that Ashido offered to her. My butt hurts from the fall, but other than that I'm okay. Kuda nodded at Izuku with a shy smile. Where the heck are we anyways? Ashido folded her arms as she bit her lip. I can't believe villains attacked us. There's no way they'll be able to kill All Might. Izuku bit his lip. Only a week ago Izuku might have agreed, but knowing what he knew now, All Might was human, he was fallible, and even though he had more power in his pinky than most did in their entire body, he was mortal. As it was, Izuku was glad All Might had used up his 3 hours earlier. Whilst it was going to SCK with Aizawa and 13 being the only heroes against however many villains, if All Might was here then the villains had a chance to kill him with whatever weapon they had planned to use. We're still in Yusuda, I think. Izuku spoke up, stepping closer. This'll be the landslide zone, so. There was a small shriek from Hagakure's direction as she pointed towards a group of intimidating-looking men splitting up and trying to surround them. But they weren't alone. There were men to the left and right of them too, backing them uphill and trapping them. Izuku could hear the blood pulsing in his ears as the situation got worse, his heart almost leaping to his throat as he registered just how bad this was for them. Whilst they were in the hero course and just a few days ago they had been battling against each other all out, that didn't mean any of them had any actually trained combat skills. There was no way they stood a chance against actual villains. Izuku was most probably the only one, but even then it was only defensive stuff, things that were very unlikely to weaken an enemy to unconsciousness or to incapacitate them. He'd maybe do okay in a fight purely for defense until someone came to his aid, but only against one person. Multiple enemies were a little outside his capabilities. Kuda's quirk was talking to and commanding animals, but with no animals around to command, he was practically quirkless with the aversion to punching someone. His size was something to contend to, but if he couldn't even throw a punch right, then he'd only get himself hurt. Hagakure had a little bit in the way of defense. Solely because it was hard to hit a target you couldn't even see, and even harder to dodge a punch you couldn't see coming. But the lack of actual combat training hurt her chance, although it would probably be an effective strategy to just kick at her opponent's legs. Ashido had the most advantage out of all of them. Her acid, from what he saw from the battle training videos, was very versatile, and would be great at attacking and even capturing someone. She would be a great asset if the group had to fight. But 0.3 against 10? Their odds weren't good. There wasn't enough time for coordination or strategy when the men lunged for them. Izuku managed to duck under a hand, grab it and push him to the ground, kicking out his leg. He didn't have time to think before having to jump back and dodge someone else lunging for him. The first guy unfortunately had his stomach stepped on, leaving him wheezing, but Izuku couldn't afford to focus on him then. The second guy kept trying to grab a hold of his skin, whatever quirk he had seemed to rely on that, so Izuku tried to stay away. But it was easier said than done. The first guy had gotten back up again and was also lunging forwards along with a third guy. It wasn't going to be like the movies Izuku used to watch with his mom where the bad guys would take turns. Luckily, Izuku managed to get the first and third guys to slam into each other, the two of them pausing to yell at each other. He was only distracted for a moment when the second guy grabbed a hold of his left hand. Immediately, It felt as if Izuku had stuffed his hand in liquid nitrogen, the blood in his hand freezing. He cried out slightly, but he'd practiced this. Ignoring the painful and weird prickling sensation under his skin, he grabbed the man's wrist and pulled him around where he slipped and managed to roll down the landslide. Izuku didn't get much of a chance to celebrate his victory before the first guy had tackled him to the ground where it felt like he weighed 100 tons. All air leaving his chest, once again his back protesting as his backpack dug into his spine. Either a gravity quirk or weight quirk. Either way, it seemed this guy was trying to crush his chest, his ribs protesting loudly. The guy then suddenly cried out and scrambled off him, the sound of sizzling following. Izuku looked up to see Ashido with her arm extended out before she flung another round of acid at the third guy Izuku had been fighting, knocking him out. She looked behind her briefly to her original opponent, only just managing to dodge the spear move at her chest. Her opponent moved the spear forwards again, this time managing to dig into her bicep. Ashido cried out. She grabbed the weapon as her leg came up to kick the man in his throat before the weapon fell to the floor, never having dug out much more than an oozing wound. It still looked painful, and Izuku wasted no time to leap forwards and heal her with a quick high five to the shoulder. Ashido perked up and launched herself at two other guys who had been made to dodge the falling spear villain, one holding a large machete that she almost immediately melted. Izuku felt the still forming bruises that littered his torso, arms and legs. No wonder she'd gotten a sudden burst of energy when freed from the aches. He was quick to bandage the wound on his arm, pressing hard to stop the blood. It wasn't a major wound, but it would need stitching later on when there wasn't literal villains in front of him. Thankfully, none had taken an interest in him, but he was quick to patch himself up in time to see Ashido drop, kicking the last standing villain. The rest either fallen down the landslide or passed out around them. Hagakure stood panting for breath, her hands on her knees, or that was what Izuku assumed was what it looked like. He gently reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, healing small aches and what felt like grazed knees before smiling at her. Phew! Ashido sighed. Also regaining her breath, she turned to look at Izuku with a grin. Wow, your quirk is no joke. I feel good as new. Thanks, Midori. Yeah, thanks, Midoriya. Hagakure cheered before giving him a thumbs up as he pulled his hand back. Izuku grinned at them, feeling a little tired and achy all over. No problem, thanks for saving me from those guys, Ashido. You were so cool. And you too, Hagakure. He perked up. He hadn't seen much of the invisible girl whilst he was fighting, but from the corner of his eye seeing a guy looking around confused before being sucker punched in the face by a floating glove. A brilliant view. Oh, Kuda, are you all right? Izuku turned to the silent boy who had taken to crouching behind a jutted out bit of building debris during the fight, trying to stay out of the way. He nodded fast with a smile and a quick thumbs up. So what do we do now? Wait until help arrives. Hagakure asked, rubbing the back of head. I think we should head out of this area and try to meet up with some of the rest of our classmates. Izuku spoke up, rubbing his right hand against his left in order to banish the lingering frozen sensation. If anyone is hurt, then I think I'd feel better if I can help them. And besides, I'm still worried about Aizawa-sensei. He was going up against a lot of villains. So we should go out to the plaza and see if sensei needs our help? Ashido asked before grinning. I'm cool with that. Let's go then. Wait, I don't think it'd be alright to just leave these villains here? Hagakure spoke up, her glove resting on her cheek. What if they wake up and try to follow us? I'll stay here and guard them. Izuku blinked. Are you sure? What if more than one wakes up at a time and they overpower you? Don't worry. I got this now. Hagakure giggled, picking up the discarded spear from earlier. It was a little worrisome to see it still had blood staining the tip of it, but it definitely added to the intimidation factor. But Kuda, do you want to stay with me? We can just hang back here. Kuda gave her an unsure smile and signed something. Izuku felt a little bad that he didn't understand, but to his surprise from Hagakure's response of, don't worry about that. I'll handle it. It seemed like she understood. Okay then. So Midori and I are gonna go help sensei, and you two stay and guard the villains. Good luck. Ashido grinned before grabbing a hold of Izuku's right wrist and pulling him down the hill as she slid on her own acid. Izuku yelped, trying his hardest to stay upright whilst also keeping in the screams of panic that tried to claw its way out of his mouth, Ashido laughing all the way down. By the time they'd reached the bottom and Ashido had let go, Izuku was leaning against the wall trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. Please warn me next time." Izuku managed to huff whilst Ashido cackled. "Sure. As long as there is a next time." She grinned mischievously with a wink. "You know, Midori, you're usually really shy in class, but once you got something to focus on you kind of forget to be shy." Izuku blinked. Oh, I guess you're right." Ashido grinned. "See? Right there. When it's just talking, you're all shy. Relax." With all due respect, Ashido, we're sorta in the middle of a villain invasion? Oh. Now it was her turn to blink. Whoops. She laughed awkwardly. "Guess we'd best go see if Aizawa-sensei needs our help, right?" Izuku smiled slightly. "Why? But we should be careful, we don't want to run head first without knowing what's going on. Right? Lead the way then, Midori." "Okay." He nodded, carefully moving through the zone's entrance, peering around the corner. The plaza was still quite a ways away from them, where Aizawa was still battling. Though he mostly pulled down villains, some needed to be hit more than once for them to stay down. It looked like he hadn't gotten too badly hurt yet, but there was always the chance it could go wrong. Izuku wished he could get a better look. From this distance he could see him moving around, but the fine details escaped him. Izuku jumped as he turned his gaze towards the water and locked eyes with the two hardest to read students in their class. Todoroki and Azui were crouched in the water, their heads easily passing for rocks. Well, Azui's at least. Todoroki's bright hair was what had given them away in the first place. They stared at each other for a moment before Izuku pointed at the back of the fountain where they could watch the villains safely without being seen. The two nodded and Izuku gently tugged Ashido to follow him. The fountain was raised, and none of them dared to go up it. The most dangerous-looking villains were a bit too close for comfort. With little more than a quiet wave, the four crouched behind the small hill, Izuku sending a nervous look up to make sure the villains couldn't see them. "Are you sure it's okay for us to be here?" Ashido asked in a low voice, her gaze flickering up the hill every other second. "I mean that one huge weird-looking villain creeps me out. If we're quiet and stay out of sight, we'll be all right, Karo." Azui whispered. "I would feel better if we could see Aizawa-sensei though." "Then let's go." Todoroki nodded, keeping low as he walked. Quietly they shuffled around the small hill. When they managed to get into a spot to see Aizawa, they stopped making sure that the villains didn't see them. They had a clear view of their teacher. He didn't have many opponents left. Most tossed were to the very edges of the plaza with only a few still left standing. That was when the villain with hands covering his body charged towards him, his right hand extended as Aizawa prepared to fight him. A length of cloth flew towards him, but the villain just grabbed it and pulled it out of the way. When they got close to each other, Aizawa elbowed the villain hard in the stomach and Izuku felt a smile growing on his face. But the smile quickly turned to horror as the villain just gripped the elbow instead of jumping back. A few seconds later the black material started to turn gray and crumbled like dust. Another few seconds passed and blood started to drip as Izuku watched in growing horror. Aizawa's elbow cracking like an egg, skin turning to dust as the muscle was exposed. He pulled his left hand forwards to punch the villain back, managing to jump away from the attack. It was enough for Izuku to be thankful it didn't go any further, but before he could blink Aizawa was thrown back into combat with the last few remain villains he had been fighting earlier. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? An eerie voice goaded. It sounded like it belonged to the hand-covered villain, but without seeing his mouth it was hard to tell. "Isn't this too different from your usual job?" The villain looked to the side as Aizawa caught his breath, his gaze constantly moving to focus on the villains around him. "What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease?" That was when the group around him started to attack. It was clear to see that Aizawa was slowing as he kicked and punched the villains away, his right arm hanging useless. But when the four around him had been defeated, he still tugged at his weapon to face the hand villain. If Izuku had been able to see his gaze, he would have seen him lock eye contact with him, seeing a group of his students nearby. His body tensed, but the moment ended quickly as he refocused on the villain in front of him. "You're so cool, you're so cool," the villain called before lowering his voice to an even more sinister tone. "By the way, hero." Izuku blinked, and suddenly there was a huge hulking thing behind his teacher. Its beak opened, showing off huge semi-yellowed sharp teeth, its gaze not focused, and its brain visible from its head. "That I'm not the last boss." It happened fast. Blood spurted upwards as the monster clutched at his teacher's head, his goggles falling to the floor. The monster pushed Aizawa to the ground with its massive hands. "He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered th." The hand villain leered as the monster cried, a distorted sound ringing through the plaza. Izuku could only stare in horror as he watched his teacher yell out in what must be agony. His brain could barely process the scene in front of him. He didn't notice that he was barely breathing, didn't notice that his heart was beating like a drum fast and heavy, didn't even notice that he was trembling from head to toe. Because for all the hurt that Izuku had seen over his years in the hospital, he had only ever seen the fallout, the result of the hurt. He'd never watched the hurt be inflicted. It wounded his heart, almost as if Izuku was the one out there pinned to the ground as his arm was snapped. Or if someone had decided that his chest would look better with a knife sticking out of it, the blade twisting deeper and deeper with every yell of pain. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. Aizawa's gaze turned towards the monster, his hair ruffling to suggest he tried to use his quirk, but another crushing press from a giant hand had him yelling out in pain again, his left arm dropping to the ground listlessly. When Aizawa's head was slammed down onto the ground hard enough to crack the floor, he could only hope it was just the floor. Izuku managed to pull himself back together, enough to think. He couldn't force his voice above a panicked whisper, but he could think. "We need to get that thing off him. He's going to end up killing him if not." He couldn't take his gaze off his teacher, not even sure if he had blinked since the first yell, but he felt his friends tense up a little and nod. Everyone else was just as horrified as he was. "I can't fight it, I don't have that kind of power. But if I can get to Aizawa, I can help him." Izuku finally managed to tear his gaze away from his teacher to stare at Todoroki, Azui, and Ishido. "I'm so sorry to ask but can you 3F fight it?" His gaze flickering back to the plaza every other moment as to make sure no one had killed their teacher in the seconds he wasn't looking. Todoroki nodded. "It'll be hard to separate them. I can freeze him in place, but then we'd have to move Aizawa-sensei." Izuku bit his lip. "It'd be better if we didn't move him until we know how bad he's hurt, but if there's no other option, I don't think I'd be able to pick him up alone either, so Azui, can you help me?" Azui nodded. "We'll have to be fast, Karo. That hand villain was pretty quick at running to Aizawa earlier." "Then, it's me and Todoroki against the villains?" Ishido asked her. Voice shaking with fear, she gulped. "That okay, let's do it. After I help Midoriya with Sensei, I'll help you." Azui nodded. "I don't know enough to help with first aid, but I can fight, Karo." "All right, it's a plan." Izuku smiled shakily, taking in a shuddering breath. "I think we—" He stopped jumping at the sight of the misty figure appearing next to the hand villain. Shigaraki Tamura. It spoke. The hand villain turned his head to it. "Kurogyari, did you kill 13? Izuku gasped, a lump forming in his throat at the thought. 13 hadn't been in solo combat more than a couple of times in their career. The odds of getting out of an encounter alone with a villain who had a powerful quirk alive and well were practically zero. I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Out of action? Did that mean dead or incapacitated? Izuku wasn't sure, and whilst his heart soared at the news someone got away, it didn't really mean anything significant unless they were fast. But if it was Ida, then they had a good shot at getting help. Hope bloomed violently in his chest and struggled to be contained. He needed to focus on the now. Help would come, but it was hard to guess when. "Huh." Shigaraki growled before starting to scratch at his neck, becoming increasingly agitated. "Kurogyari, if you weren't our way out of here, I would have crushed you to pieces." Todoroki moved slightly as if to get up and spring into action, but Izuku quickly put his hand out. "Wait," he whispered. "We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home." Ashido let out a relieved laugh but quickly moved to cover her mouth. Izuku bit his lip to stop the smile he felt. If they left right now, then there wouldn't even be any need for them to fight. Todoroki, Azui and Ashido wouldn't need to take on that crazy powerful-looking villain, and Izuku could help Aizawa immediately. But something was nagging at Izuku. It didn't seem outright. If the villains left now, then it would only be much harder in the future to accomplish their goal. "Oh yeah," Shigaraki continued. "Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride by killing this teacher." The four of them jolted. Izuku stood as the others followed. They needed to act now, otherwise Aizawa would be dead. "Numu, kill him." It wasn't even seconds later when a large blob of acid was flung over the Numu's face. It let loose a yowling screech backing up from Aizawa. Todoroki and Ashido ran forwards. As the Numu moved to stand by Shigaraki and Kurojairi, the two of them in stances ready to unleash their quirks. Izuku and Azui ran towards their teacher. "Some brats are trying to protect their teacher." Shigaraki groaned, scratching his neck. "No matter, as long as someone ends up dead, students might be better than a pro anyway." "Numu." Todoroki moved his right arm, acting a huge ice wall between them. "I'm not sure how long that'll stand." He turned his head to look at Izuku. "I'd be quick." Izuku didn't waste any time. He could hear Sasaki shouting in his head not to be an idiot and move him, but it was way more dangerous to keep him here. It was awkward, but with the help of Azui, they managed to carry him between them. With Izuku locking his arms around his teacher's chest and walking backwards whilst Azui carried his legs. Izuku could feel Aizawa's blood drip onto his hands, shuddering slightly but forcing himself to ignore the sensation for now. They managed to carry him a few meters away before the ice turned black and started to crumble. "Oh, that's not very nice. My Numu just wants to play." Shigaraki goaded with a maniacal-sounding laugh, punctuated by a smashing sound as a large black fist punched through the rest of the ice. "Numu, kill them." Slowly. Izuku hadn't quite gotten to the edge of the plaza when he saw Azui let go of Aizawa's legs to leap back and pull Todoroki out of the way of the oncoming large fist. Her tongue extending the distance, quickly wrapping around his torso. Izuku staggered a slight, before gently laying his teacher down. They were nowhere near an ideal distance away, barely out of the way of the fight, but it would have to do unless Izuku wanted to drag him away. Izuku put the battle out of his mind to fully concentrate on his teacher, however much his concerned wanted to yell at him not to take his eyes off them. He still had no idea how badly Aizawa was hurt, and he couldn't afford to take any chances. The amount of blood just visible was enough to send Izuku into controlled panic. The first thing that ran through his mind was a small voice that sounded an awful lot like a younger version of Izuku. One helpless boy crying as he held onto a bleeding man's shoulder, feeling completely weak. The scar was tingling, as if an unconscious reminder of how the situation resolved itself. He shook his teacher's shoulder gently but firmly as he dared. "Aizawa-sensei? Sensei? See, can you hear me? Please, why you have to wake up?" Izuku begged, his voice cracking as he felt the telltale pricks of tears forming. He took a deep breath. "I'll be all right. I'm gonna heal you now." Izuku moved to put his hand over his chest, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, focusing on the warmth. He went to activate his quirk with a familiar tug, but the lash of pain didn't come immediately and he couldn't help but panic. His eyes snapped open, jumping when he met the red-eyed gaze of Aizawa. The landslide zone wasn't very fun. It's weird, fighting actual villains, Mina thought. A part of her was constantly screaming, crap, 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 with every second that passed, but for the most part, it was like she couldn't register what was happening around her. Like this was all just a part of training. The blows hit hard, and a few times they were enough to wind her, but she bounced back quick. A round of acid for him and slide. Under that punch there. Her energy was starting to flag with the amount of hits she'd taken. It hurt to throw her arm out too far, and the easy-to-quit side of her really just wanted to lay down and whine like there was no tomorrow. The villain she had just dodged moved their spear into her arm, and she couldn't help but yell out in pain. She managed to grab the weapon and kick the man in the throat, letting the spear fall to the ground. The pain was horrible, and God, if she hadn't wanted to curl up and whine before, she most definitely wanted to now. But suddenly there was a hand on her shoulder, like a high five cheering her on, and the pain was done completely. Her energy came back full force, and she couldn't help the grin that spread over her face. Oh, this makes everything so much easier. In no time, the villains were all down for the count and Mina stood victorious. She stretched, relishing in the lack of aches she felt. It was weird coming out of a skirmish with little more than the still lingering rush of adrenaline. She was still grinning, relishing in the fact. Phew, she breathed. Man, all that exercise without warming up was an easy way to get out of breath. Wow, your quirk is no joke. I feel good as new. Thanks, Midori. Yeah, thanks, Midoriya. Hagakure cheered as well, as Midoriya backed up a little with his bashful little grin. No problem, thanks for saving me from that guy Ishido. You were so cool. And you too, Hagakure. He gushed, waving his arms about, and Mina couldn't help but stare at the hastily bandaged wound on his arm. Blood had soaked through the bandage more than just a little, and it was honestly sort of worrying. It looked like he needed way more than just a little bit of cloth, the red sticking out like a sore thumb, but Midoriya didn't even acknowledge it. From there on, Hagakure stayed behind with Kuda to look after the villains, whilst Midoriya and Mina went to go help Aizawa-sensei. It still hadn't quite clicked they were in a possibly life or death situation, and it was probably something to worry about, but Mina just couldn't think about it. Maybe it was her way of coping with the situation or something. She wasn't really smart enough to think all that hard about it. In fact, it had taken to seeing a guy covered in hands to even shake her nerves a little. And even then it felt like watching the whole thing on a screen, or controlling a player character in a game. It took her teacher getting crushed into the ground for the horror to finally hit. Her throat closing up as the blood poured. She'd never seen anything like it, only ever in movies and the occasional badly cleaned up hero fight featured on a skeevy news channel. But neither of them ever compared to the sight. She couldn't look away though. Couldn't even blink as waves upon waves of terror knocked at her resolve, but the shaky whisper of Midoriya managed to snap her back to herself somewhat. We need to get that thing off him. He's going to end up killing him if not. Mina felt herself nod. Her gaze still hadn't left Aizawa's pain-filled expression. I can't fight it, I don't have that kind of power. But if I can get to Aizawa, I can help him. Of course he could. He was the only person in their class with probably extended medical knowledge, and also the only one with the healing quirk. If Mina was glad anyone was here, she was completely thankful that Midoriya was. Thank God he managed to get through the entrance exams, and thank God he hadn't been expelled by Aizawa. Maybe it would all be okay. From there, even though they were all scared out of their minds, they formed a plan. It was honestly something that Mina wished she was confident in, but it wasn't. Her and Todoroki against a monster who completely overpowered their teacher in a second? It was enough to give her nightmares. It was hard to believe she'd ever run headlong into that situation. But her teacher lay possibly dying. She had to do something. I'm so sorry to ask but can you 3F fight it? Mina wanted to yell, to turn and run screaming as far away as she could. She wanted to dive under her bedsheets and pretend that everything was going to be okay and this was just a nightmare. But she had to wrap her head around it. It'll be hard to separate them. I can freeze him in place, but then we'd have to move Aizawa-sensei. It'd be better if we didn't move him until we know how bad he's hurt, but if there's no other option, I don't think I'd be able to pick him up alone either, so Azui, can you help me? We'll have to be fast, Karo. That hand villain was pretty quick at running to Aizawa earlier. Then, it's me and Todoroki against the villains? Mina asked. She wanted to stomp out the obvious fright in her tone. But the most she could do was gulp to try and breathe around the knot in her throat. Okay, let's do it. After I help Midoriya with Sensei, I'll help you. I don't know enough to help with first aid, but I can fight, Karo. Alright, it's a plan. Midoriya smiled shakily, taking in a shuddering breath. I think we... From there the fog guy from earlier appeared. When Shigaraki said they were leaving, Mina let herself hope that they would leave and no one else would get hurt. They were backing down. Oh yeah, the creepy hand villain said, as if remembering something. Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride by killing this teacher. Mina felt a shudder rock her entire body. They had to move now. Her fear swallowed whole by her determination to protect, she jumped to her feet, barely hearing the command given to the hulking monster before she threw a blob of acid at it. The Numu screeched before jumping back next to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, whilst Mina planted herself in front of Aizawa, falling into a combat stance. From the corner of her eye, she saw Todoroki doing the same whilst Tsuyu and Midoriya ran past her to get to Aizawa. Some brats are trying to protect their teacher. Shigaraki groaned, scratching his neck. No matter, as long as someone ends up dead, students might be better than a dead pro anyway. Numu. Mina tensed, ready to fling another round of acid, but Todoroki acted before she could and threw up a huge ice wall. But with that guy's weird decay quirk, then it wouldn't hold for long. I'm not sure how long that'll stand. I'd be quick. She didn't dare turn her gaze from the ice wall, shifting slightly, making sure that she had her quirk at the ready. She wasn't sure how long she'd be able to fight for. Something told her that these three villains were massively more powerful than the villains she'd fought earlier. It scared her, and if Aizawa-sensei had been taken down within mere moments of going up against them, she wasn't sure how long Todoroki and herself could last without help from a pro. Mina blinked before the ice turned black and started to crumble. Oh, that's not very nice. My Numu just wants to play. Shigaraki goaded with a maniacal-sounding laugh, followed by a smashing sound as the Numu punched through the rest of the ice. Numu, kill them. Slowly. The Numu moved faster than Mina thought was possible for a thing of its size, its fist only inches away from Todoroki's face when he was yanked back, the fist instead hitting the air. It stumbled only a slight but recovered fast enough to aim the fist towards Mina instead. Acting fast, she used her acid to slip under it and kick at its back with a glob of highly corrosive acid before sliding back to Tsuyu and Todoroki. She winced as she realized that her attack did practically nothing to it, as it continued to run towards them. Tsuyu used her tongue to trip the massive Numu, letting it land on a bed of spiked icicles before Mina threw another round of acid over the top of it. It flailed, screeching, pulling its leg upwards. He managed to tug Tsuyu forwards and towards its waiting fist. Mina grabbed the girl's shoulders to stop her as she released her hold on the monster. It scrambled to get up and faced the three of them. This gave Mina ample time to stare at its chest where she had launched her last attack. The black skin had been bubbled away, eaten into like acid tended to do. The red muscle was almost sickening to look at. But when Mina blinked, it started to heal, black rapidly forming over the red with no hint it was ever destroyed in the first place. This was bad. The fight went on. It was a mad, uncoordinated scramble for the three of them. They worked well, Tsuyu using her tongue to dish out hits with it or pulling Mina or Todoroki out of the way of a fist if they hadn't been able to react fast enough. Mina slipping around carefully whilst throwing the occasional rounds of highly corrosive acid, darting under it and around it to keep it constantly moving in a controlled way. Todoroki launching various rounds of ice spikes at it, unsure of the consequences of straight up encasing it in ice. Would the other two villains interfere at that point and break him out of it, then join the fight? They had enough on their plate with the Numu alone. She caught it in the edge of her vision. No other hint he was going to spring until he was halfway across the plaza. Her body tensed, ready to counterattack him if he went after her, but he kept running. When he passed by her, she turned to yell, "Midori, look out!" First of all, I want to say I am so incredibly sorry that this isn't an actual chapter update. I fervently wish it was, but I simply can't. I have half of chapter 14 written out, and have had it written out for the past 6 months, but try as I might, I just can't get it to work like I want it to. I've rewritten it a couple of times, and it's just not working. And the thing is that this isn't a new thing. It's one of the reasons that I put this FIC on a hiatus, and it's also the reason why I'm writing this author's note now. Even though I loathe with all my heart to have an author's note as a chapter. Long story short, this FIC is on indefinite hiatus. That might actually be me giving up on this FIC. There's a lot of reasons why that'd be the case, and over the past 6 months, I've tried nailing down exactly what it is that makes me want to do that, and finally here I am with a hopefully adequate explanation for you all in a series of points. There'll be a TLDR at the end if you're not wanting to sit through it all, as I do tend to go on a bit. Number 1. The main reason. When I first started BAF, I had every intention of making Izuku a 100% support character, because I liked the idea of a support character being the protagonist. The juxtaposition of it is something I'm fond of. For example, fanfics where a side character becomes the protagonist is always compelling to me as it flips the story on its head, so I figured I'd try to reverse that and see how it goes. In this idea, Izuku wouldn't be able to directly attack or be a primary attacking force for anything. He'd be solely a backup support to whoever he was working with, relying more on their offensive skills than his own. Hence why his martial arts style is Aikido, which focuses on having the user not directly attack and only redirect their attacker's attacks to gain the advantage. In this idea, he would move swiftly around the battlefield, never directly engaging in fights but healing his allies and helping them in the way you'd expect a healer in an MMO game to act. But during the hiatus I realized that this causes way too many problems if I want the plot to still happen in mostly the same way that it does in canon with some tweaks. The main one being that in canon, Izuku is the absolute primary offense, so it doesn't really work if everyone else is going to be in character. Because of his recklessness and offensive power in canon, he heavily influences what happens. Take away that offensiveness and since there's only very few active characters in the class, it creates a heavy passive-active imbalance. Izuku in BAF is just not too passive for everything to work unless I majorly rewrite canon and give it an entirely new storyline which doesn't sit well with me. And so, the only solutions to this is either Izuku becomes a lot more active, basically fighting Quirkless and has a lot more backbone and fight to him. Or, I get rid of all my plans that I had and give the FIC an entirely new plot. One requires an entire rewrite of BAF, throwing away all my plans, and the other requires much more creativity and originality than I currently have and also throwing away all my plans. The simple solution is to go for the first option, but that doesn't really justify a 70k plus word fanfiction that only has a slight element of deviation from canon. Not to mention that if I were to write that, it would feel too close to a Quirkless Izuku fanfic for comfort, and at that point I might as well just write that. Which I already am, with a FIC called Because I Have To, which I started planning and writing during the hiatus. So I'm not fond of the idea of writing two similar fanfics with only slight changes. I still haven't figured out a solution to this, which is why the hiatus is still ongoing. Because I will have to deal with this if I want to continue it. Neither options appeal to me, but keeping to my plans with nothing changing is almost just as worse. Number 2. The length is intimidating. I think I should say at this point, I have never once in over 7 years of writing ever finished a multi-chapter writing project. Never. I've started probably well over 40, each getting to somewhere between 15k and 35k, and all of them had more plans than actual writing. The plans could have let me add on anywhere between 20k to 70k, depending on the project. BF is easily the longest project I've ever written. I'm not kidding you when I say that it's double the length of my last longest FIC. But at the same time, it's the shortest in terms of how far along I've progressed in my plans. I mean, we're at 70k words and we've only just gotten halfway through first major event. That's crazy. I mean, I still have so much more that I have left before the story is done. There's the USJ recovery chapter, the sports festival in its entirety, which has had a major overhaul to canon, the Stain fight, which is impossible as of this point with how I've set things up, the end-of-term exam, the mall encounter, the summer camp, all of Kamino, dorm shenanigans, which would give the characters much-needed time to recover, the license exam, the Bakugo vs. Izuku fight, and then finally find a way to perfectly wrap up this mammoth FIC nice and tightly. With all that I need written, and all the problems that I'm seeing with just the first 70k words of it, the rest of the FIC is incredibly intimidating to me. Number 3, I didn't expect it to get as popular as it did. My expectations when I first started writing was that maybe 5 or so people would like it enough to comment, 2 of them regularly, and I'd have maybe 30 people at best silently following but not really giving any kind of feedback. When I reached around 400 subs, I was overwhelmed but determined to give you all a good story to the best of my abilities, and confident that I would. I thought it was incredible that I managed to get so many people interested, and I wasn't actually too worried about what I was writing. But when I started posting USJ, I started to see all the mistakes of my FIC. From every angle that I looked at it, I just couldn't understand exactly why people were interested in it. I couldn't see any special allure, something that I brought to the table that other fanfictions didn't. My characterization is passable at best, and my ideas aren't original or unique. I kept thinking of BF as the Frankenstein's monster of fanfiction. Let's add in a trope I liked seeing from this fanfic. This idea that's barely touched on in this fanfiction should be explored more. Let's do it in BAF. I really liked how this fanfiction handled this thing. I'd like to do my own take on that. Things like that. Rewriting the FIC helped for a while. It let me fix mistakes that I made for the FIC when I had little to no plans and helped align it to the latter chapters more, but I still see it in a lot of my more recent chapters. I don't know how to fix these issues I see, and I have no idea how to deal with any of it. And I really hate to be whiny, but I genuinely have no idea what people think are the highlights of this FIC. The summary of most of my comments is, love this FIC. Can't wait for more, which is always wonderful to hear, but God, I think that only a handful of comments out of 221 has ever detailed exactly what they specifically liked and disliked about BHF. It makes it incredibly hard to figure out the actual weak parts of my FIC and fix them. It makes me feel like BF is a giant mess and I have no idea where to start fixing it. This isn't me whining, oh my readers all SCK, God no. I'm incredibly thankful to every single one of you for reading this FIC even if you never commented or decided partway through that this isn't for you. This is me just expressing how little I know about how others think about this fanfiction. It makes me think that the only one who's genuinely passionate about this FIC is me. Which leads me to my next point. Number 4, I'm not passionate about this FIC anymore. I won't lie, in recent times writing for BF feels more like a chore than a hobby. There are aspects that I still love about this FIC wholeheartedly, and I still have fond memories of how much this FIC made me happy when I was writing for it. It was clear to me when I rewrote Chapter 4 and changed it from 3K words to 10K words, it felt like I rediscovered my love for it. But because of all these issues and mental blocks that I keep experiencing, I just can't feel passionate for it. Every time that I see a new comment or a new subscription or a new bookmark for it, I feel bad because I don't feel passionate enough for this story to continue as it is. There have been times in the past where I've fallen out of love with a project and decided to put it on hold, only for me to pick it back up later and develop it even more than I did originally and fixing large plot holes. When I first put this story on hiatus, that was my original intention and I had hoped that it would only be a few short months pause. But as it's now been 6 months since the start of the hiatus, I know it won't be the case in the slightest. Which means that I'll have to keep this FIC on hiatus until I feel like picking it back up again. If that means losing the interest of my readers, then so be it. I know that I have issues with letting people down, and I know firsthand how frustrating and disappointing it is for a reader when an author puts their FIC on indefinite hiatus. But I just genuinely can't scrape together enough interest to continue working on BHF at this point in time. So following my previous point, if only myself is passionate about BF, and I lose that passion, then who is there left to care if the story is left unfinished? That's not even counting the fact that clinging to this project and agonizing over all its faults is extremely harmful to my mental health and creative energy. Which is another reason that I had to put this FIC on a pause, and I'm not in the current mindset to pick it back up considering I'm at the lowest point that I've been since I was 16, 5 years ago. I'm working on getting better, but it's not exactly something that I can do whilst working on this FIC. TLD, 1. Too many plot holes. 2. I can't write long projects. 3. Don't have a clue about what others think of my FIC. 4. I'm not passionate about BAF anymore. 4.5. It's harmful to my mental health. And that's it. I'm sorry that I have to stop this for now and maybe forever, but I have to. And every cell in my body wants me to delete this note as soon as I deem it's been up long enough, but I won't do that. I do know that should I ever decide to pick this story back up, I'll most definitely delete it so it doesn't clutter up the FIC. I really do want to continue this FIC, but I just can't. Not until I figure out a way around all the problems I have. Anyway, since I've left it so long, there's a couple of things that I want to show you. For example, here's a BAF Izuku drawing that I did a few months ago. I also updated the miscellaneous BAF facts and added in some domestic Inko Sasaki headcanons. And if you want to read some new BAF content as previously stated, I added an entire 7K words to Chapter 4 and developed it way more than I ever did, not to mention in the rewrite I added in Inko Sasaki, so if you want to see that in action then I'd read Chapter 4 onwards. And if you want to read some other projects by me that I'm working on in the meantime whilst I figure out what to do with this FIC, then please take a look at these two. Brothers follows Izuku after his mother's death, where he is placed into foster care and meets Shinso. The two bond, and the FIC follows their life becoming brothers in all the ways that it matters. It's meant to be mostly fluff, but the setup is pretty angsty and sad due to, Inko dying and all. It will have the boys be happily adopted, so I might even end up writing them getting into UA. Because I have to, a quirkless vigilante FIC where Izuku is prohibited by his parents to become a pro-hero. He's not allowed to enter the hero course, and gets the idea to become a vigilante, considering he only ever wants to help people. It has Tashinko as a main pairing and biological dad might. I've got literally 90% of the entire FIC planned, and hopefully it'll be a good one. I'm incredibly passionate about this FIC, and I hope that you check it out and like it. I'm honestly not sure how to end this. I've only ever really done an author's note like this once, and that was about 5 years ago, and I deleted the entire FIC 4 years ago. So I think I'll just end it right here after saying I'm sorry yet again. I really wish that I didn't have to do this, but I do. And I'm especially sorry that it took me this long to collect my thoughts and say this. Thank you for 935 subs, and thank you for 27K hits. God thank you for 1581 kudos. You guys deserve better. Edit 25/11/18. I still feel really bad that I left the last chapter on a cliffhanger, especially considering I might not even finish this version of BAF. Because of that, I posted an unedited copy of Chapter 14 on my Tumblr that I've had written for the past 6 months. So, if you're interested in reading that, then here's the link. I'll warn you that it's very rough and definitely not upload-worthy, in my eyes at least, but I still feel incredibly bad about it. If I do decide to continue BAF as it is, then please be aware that the final version of Chapter 14 will likely only be 1K words longer than this, so if you care about spoilers then don't read, I guess. But if you do read it, then let me know what you think. Alright, that's really the end of this note. Edit 09/02/2021. Hi, yes, thanks to everyone who read this FIC in the past, and those that are reading it in the future. This FIC will never be finished, the rewrite will also never be finished. I hate abandoning works that I've published to astronomical degrees, to the point that thinking about this FIC still makes me sad because of all the unused potential. Unfortunately, even though I still see the potential and still know which way I'd go if I overhauled and rewrote it all from scratch, Izuku and Inko move apartments and turns out Recovery Girl is their new neighbor. She's his mentor instead of Sasaki in this rewrite. Inko works as a receptionist in a hospital and Sasaki has big mega crush on her because Inko mothers literally all her hard-working coworkers. But the inspiration nor motivation is there. I'm already having a hard enough time keeping up the inspiration for the single FIC I've been working on for the past 2 years, adding another FIC to that, including the way that my interest in MHA has been steadily declining for years, that it all adds up to super unlikely. Again, I'm really thankful for all of you reading. If you ever want to question me about what I would have done in a rewrite, please leave a comment. Would love to talk about it. Hope all of you are doing well.